people flooding on forward as we're going to be having multiple games going on at once. Like they say, double the trouble, double the fun, double everything. Double screens here as you're going to be listening to the voices here of I Hold Shift and my main man, Jeremy Stud. Challengers players rolling in, CDL teams rolling in. Wow, and now we're rolling in. How you feeling, Jay?
I'm feeling good, man. You know, obviously just joined the 30 club. My back pains are already hitting, but I'm in for a good day of Call of Duty. The fact that we're mixing in Thursdays and Fridays into one day, it's going to be nonstop action all day of Call of Duty.
Crazy scenes. Happy birthday to you. Of course, we've got that duo energy. My birthday was the day after.
Yeah, happy birthday to you too.
I'm about to leave my 30s, but we're not going to talk about that too much. What we are going to talk about is what we have going on here on the Bravo stage and where exactly this opening winners round schedule will start to kind of, again, funnel between both the two streams at the same time. Kind of as you mentioned, though, Jay, we're kicking everything off with winners round one. And for us, whoa, I don't know how we got so lucky, but we got the Miami Heretics taking on the Minnesota Rocker, and then we're going to be taking a look to see how Atlanta FaZe can handle New York Cloud9. The biggest news about both of our matches that we're going to have on this broadcast, Jay, is one of the two teams in these opening matches could really benefit with an opening W.
Oh, yeah, both teams could actually benefit with an opening W. Rocker and Cloud9 both need it. It's just they're tough matchups on both ends. Rocker going against the regular season throughout the stage 5-0. And it goes right. One of them against Atlanta. Like, that's going to be a tough matchup. I know you were able to beat them in this stage already, but Atlanta's a different beast on that.
Absolutely the case, and it is one of those situations that whenever we see Atlanta run away and finish in the top two of the overall regular season standings, they're up there early. They're often trying to test out their map pool with the later stages of their qualifying runs, and there definitely were elements of that in the last couple of instances of them trying to, again, be the best team they possibly can in anticipation of the end of the year. But there's a new kind of level of contestants that are starting to show up here with LA and Atlanta. You got your teams like Vancouver that are coming back in the mix, but also teams like Miami. We'll spend more time to talk about that, but we're getting close to our opening matchups. Let's introduce our teams. We got the Miami Heretics and the Minnesota Rocker.
Still not missing. He's looking real solid at the moment.
Stack it up, big bang, break it up.
Not enough to win the gunfight. Copy on shield. The reach on the next one, able to win the 1v2.
Break it up, big bang. Only hunters, no 50s.
Me too. Can do it. 1v1. 1v1. The Emperor.
Nothing changed but the change.
Minnesota and Miami. I think the biggest narrative points about this, it's the easy one first and foremost. Minnesota, you've got to find a win. You're down pretty much a significant amount of points to Optic. You're trying to become that 8th team at the playoffs. And there's a lot of levels of looking at this Miami team and asking the question, is their 5-0 qualifier actually a for real representation of what this team is? So the other narrative for my mind here, Jay, is Miami's got to come out and really prove that Major 3 wasn't really fluky and Major 4 can be maybe even better than what they had done just about a month ago.
Oh, yeah, without question, Miami have a lot to prove because they still want to be that team. Even though you made it to the last 2 tournament championship Sundays, you haven't been able to do anything past that point. But so far throughout this stage, they've just gotten a lot more consistent in their gameplay. I know you talked about their stage matchups. Their toughest one versus LAT was their beginning of the stage. And you clutched up in a game number 5. Every matchup after that was pretty much a cakewalk. You were able to dominate all the teams who were basically on the lower end, in the lower bracket, or just didn't really have a good stage in general. But Miami, realistically, they have figured out the way that they like to play Call of Duty. SMDs are their bread and butter. They got 50-50 in both the respawns, and if they can just be more consistent in their respawns, they're going to be a tough team to beat.
Indeed the case. So again, rookie of the year conversations are going to be all over this event as well for that squad. But on the other side, it's all about, can Minnesota ice up, clutch up, and kind of solve some of the obstacles and issues that they have faced throughout this year. So many map 5 losses, so many round 11 losses in search and destroy, some of that happening in map 5. Not being able to close out has been the story of this Minnesota team throughout this year. You bring in Kenny though, you try to solve that issue that they felt was kind of a byproduct of Paul being on this roster. And well, a couple of moments where Kenny has looked really solid, but is it enough to fully take this team to the next level? Now's your time to really prove it. Can they do it? It has to start right here against the Miami team.
Yeah, without question. It has to start right here. You're down 40 points from Opti. You are banking on Opti basically getting double rounded in both of their matchups because they're going up against Toronto. That's never been easy for the green wall. But Minnesota, you can only control what's in front of you, and that's truly your gameplay. I feel like when you talk about this lineup, like you said, they just simply have no ice. They do great in map 1s, fall off in map 4s, and if they fall to a map number 5, they usually do not have that clutch gene in their back pocket. But the thing about this Rocker squad is that ever since Kenny has entered the lineup, everyone has had like their potential pop-off moments. We even saw Kenny in the last stage matchup versus Vancouver go 11-0 in search and destroy. But it's just like no one is ever doing it together. I feel like it's a Nera pop-off with F-Strill struggling or a Geo pop-off with Kenny being mediocre. Everyone needs to be on point at this point of the year if you want to stand your best chance of making it to champs.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, the conversation point about this Minnesota team is potential. That's the literal word that I feel like we continue to use. And when you look at a younger squad with Estriel and Nero and Geo, guys that have at times in their short careers really popped off and been an X factor for teams that they were on previously, now it's time to try to find a way to get to the next level of your professional career, locking yourself in as a guaranteed CDL talent, but also a team that can possibly contend with the best. So let's take a look to see what our maps and modes are going to look like for such a critical opening winter round 1 matchup. We've got, Skyline Hardpoint, Dealership Search, Vault Control, but I know, Jay, that you're really excited about both the hardpoints, not just the first one.
Oh yeah, when I saw this matchup that we had, I was expecting these two hardpoints to be in play because if you are Minnesota, you don't want to play Miami on Hacienda or even Vault. So they're deciding to get rid of Hasi. On the opposite side from Miami, barely had a couple reps on Rewind. Let's just get rid of that. So we're going to have basically 2 square-up maps. Miami, at least in the beginning of the season for the opening Skyline, used to be their best hardpoint. Ever since the addition of Super to the lineup, though, they have been lackluster on it. They ended off stage 4 with at least 2 wins underneath their belt. So now they have a lot of confidence going into that map number 1. And if you are a Rocker, you cannot allow them to take that map number 1 because that dealership in map number 2, they're basically undefeated on.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting because this search and destroy pool I really don't love for Minnesota. No. I think obviously the red card is miserable for you, but opting to go into a dealership is definitely curious because I mean, when we first saw this map come into the pool, I thought the way Miami played this map was one of the best in the league. Now, that kind of got thwarted a little bit with losses to LA and Toronto when they are in Miami. That's where their run was cut short. But I still think they bring something unique to the mix that Minnesota's going to have, I would figure, a pretty difficult destroy. So we'll see kind of how things go. But talking about the Skyline Hardpoint, because for Miami, this has been a success point for them, I think, especially early in the year. They didn't really get a chance to play it too much in Major 3, only 2 instances of playing it in the qualifying stage, and good results there. But for Minnesota, this is their most played overall map on the year.
But recently they have fallen off because they have fallen off in their consistency in their gameplay. They used to be one of the best teams off the rotation, and when they won the rotation, they were basically unbreakable on their setups. But they have taken a couple tough losses on Skyline. They have been able to crack their armor on the side of Minnesota Rockers, so they just need to lock in on their setups, and that's truly what it's going to come down to me. Because Miami, they play with a tremendous amount of patience, but so do Rockers. So it's just about the team who's going to be set up there early and the squad who's going to have less skin.
Of what maybe not just this matchup has come to be, but I think again particular, that's been the big story for Minnesota is just, can we get just close out the game? Can we play a 4v4 from the get-go and just not come out to our opening hard point and have to struggle our way through and hope that an individual can continue to keep us in the game. We saw that with Minnesota and Kenny in his last series versus Vancouver. It's like no one else is participating. Kenny's the one that's really trying to get himself going, and he's doing well, but the rest of the team is just being drug along with him. And I think that's the big story for Minnesota is everyone has to start off clicking with good cohesion right from the get-go.
And that's a scary thing for me, too, because that series versus Surge told you everything you basically needed to know about this Rocker squad. They can fight in respawns, but they don't really have that ending factor to a game to close it out the right way. They bounced back into Search and Destroy. That was flawless, but that's not going to be the case here because ever since Super has been added to the lineup for Miami, they're 16-3 in this game mode. That's basically a lockup. So if you're Minnesota and you don't take that opening respawn, you're down 0-2 in the series, and it's going to be a lot more tougher to fight back into it.
And I think the thing about that is you're going to have to do it by winning 2, 3, and 4. Just like going to a red card search is just not going to feel very good. I think especially with the recent success that Miami have been able to find on that map. They are 4-0 in their last 4 attempts on it. But we'll keep that conversation banked up for when we eventually maybe get there. But looking at how the hard point's going to square up, again, the keys are just, I wouldn't even point to an individual. It's got to be everybody because a lot of the losses that you're seeing here in their last 5 have come by way of not having all 4 players ready to go at the minute 1, just on, as soon as we see the green light. So, got to... Miami, Minnesota, let's get it up.
Start off early in towards the P1. Miami had the spawns that they currently want for the P2 side. They won the initial trades. They're already soaking up initial time, but Nero's here on the opposite side just causing mayhem.
Yeah, love this from Nero. Just again, the passing of the baton of the SMGs, trying to get forward, and how about that? Good shutdown on the metals. Split spawn situation here for Miami, and whoa, clean shots from Nero. Highlighted on the individual player card as we're running into the map, and he's got a 6-0 start. Hasn't missed a shot yet by the look of it, looking for streaks.
Oh, man, guys are playing at 3 p.m. Yeah, he's ready to rock and roll if he's going to have an earlier start. That is a perfect way to come out the gate swinging if you are Nero. Give your team some early momentum and already striking out the gates with a lot of time there at the P1. You're winning the rotation over towards B2. Now Miami forced to break through Kitchen.
Yep, and it's going to be red as there's already a cutoff man in Kenny. He doesn't find the opening pick, so now Estriel's going to be called upon to be responsible for 3 members coming in. The first one's fine. No fob up those. Real's pinch. Create some space at the back. Spawns will flip. Good patience, and Real will catch a double, and Miami can get in.
Yeah, it's a big double there for Real because once that kill goes down, all of his teammates spawn right behind him, so they have the numbers to soak up a lot of this P2 time and get themselves back into this game. 30 seconds still to fight for a big one-on-one win right there from Nero, and now you're forcing Miami to change up their positionings. Does not matter because Super pops a double, and they still hold.
All right, he gets a third as well, delayed over through Piano. Metals a couple of shots in, looking to get the full team wipe, and will find Estriel, but not be able to kill him over towards Jim. Regardless of that, though, this 30 seconds has been essentially perfect for Miami. Only small moments of contest for the Rocker, who are now kind of chalking this up and rotating over to New.
Yeah, they're fully set up here at the P3. They have a lot of presence through the middle of the map, but 2 initial gunfights already go in favor of Miami. Now they have the numbers. You can bombard your way in towards the hard point. You go 3 for 1 in the trades, and now you're able to execute the perfect break there to soak up time.
Yep, really good stuff here from Miami. Breaking down the initial Rocker setup, and now locking down what side of the map they want to play from, with this long anchor for Metals watching the flank. But in through middle, Estriel for 2. Gio will assist as he now makes his way over in through Kitchen. And yeah, Miami's just so far out here, not able to get back in. Definitely curious to see them trying to anchor on that part of the map, but now you've got to play for the hard point and the rotation. Not a great start here for Miami through 3.
Yeah, realistically, I don't even know you're going to be thinking about that hard point. You're just going to cut your losses and try to hit your way through top hallway. Quickly spawns on his head, but once that push initially gets shut down, you are forced now to challenge at this old time. Rockers have the spawns that they want. They are a little bit scattered, but they have a majority of their players on the bedroom side. A big opening gunfight there from Metals. What is it going to do to that player's spawn? He's going to spawn right next to Minnesota in the position that they want.
Yeah, Kenny has to lock things down for a moment here. Hard point open. Spawn's not fully locked in yet, but those 2 eliminations will definitely help. Real playing by himself inside the hard point. Feels the pressure, backs away. Trying to continue to play his life, but not going to be allowed to. Gio's able to track him down. Follow-up from Estriel up top is good, and Minnesota can stabilize.
And right now, Rocker are on point. They basically won every single rotation through the first 4 hills. Now, if they can set up properly here, soak up the majority of this time. You already have a 40-point lead. You lose the initial gunfight to the top side of the plat, and thankfully you got a narrow who pops a double, spawns to secure for Rocker, a clean 4 dead. This final 20 is theirs.
Yeah, really solid stuff here for Minnesota. They're going to grow this lead to about double the points, if not maybe a little bit more than that, as Nero continues to pop off this first set. 19-8 has not been required to play inside the hard point that much, and his teammates are thankful for that at the time being. So over 100 points to Minnesota. Miami need to play recovery here in this second set, and they're already setting themselves up nicely with the high ground position.
Yeah, the only reason why Miami is shorter in this game because they found a good chunk of time there off the 2. So this second half needs to be a whole lot better here for the Heretics. A 50-point difference. You dominate the kill feed for the initial push, and you already have players like Super getting aggressive as hell through top plat, forcing all of Rocker to work their way through kitchen, and you're just leaving Metals in time uncontested.
Metals locking things into the hard point. Kenny over the back. Oh, nice shots from Metals, looking for more, and he has the help from Real to stay alive. So that gap of about double the points has now just gone down to 30. This has been a really efficient hard point here for Miami, pardon me. And now an opportunity to try to push through Piano, put the spawns with 15 seconds left, but Minnesota are not going to allow that to happen. 4-man feed, and the Rocker will set up for 2.
Yeah, I love how the way that Rocker just played that as well. They weren't really sending their way through plat, through bottom bedroom to get them off of that P1 time. Everyone just committed to pitches and the overextension to flip these spawns for the P2 side. You win the rotation again, technically to this hard point, but this is where Miami kept themselves in the game with an early break, and Metals finding the double is not going to allow them to have the setup that they want.
Yeah. Another nice break attempt here for Miami. Clearance from the front also being earned, plus a bit of a feel out in terms of where Minnesota are hitting from with this read up top and down low over towards Kitchen. Super trying to take care of Geo. Good delay of his life for a moment, putting a lot of pressure over to Rancor's direction. He's good for the opener. Coming quickly to help his Super. Only able to find one, though. Minnesota will gain some space through P3, but not able to find the kills they need to move the spawns around. And with the reinforcements, the Heretics are able to stabilize for the time being.
P2 has been saving grace so far from Miami. They have been flawless once they find that break on their holding setup. Everyone is lighting it up in the kill feed, being the team the last one standing in that kill feed to still secure those bonds. Now you're going to find yourself up by almost 15 points. You don't have the rotation over towards P3, but an initial kill already starts it off for Real. Now you have the numbers to just bombard your way through mid.
Now Kenny, did he pick up a couple? No, over the top of the head, he only able to find a bit of damage. Nero trying to follow up on that damage, though, and nearly finds 2, but not the case. And this stretch, this string of Miami Heretics scoring continues forward. And a lot of time and space here for Miami to get a read on where Minnesota are. Metal's going to try to set up a bit of a pinch around the back. He does find Kenny at the exact right time, leaving Estriel by himself, and he will find one before dropping, makes this next attempt maybe a little bit more doable for Minnesota as Miami once again find themselves spawning on the left side of the minimap.
Yeah, if Rocker don't switch up their pace, this is only going to continue to get worse and worse because right now they're playing the fundamental game correctly. They're just going to be getting outpaced and outnumbered in those close range gunfights because someone is consistently always trying to play for the spawns. That's why Miami are seemingly looking to have a lot more plays than just 4 on the minimap right now. But you're now up by 40. Rocket on this P4 setup, and all starting off with the initial kills. They're going to be fully set up here again for some good time.
Yeah, this was where they really put the pedal to the metal at the end of the first rotation, and a chance to maybe take the lead back here if they can continue to be flawless on this P4 setup. Kenny moving over to try to deal with Rancor, who has avoided a good number of this Rocker defense, but Estriel and Geo able to kind of break the camera angles and get him crossed up, allowing reinforcements to get back into the hard point, and then Nero again just continues to dominate this map. 31 and 17, 5 in a row. That will flush out this Heretic setup and allow Minnesota to be more comfortable on the hill.
Man, big shout out to Nero because he's the guy who's single-handedly keeping it in the game. Everyone else is struggling a little bit, but when they're set up at this P4, they have made the most of it. Estriel now starting to come alive, does get shut down on 4 in a row, and Miami are able to secure those back spawns for those final 10 seconds. So the lead is still in their favor, but Minnesota have decided the map if they want to go into our third set.
Last time we were here, Miami did a lot of the damage to the deficit that they were facing by just staying alive inside the hard point. Kenny in some trouble. Nice angle onto Real. Still realizes he's likely going to be challenged, and that'll not just be him falling. A couple others will fall. It's all 4 dead. Staggered spawn here for Geo, just playing inside elevator. And Miami are just going to hold the front line here.
Yep.
Wait for the next wave and then make the play across. And it's going to work out beautifully for them. 3 will fall. 1 more to grab as Estriel, and Real's already on the hunt, has a perfect idea of where he is, and that will flip the map in favor of Miami.
Yeah, that's the worst case scenario right there for Rocker, because you still had the spawns that you wanted once that first wave went down. But once the second wave goes down, the way that Miami played it, just play for the kills before they flip the spawns. Now you are chasing ghosts. You're only here at 10 seconds remaining for the P1, but you lose the spawns for next.
Yeah, Real popping off here in these last couple of hard points. He's now up to a very formidable 27 and 20. And on the other side, just kind of tallying the stats, like as impressive as Nero has been, again, it's a bit of a 2v4 situation. You've got Estriel at 18 and 24, Kenny just at 20 and 25. Like, it's just not an even participation on the scoreboard. That's often been one of the kind of linchpins, kind of stopping Minnesota from finding success. But the break does come through here at P2. Kenny under pressure, damage in, but cannot find a kill.
Yeah, this is their first break here at P2, and they need to make this one count, because this is where Miami were able to keep themselves into the game, and already the pressure through Kitchen is going to allow them to overwhelm through the back end. Spawns now flip, and Miami find the break, at least for now.
Kenny trying to hang on, stuns, nades all being tossed. Help is on the way, but oh no! Kenny's Semtex takes care of Nero just as he was trying to pinch the hill. Oh, such an unfortunate set of timing there for Minnesota. So they're going to once again have to play for rotation. Real being the thorn in their side, just trying to keep Minnesota distracted. Good for 1, but nothing more. But keep your eye on medals. Long play around the back. Minnesota have no idea, or do they? Nero turns, snaps, finds the kill, and Rocker are in.
That's a big gunfight win right there from Nero. Picks up an AR. He's absolutely beaming here on the map number 1. But this is where Rocker has to play tremendously quick, because Miami only needs 15 to take map 1.
Here we go. Gio trying to hold. Good information onto 1. Finds the kill. Looking for the second. Tough gunfight for Real. And he will be eventually taken out of the hard point. 189 to 244. Minnesota are able to keep Miami out of the hard point for now. Rencore good first. Shots to Nero are good. And that will be finished up by medals. Now you just need 6 points. But again, the numbers just are not here yet. And an extra Semtex from Kenny will take him out of play. Minnesota looking like they're going to get the scrap time as Miami are trying to play for the first 6 seconds as they rotate early.
Yeah, realistically, if you're Rocker, as soon as you cannot lose at that P3, everyone's got to cut their losses and think about new. There's 2 players from Miami contested through the back, and they both win their one-on-one. Spawn secured for the Heretics. They can close it out.
Kenny's got to get in, but he's not going to be able to. The crossfire setup is too strong, and Super pushing up the map manipulates the spawns for Minnesota to be way too far away. Miami will take the opener. I won't say convincingly, but at the end there was a level of conviction for sure.
Oh, without question, Miami flipped the switch in the middle of that game. The only time that they were able to find successful holds was at the P2 initially. You're down by 60, but once you get into the second set, basically a flawless P1, going into a flawless P2. You make P3 scrappy, you don't give up all the time of Rocker at that money hill in the P4. Rocker basically won every single rotation. It's just when you allowed once you allowed Miami to find that break, they did not let it go at any given moment. The P2 was their answer for the map number 1, and now Rocker are fighting an uphill battle to try to take down the best S&D team in the game here, down 0-1 in the series.
Yeah, man. I mean, again, like, we framed this all up about what this map series layout will look like, and losing map number 1 with a map 5 of red card search where we've only found 1 win on the season on it doesn't bode well. 17 assists, which includes 4,800 total damage. So he's just throwing shots at everybody. Estriel on the other side actually wins the assist tally with 20. So, you know, it's the one step we don't get to see live. And, you know, I'd mentioned it kind of felt like a 2v4 looking at the scoreboard with Nero and Gio kind of carrying positive stat lines. But Estriel just wasn't able to finish kills, unfortunately, with 20 total assists. At least he's able to keep his life traded. But the 40 bomb for the L is what really, I think, stands out to me, Jay.
No, without question, man, because Rocker, at least to start off the game, they came out the gate swinging. You're winning every single rotation. You're basically following all of your setups. It's just the P2s that really caused them issues there in that map number 1. You had Nero, who absolutely came out the gates firing. Everybody else was on the game slowly but surely. But when you're just allowing Miami to take the game once they find it, that is truly the difference maker. Because you can even see it at the end of that game, where Minnesota know that, all right, we have to We just shut down a bunch of kills through the middle of the map, but we're still not really playing around the objective. We're more focused on, all right, we're blocking spawns, focusing a certain way. You're just allowing enemies to overwhelm you on one side of the map, and that's just not the way you're going to be able to beat this kind of team. Down now, 0-1 in the series. You desperately need this W for your chance to make it into champs. And now you have to bank on a search and destroy on dealership versus one of the best dealerships in the game.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about it is it's going up against a team that just went flawless in search and destroy throughout the qualifier. It's also a team that put in a ton of reps early on dealership in particular.
Yep.
And I think, again, like outside of facing up against a very tough Toronto team and an LA Thieves team that really does have a solid handle on this map, Miami has been essentially perfect on this this search and destroy. So I think there's levels here for Minnesota where, you know, they've dealt with a difficult schedule. They've dealt with a lot of difficult obstacles that they've had to hurdle. But there's a level of, like, you've got to prove that you deserve to be at CDL champs. 100%. You have to prove that you can best other teams that are at the top of the league to earn a spot. You know, that kind of goes back to talking about, like, your Carolina versus your Vegas last year, where they're both kind of in the mix, the hunt, who's going to be able to get through that last little bit of a hurdle. It comes down to Major 4 where Carolina can't get the job done. I think there's, like, I love that we get these storylines where you're looking at 2, sometimes 3 teams in the picture. But it always comes down to the same story. The teams that are on the bubble have to prove that they deserve to be there by beating a team that finds themselves in the top 4, top 5. And that's exactly what Minnesota has in front of them right here.
The thing, though, Alan, like when I think about this Rocker roster, it's like if this was the lineup initially to start the season, they'd be in a way better position. Because right now, they're just going through the leaps and bruises of being basically a fresh team. Respawns are 50-50, S&Ds are lackluster, and you're going up against some of the better teams in the game who haven't really made roster changes. And if they did, like Miami's instance, they only got better off of that roster change. It's just sometimes certain players need a little bit more time to really get comfortable with certain lineups. And right now, Rocker don't really have time on their side to even have that decision be made for them. You're down 0-1, going into a dealership search and destroy, where obviously you said it multiple times, this is Miami's bread and butter. But I think if you are Rocker, every single time that you have played this map, you have basically went to a round 10 or round 11. We just need to have a little bit more success early on into these rounds because First Bloods are going to be a big factor here in map 2.
Already off to a strong start on this opening attack, looking over towards B. Nero at mid is going to be, well, he's going to have his hands full if he stays here. Shots are through the window, so that will alert Gio that he needs to get into the play, or Nero into the play, but it gets shut down. Bomb still being planted. Estro looks like he's going to be comfortable to keep this into a 3v3 post. Uh-oh. Yeah, they're just going to try to push out these defenders on the backside. Yep. In the man cave area back there. The double big TVs. And that's going to be enough for Miami in a 3v4 to come away and not drop another member in. That's just another one of the stories with this Minnesota team, man. Like, we just can't throw away advantages.
Free first kill. If you're narrow in that situation, we have a 4v3. You're the island player. Your job is simply not to die. You want that objective to go down before you even cross through that mid-map area. But once you give up that kill, and then they get the read that you're already putting pressure towards courtyard, it's an easy retake there for Miami. Nero just has to value his life a little bit more there with Minnesota banking on that first blood. Because usually when they get the first blood, they are phenomenal at converting it. Because they are one of the worst teams on this map at getting first bloods. But fortunately for them in round 1, it doesn't work out.
And here comes Miami. One of the things that I love about them on this offensive side in particular is their ability to scale deep in towards bomb sites. And you can already see Real is working on that, playing one of the forward cars in front of A. Teammates watching the pinch and that mid-cross, and there it is. Real takes care of the solo defender in Kenny on the back of the site, and now you've got a 4v3 post plant that's going to be so difficult for Minnesota to break down.
And how many stuns and A's do they have to try to retake this with a little bit easier of an approach? It's already been 15 seconds knocked down. They know that Miami are fully set up around the site. It's time to hit the go button. Estrio last man standing, and Miami quickly up 2-0.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I think a lot of teams could learn from, you know, in terms of those that don't necessarily have this map in the back pocket, is how Miami are so convincing, and I would just say so quick, to not just take a site, but to do so with such convincing nature that they can get someone further past where the bomb site is. And that doesn't just mean the A site. They do it on B better than just about any other team in the league as well. So there's a lot of things to be learned about this Miami team. The only team to really kind of best them, I think, in terms of overarching strategy was how LA just kind of had the rock, paper, scissors matchup against them back in Boca Raton. Opening look here from Miami, aggressive over towards Arches. Trades are out. Semtex to turn the tides, but keep your eye on your bomb carrier. Nero has already got some space to work over towards A if Kenny can just stay alive.
Yeah, and Kenny's going to try to isolate onto this gunfight and is able to get out of dodge. So makes it a 2v2. A minute to work with. Both players are currently spread on their setup. Kenny knows that this potentially going to be more into the courtyard. Going to get knocked down to one shot and commit on the gunfight. Now it's Nero left in a 1v2.
And he's just stuck. The only thing he's got going for him is that no one has seen him yet this round. So he may be able to surprise this Miami defense, but they're being proactive by playing on some pretty safe angles. And now Nero will be known. And wow, quick little reach out comes through. 1v1 win is there. And Miami are off to the races. 3-0 up, and nothing is stopping them.
Yeah, the best teams at dealership are the teams that initially shut down that B push. And if Miami are going to consistently stack over towards courtyard and you're just going to run right into them, defenses for them are going to be very, very easy. You have to get a read on where the pressure's coming in, potentially try to work your way over towards A, because once those gunfights go down, they have the preferred spots on the defensive end, and they keep on walking away with the trade fights. Real on 5 in a row, Rencor on 3 in a row. Miami are currently streaking up 3-0 in the search and destroy, can currently do no wrong.
Yeah. And now how about this? Different look through mid. Minnesota have gotten aggressive through the A site. Kenny, good pick. Able to see Riel and then finish him before he can get to cover behind the desk. So Metals has to vacate mid. Rencor, I think, has seen a couple of players on the cross. And again, this is what I love about Miami. Look how far forward he gets Gio by surprise, not fully. We'll just stun him away, cook up a nade, and just try to stay alive here at the mid shack.
Yeah, but now if you're Rocker, you know that you have them trapped them over towards the courtyard side. Let's just try to commit on these gunfights. Nero gets caught, and no one's there to play for the trade. So now the bomb is going to get planted. It's 3v3. I
cannot believe that Estriel did not try to peek window at the exact same time as that first child comes through. And now Rencor's found another, and the post plant can start to be a little bit more safe. But Estriel and Gio do find the picks that they need. It's going to make Super have to play quickly, and Estriel will find him at mid, allowing Minnesota to get their first take on the board.
That's a big round there for Rocker. You get the first blood. You almost allow Rencor to bring it back for Miami to have the advantage, but thankfully Estriel with that SMG in hand was still roaming around the mid-map area, wins his first one-on-one, and then the 2v1 is prepared for Super to play on that wrap. Catches him slipping. Rocker staying strong on the defense to secure their first round, but now they need to figure out their attacking approach, because if you're going over towards B and Miami are meeting you, that hasn't worked out. Probably got to switch it up there.
We all saw his flawless search, but, you know, this is a massive map.
Thanks, Nameless. Nero. Over towards the middle of the map. Not able to do too much, and they will lose their bomb carrier, Will the Rocker. And Miami, whether they know that or not, they're still going to feel pretty comfortable in their 4v3.
Yeah, there's nothing you need to do now. We have the man advantage. We can retake it with our numbers. No one just gets caught. But Gio is going to put himself in position to at least catch Real. It's just more players on the side of Miami in a position to play the trade. Still a man up for Miami.
Kenny, another tough battle for him. Just thought he had the beat on Rencor. Not the case. Nero trying to make his way around the back, but Miami are aware that this is a possibility, and they deal with it quickly. Another one of those rounds where it just does not make a difference about the first blood battle. Miami just so good at recovering and putting themselves into a position, even when the three-man setup, just never allow Minnesota to find another elimination.
Yeah, they're just picking them apart one by one. When you think you're able to isolate onto a player on Miami, no, there's someone right next to him playing for the trade. So they're always putting themselves in the numbers advantage. Now we're able to stop the bleeding, take the advantage again, up by 3. Only need 2 rounds to close out this search and destroy, go back on the attack. Minnesota needs to be able to stand strong here. You cannot go down 5-1. You need this defense.
Yeah, it just has to be something that isn't just a win, but it needs to be convincing enough to change the narrative, change the trends, find something that we can do, start talking about how Minnesota can pull this one back. Gio's able to find one with a car exploding. Metals though in the back side of it's going to double up, and another one still maybe to come as Estriel has shown himself. Quick to try to push onto that as Real, but gets caught just in the nick of time by Nero. But in the end, it still does not make a difference. Miami continue to thrive in these low number situations.
Hey, man, the good start for Miami allows them to earn a Hurley Hellstorm. That's what forces all of Minnesota Rocker in towards the garage. That's what gives the space for Miami to push right through that A site and take all that space away. And even though the first blood went in favor of Rocker, Metal's in a perfect position to put the numbers instantly on their side. You're at game point. Minnesota desperately are trying to rally themselves back into this search to destroy, but Miami are not giving them any breathing room.
We'll enjoy the sultry sounds of the CDL music as we get into round number 7. Metals on 3 in a row, trying to play the front door. Delayed nades from Minnesota. Going to push Metals out of commission for now, but he's got help. And again, Minnesota cannot get over to Arches. They're still stuck here in this crossfire setup. And now Metals, he's able to get a little bit of support to stay alive front side Arches. But Kenny, once again, good first blood. Minnesota have to follow up on this.
Yeah, how do they play this now? They have the man advantage. Just going to slide around on into the
Stop
B site, and Real in the perfect position to find a double. Makes it a 2v2 with Nero finding a trade, but now it's all up to Nero.
But it's another moment where it's just like Minnesota are waiting for that play through middle, and Nero's just not in position to follow up with the right timing. So now he's in a 1v2. He's seen both members, but it doesn't matter. And legitimately, just the coordination for Minnesota is just so off kilter. And when we're trusting timing from this mid-window play, and it's just not enough. Another first blood goes completely awry. This time it's Real who counteracts the initial first blood effort. And it's Super who packs the final punch to send Minnesota kind of reeling into this little mini halftime breakdown 0-2.
Minnesota now are feeling the pressure heavily. You're down 0-2. You're down by 40 points from Optic. And you just were not expected to be in this kind of situation. You lose that map, number one, you get blown out here in the search and destroy, where realistically, like, they found a lot of first bloods. It's just Miami's setups are way too strong. This is what makes them a good search and destroy team, Alan, is that even with someone dying early, they don't find success in first blood. Their setups are still perfect to where they are able to still stabilize on pushes in a man disadvantage. It's unbelievable the way that they play search and destroy because everyone just trusts their teammates. You could just tell, even with Metals dying in the first blood there, Real didn't move his spot. He said, all right, you still got my left, I got the right, no problem.
Yep.
And that allows him to, you know, pop a double, give the man advantage to Miami, walk away with the trade fights like they did basically every single round. And that's what makes them the best search and destroy team in the game. Now you're up 2-0 in this series comfortably here in round 1.
Yeah, it really has been one of those things, and it's just like reflecting on the year, you know, as we often do here at Major 4 before we get to champs. Remember the conversation point about Miami and their really miserable search and destroy at the beginning of the year? Like, map 5 loss after map 5 loss because they would lose both the 2 and the 5. And then you pick up Super, and the whole dynamic changes. You get dealership in the mix, and you look this polished, this good, this solid across the board, but then you also add in maps like Red Card. It's just like everything is coming together at the exact right moment for Miami. And I'm not going to lie to you, Jay, like, this is a hard team to veto against. Like, they are so dynamic across really, I wouldn't say all the hard points in all the searches because they have one hard set veto and like rewind and protocol, but regardless of that, the other 4 maps that they've got the option to play, they're looking dangerous on. So really exciting about this Miami team right now, and a chance for them to do what they need to do to be, I think, a major championship contender is to close out a map by winning a control. That's one of the things that they have been a little 50-50 on, better in this qualifier stage, but the fact that matters, you have to be able to beat a team like Atlanta or LA at control, and that's where everyone's trying to make up ground, try to starve off, you know, that third position overall in the league right now.
Yeah, control's the biggest difference. That's where we truly see the difference between the best teams in the game and the mediocre teams in the game, because even if you find yourself losing an opening hard point, losing a search and destroy, you can bank on that control to get you back into the series, especially if your team beat, because that means map 4 is your hard point. Your map 5 is also going to be your search and destroy, so control is going to be a big difference, but S&D also does win you championships, and as long as Miami got this locked up, they just need one respawn in every series, and they'll be comfortable.
I like that call, but we've got a vault control coming up next to see if Miami can close the 3-0 or if Minnesota can start building some hope for a potential reverse sweep. We'll be back right at the backside of the break.
Vancouver are getting ran by LA too.
Whoa, we have, well, a series being played, although it may feel like only Miami is the team playing, because so far it has largely been just that. Nice solid finish to the Skyline hardpoint, followed up by absolute dominance on the search and destroy. Jay, we're going to a vault control. Preach me some life. Give me some energy if you're a Minnesota fan right now, as I center my camera.
You can do something on the ball control because Miami, this is their worst game mode. They've been trying to figure out what control map they want to play. They auto veto protocol every single series. They have been back and forth between Hacienda and Vault. And right now on their Vault, they're pretty much mediocre. They have a 3-5 overall record on it with Super into the lineup. Minnesota, though, are basically around the same thing at a 2-2 record. Miami really can't find any consistency, though, on both ends of the playing field. Offenses, they usually get outslayed, don't really average a lot of segments. Defenses, they also can't really keep up with the slaying, only outslayed by like 1 or 2 kills, and that's really not the way you want to play Vault. On the opposite side for Minnesota, their offenses are basically the same, but their defenses are a lot better. So for anything, Minnesota just need to bank on being the team, if you do go to a round number 5, to be that team on defense. Because if you take this control, you have a pretty good chance to keep yourself back into this series, or at least forcing game 5.
Yeah, you would hope, I think. You know, again, there's still things to be considered here about, like, you know, this Minnesota team on a red card hard point. It's not a guarantee. Miami's played it just as much as Minnesota has over the course of the last couple of weeks. But it has to start now. I mean,
Thieves. Let's take a look at their scuff play in the game.
Minnesota season if they lose this, but it very well might be. Hi, Puckett. How are you? As we get into the mix, it'll be Minnesota on the offense, sitting on A zone, and a couple of nice kills will likely get them this first tick of progress.
The only guy who was consistently putting up the numbers. Everyone needs to fire on all cylinders, and now everyone is starting to get activated. Dominating in the kill feed, you go 3 for none. The stack is good enough for the second segment to be guaranteed, and Real's now just going to time this pinch to perfection. He opens up with the first kill. Metal flies on in, and they're able to execute the break.
Yeah, the pinch is just like that's great. Love that from Miami in terms of like putting yourself in position to battle back, but it's the extra 1v1 in front of the zone that has us, I think, sitting here again like, damn, like what is happening right now? Minnesota not going to be able to get much done in terms of this A zone, but still hold a life edge and a couple eliminations to give them another setup to give this one last try.
Oh, that's a big double there from Gio to open up the mid floodgates, and even though Super finds a double, it's still going to be a one-on-one in towards the point. Rencor v. Ezreal, and Rencor is able to win it. So now 45 seconds to go. Minnesota are banking on a push through that pool side. Only have like 1 or 2 more good pushes. We need to find an opening good kill.
Oh, let's take a look here at some of the big moments.
We're going to do our best here, friends. We're giving you both streams at once. That's what we're doing here. But Minnesota, they will break back into the A zone, get their extra minute to play. What's a minute 33 in the clock? 2 life edge with an extra there as Metals will drop over towards the vault staircase. And Super and the rest of the gang will just try to hold this front line right on top of the B zone.
Yeah, the Jets are super excited about that match they just saw in Alpha because LAT just beat the living hell out of Surge in like 20 minutes. Like, that was a very, very quick series. And this might be the case here. Also on the Bravo stream, if Miami can hold strong on their defensive setup. A minute and 15 left to work with. You have a lot of mid-map pressure to go with it. But Rencor is just slipping behind enemy lines, going unaccounted for. He sets up his teammate and Real for that double. And they've been able to hold strong on their setup for now. Only a minute left.
Probably have to play Surge. Like,
well, this is 11v11. Let's try to lock in here, chat. Let's just try to keep the blinders on. 3 down for Minnesota. And it's down to now Minnesota having to break through this setup. Just going to effort this from the middle of the map. Neuro for 2 will provide a small avenue to work with. Real, good damage across the board. Rencor trying to follow up on that, but good nades to push him back and kind of out into the open, but Rencor able to keep his life 77.
Realistically, this is the moment of the game that you want to try to win. If you are Rocker, but the 2 initial gunfights go in favor of Miami. No more respawns in favor of Minnesota. And with 20 seconds left, a team kill is going to help the occasion. With 15 seconds to go, you're simply not going to have the positionings that you want. Miami had the numbers. They have all of Palm's control. Miami going to stand strong in their opening defense.
Opportunity to try to keep themselves alive once Gio can get there, but no, not going to happen. Yeah, again, it's just another one of those moments, and we talk about this in terms of, like, what makes a great team versus a good team. And for me, it comes down to dealing with adversity in real time. And Miami's really shown that they can do that. Like that little pincher on the back followed up with the double hit from the front to clear off A. Their ability to continue to keep the 50-50 battle alive at middle so no one can touch B. Like it's these little moments that you see from Miami's gameplay that you say, yeah, these guys are absolutely for real.
And I think on the opposite side for Minnesota Rocker, it's a lack of communication on their side, because you're winning every single gunfight through the middle of the map, and you're thinking, okay, that's 4 dead. We should be uncontested. No one has to be in a position to watch the pinch. But Real goes unaccounted for, and they were thinking we should be able to extend time early on, but when Real finds that double on the pinch, doesn't really allow Minnesota to get anything else after that. Only 3 segments to their name. Now Miami looking for a response on their offense. They have everyone through the middle of the map, and they also find the initial kill. First segment already locked.
Well, second looking good as well, but there are 3 members down. Real, the last one left, is able to actually keep himself behind enemy lines here and could do some work to manipulate spawns. Now, Minnesota are trying to do the same thing on the other end of the spectrum, but not fully able to. And yeah, Real can just try to spam this one out, finds himself another kill, and actually creates an opportunity for Miami to jump onto B and get some damage done here.
Yeah, now Rencor is working his way on the flank through bottom R, but the door is going to be heard. Unfortunately for Gio, he's not able to find that kill. And now Miami at least pulled the defense from Rocker on this side of the map to open up that A point. Second segment already locked. Nero trying to get something done through mid. Pillars is only able to take down 1. But Miami, as long as they just stay alive here, you still should be able to close it out. But Minnesota fly on in, win every gunfight, and stabilize on the map.
Yeah, 50 seconds to play. Clock, the biggest ally right now for Minnesota. They do have a 1-life lead, but work to be done here as Miami are trying to feel out where exactly Minnesota Rockers defense has moved over to. Nero does get pushed out of the top hallways, and that's enough to actually allow Metals to slide through, find the kill. And now you can capitalize by just crunching onto this A zone. 3 will drop. Metals actually thinking, I don't even want A. Let me get over to the B point here. Rencor, good timing, trying to get the knife through, but then does it the more traditional way, and now has a sub to work with as the first tick at B is done.
Yeah, and the stack is still here, so the second segment also might be guaranteed. Gio's trying to get something done on the pinch, or at least draw the attention to set up Estria for the double. Miami right now only have 4 segments to their name, but that initial double kill through the middle of the map is going to allow them to have the numbers.
Wow.
They're going to be able to extend the time, and this is a crucial moment now if you're Rocker, because you have to stay alive in your spawn and iron up. Yeah,
I thought for a moment that Miami may have gotten caught being a little bit too cute with that transition with 4 dead over to B, but they save the clock, get a big win from Estriel, has Minnesota staying alive on the other front through and into B. Other elimination, though, onto Kenny. Creates some pressure on the overextension. It really is just Nero trying to deal with this, and he gets overwhelmed, and now Miami can once again put pressure on the zone.
Again, if you're Rencor, just be a nuisance behind enemy lines. You already put yourself in towards the top side of Palace. You're also able to find the kill. A team kill isn't going to help, but you're drawing the attention from the players from Rocker off of the respawn. The double stack is here, and Miami are going to be able to close out the offense. And if this doesn't get more difficult now for Rocker, down 0-2 in the series, down 0-2 in the control, someone, it might be God, that needs to touch your shoulder for you to start to fight back in.
Oh, yeah. Whatever you could do. I'm not even sure what game that was we were just listening to right there.
Me either, bro. I don't know what's
sounded like
on.
Monster Hunter or something. Attack of the Dinosaurs. But I think the thing too is, like, it's another moment you look at Miami, and I love the idea of the playbook developing a different layer of you get 4 down, and then all of a sudden you're through A onto B for pressure, because you can still trust that you're going to get that third tick for the extra 60, even if time starts to run out. It's just, again, they're really elevating their gameplay.
Yeah,
Good first blood coming through. Nero with the trade. Back onto A.
The way that they're able to manipulate the map right now for Miami has been outstanding, because you're just leaving Minnesota on their toes at all times. You're thinking, okay, they're showing a lot of kills in the middle of the map. Oh, but they hit the audible. Now they're at B. So now we have to overextend a little bit more to try to contest them. And they know exactly where we're coming from. But Minnesota still got to show some fight here. Already on the attack. They find the initial 3 kills to start off the round. First segment already locked. All the mid-map pressure as well in their favor. And this should allow them to extend time pretty early.
Yeah, third tick looks like it's going to be a guarantee unless Super gets one and dives into the point. But no, not going to happen. So now Miami are going to look for the exit kills. And they've got a pretty solid surrounding, but it does mean a lot of 1v1s are going to come through. Minnesota able to win the first 2. And there is a level of, I think, recognition that Miami's still playing around the zone, not necessarily forward into your traditional spots, especially with Real finding a kill around the back. Super joins from the front effort, and yeah, there's the full pinch. Maybe one tick if Estro can find a kill, but not going to happen. 3 will fall. Miami will scale forward on their defense.
And now you already have Rancor pushed out towards the side of ammo. Minnesota got to put focus on him. You don't want to consistently work the overextension off of the respawn. We need to take some power positionings away from Miami. Everyone's starting to work their way through poolside. You see Kenny on your minimap just playing it patient through Vault, just banking on his teammates to find a kill or two before he hops the objective.
Yeah. Life lead, though, starting to become not immeasurable, but it's becoming a pretty significant factor of this last minute 20. For life edge, especially with Miami still playing forward. Good elimination from Nero to clear out gold. And the follow-up on the Super now has Minnesota eager to get back on the B-point. Metals on the pinch has been red, can't find that effort. And now it's out of Miami having to try to recollect themselves from the front.
Yeah, first segment already locked. So if you're Miami, hit your stuns and days, trying to get at least the opening kill on your approach in towards this point. And Estrio, unfortunately, the car bomb takes care of him. And you instantly lose the numbers advantage. Second segment also does not get locked, and Rancor now going to be a nuisance to your spawn.
Yeah, that second tick has not been depleted, though, either. 2 life deficit for Minnesota with under 60 seconds to play. Real moving forward to play Vault Stairs. Metals, the other effort towards Balcony. Kind of really chokeholding Minnesota to have to play this through Street. Not where you want to be unless your name is Nero. Nice 4 in a row for him. May have a chance at a 5th, but cannot get the regen to take a fair fight. So now it's on to Geo. Back out of the point. Second tick does get locked before the contest can come through. Trade is out, but Kenny, last one standing. No, can't find the final elimination onto Super, leaving Nero on 9 HP to try to do what he can.
Yeah, he has to play his life. You got to install time for your teammates to get into the play. Hopefully everyone's got an AR to watch over you, and Estru whips out an extra one to find an opening double, make it an opening triple, and Minnesota Rocker able to secure the attacking round and stay alive a little bit longer.
Okay. It would take the mega reverse sweep, finding 3 in a row in the control, plus, of course, the 3 maps in a row to get themselves into winners round 2 and maybe an extra lifeline for what could happen at Champs. But still so much work to be done, I think, especially in the face of a Miami offense that looked so damn good in their first effort. So it really does require a good break off here for Rocker to really set the tone in round 4.
Don't really allow them to get segments. Try to dominate on your defensive setup. Get your ARs put into power positions and your SMGs to roam and be nuisances in their spawn. Break off is usually everything on control. You can already see the approach from Miami. They're a lot scattered on this map. They're looking for an initial B push. You got 2 players working through the street. Metal's going to take all of Vault control, and now they already have presence on the side.
Yeah, but Miami did not expect a second player on the pinch, so they have to kind of forfeit the zone in an effort of trying to get a little bit further forward towards the Minnesota spawn. Metals got one. The stick comes out for another, and Rancor clears out 1 contestant trying to do a spawn trap for Minnesota. But Estriel was the member in question, and he's found 2, and he will now be on the opposite side, kind of doing a spawn trap for spawn trap type strategy.
Yeah, actually, was trying to be the saving grace, or at least stalls out time for his teammates once he finds that initial double, for them to sort of get back into the play. But then eventually he does get shut down on the pinch, and Miami still have all this presence over towards the B Street side. We don't want to give up the more difficult segment points at this B point, but the kills in favor of Miami keep them aggressive on this side of the map. You go 4v2, second segment locked.
Uh-oh, here we go. Metals just making sure nobody gets over towards Art, or at least is contested. There's only 1 player on the zone for now, but Metals cleans up the backside of Art, waits for the regen, can go help out on the point, and Metals has got 3. Almost good for the full 4-man feed, but Real steals it away. 60 seconds going to be on into the clock with the B zone captured, and look at your mini-map. Real is already on A.
Yeah, Meadows already gives the comment that at least 2 players have already tossed on out. The other 2 are still left in the spawn, but plays it a little bit too aggressive. He was trying to be an assistant to the teammates through the middle of the map. First segment is already going to be locked. Real knows I'm simply going to get outnumbered, so I need to take a gunfight on my own. But Kenny popping a double is able to stabilize for Rocker.
7 life advantage for Miami. Minute 30 on the clock. And it will pause once again with Metals getting over to A. Astro clears, trying to get his teammates back into the play, and they have dealt with the 1 contestant trying to block off the spawn in the form of Super. But Can they get here in time to stop this second tick of progress? You feel like you would have to. With a 5-life deficit, and Estriel with a double will make sure that that does indeed happen. 14 plays 11, minute 20. Second attempt here for Miami out of spawn.
Yeah, but Super's already in vault, and he found an initial kill. So now if you're Rocky, you have to focus on him. And Gio, unfortunately, does walk right into the preem of his gunfight. And Super's able to find another kill off of the respawn. So he's just opening up the floodgates right through the double door. The second segment is already going to be locked. You're up by 6 lives, and you just got to trade it out from this point on.
Yep. Can Minnesota establish a line of defense that will have Miami a bit more claustrophobic over the top of A? Nope, not going to happen. That's 3 dead. There's the last one in front of you, but Kenny gets 2. Not enough for the third. Double stack is in. Can you get here in time to touch? No, you cannot. 3-1 the count here on Vault Control. 3-0 overall. And I got to say, Miami is looking nice.
They're looking real good right now, man. The fact that they put Skyline back into the mix for them, even though you didn't win every single rotation on map number 1, your holds and your breaking was what led to success there on the opening Skyline. Search and Destroy's basically been flawless. And then you get to the control, just non-stop pressure. They didn't allow Minnesota Rocket to ever stabilize on their defenses because you're thinking, all right, we're spawning over towards Art. Okay, there's already somebody in that position. And then with Metal starting off the round the way that he did, going through bottom vault, sliding on through, finding an opening kill, leading with a sticky grenade as well, it just allows Miami to dictate the way that they want to play the game. It was just too much to handle there for Rocker. You lose in a 3-0 fashion, and now you're knocked down to the loser bracket, where you basically need to have the best loser bracket run for you to make it to champs.
Yep, 31-19 for Real. Yeah, that's pretty for real, tell you that much. Other side of things, Gio, the one who really couldn't get things going. Story in the same line, just a different day, right? Like, it's just a chapter of the same story, I should say. Different chapter, same story. Just can't get all 4 members going, man. It's just one of those things that it almost gets borderline frustrating to feel that, just because of how talented this team has shown that they can be. It's just today, it's the same thing that we've seen kind of a number of critical moments throughout this season. Not able to get all 4 members going at the same time to beat a top team. So tough scenes, but now they go to the lower bracket and have to fight for their lives if they want to try to find playoffs, Jay.
Yeah, Rocker just super inconsistent, man. When you're thinking, okay, we have the talent. Like, everyone throughout this year on that Rocker lineup has had pop-off moments. Gio early into the season was one of the best ARs in the game. Estriel was probably the top submachine gun outside of the top 2 teams that we had. And Nero's always one of those guys that's just like 40 or 30. Like, the guy's always putting up those numbers.
Yeah.
It's just so frustrating to see, like, with this lineup and with the position that they are in, having to be with this squad at the end of stage 3, because like I said, I think if this squad was in the beginning of the season, they'll be a lot better, but just right now they don't have the time to make up to compare to all the top teams that we have in the game, and unfortunately time is not on their side potentially now to make champs.
Yeah, it's one of those situations that you kind of look at the core 3 and you say that, like, in different moments of their careers, they have been good, like, 4th man additions to a good system, but putting them together has not created a healthy enough system to create a major contender, at least not that we've seen to this point. So it's a hell of an effort for Minnesota, but comes up obviously very convincingly short, have to battle their way through the lower bracket, whereas Miami will move forward and feel pretty confident about their ability to take the rest of the day, get themselves squared up, and figure out what exactly they want to do for winners round 2 to see if they can put themselves in the best position possible to get a major finish by way of the upper bracket, not having to make a lower bracket run. And here is how that looks. Miami will be faced up against the Los Angeles Thieves, who just smacked Vancouver. Whoa. I mean, it was not close. So you look at those two together and you say, oh, that could be fun, because you got to remember that Minnesota beat Miami beat LA at the beginning of this qualifier stage. So there's going to be a little bit of blood lost between them. But on the other front of things, coming up next, we've got Atlanta FaZe and Cloud9 right here on the Bravo stream. And with that, we'll send things to break, get both teams on stage and ready to go. We'll be right back right after this.
Yeah, you need me to close out my VMix or just...
Yeah, probably. You got a very clear-cut top 4 here at the end of the year by the look of it. Welcome back to DreamHack Dallas and Major Dream. And wow, let's give a round of applause and a warm welcome to our man Enigma on the microphone, on the camera. My guy, welcome to the CDL broadcast. How are you? Introduce yourself.
Honestly, I'm obviously delighted to be here. Absolute pleasure. Of course, feels very full circle to sit here alongside the man who basically started my career. So, no, this is an incredible moment, of course. But no one's here for me. We're all here to watch some incredible gameplay, and I'm very much looking forward to getting to that as well.
I'm a little bit here for you, but only a little bit. All right, let's get into this one, though. Like you kind of mentioned, this matchup is another one that does fall under the world of it being super important, with Atlanta, of course, very comfortably in towards champs, but Cloud9 an outside chance, because if you win this matchup, maybe you get a chance to square up against Optic Texas. That does reduce the deficit dramatically and maybe gives you an off chance to get into the 8th spot, especially with Minnesota falling into the lower bracket like we just saw. But just kind of recapping, I know you kind of had both both streams up at the same time. 2 3-0 smackdowns. Miami and LA looking extremely dangerous, I think, for anybody who falls into them in the lower bracket after they play tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely terrifying looking at them right now. And as they fall in, they would be giant sharks in a very small pond. So anyone who's looking to potentially make a run through lower bracket and upset things, looking at you, C9 and Rocker, you'd be a little bit worried about the fact that you might come across those teams somewhere through that run and have to pull off the unthinkable. I think looking at this series, there's maybe a couple things lying on the line there for FaZe, bouncing back, of course, from last major. Also the fact that you got beat out last time by this team. But yeah. Other than that, I think what you and me are doing here is trying to build a little bit of case for why C9 could do something in this.
Indeed the case. But with that said, of course, that brings us to our next matchup. We've already framed it. We already talked about it. Let's introduce our teams. Got the Atlanta FaZe and Cloud9 New York. This is a mismatch just based on how this matchup has gone so far throughout the season. And this has honestly been a year where you could look at the head-to-head and see kind of an A beats B, B beats C, but C then beats A. It's been a year of mismatches to this point. This one not exclusive away from that one, as Cloud9 have had a really tough time, no matter what the roster is, to take down this Atlanta team. It's only happened once so far this year. And again, it's just the continuation of Atlanta FaZe finding ways to improve, at least overall, in one game or game mode or another over the course of the season. This last qualifier stage, they in the search and destroy.
Yeah, absolutely. The search and destroy is actually terrifying when you look at it. Like in pretty much every metric that we could convert on when it comes to S&D and why that spells out dominance, they are right up there. But in particular, it's that opening duel and defensive round play that just makes them unbreakable. You can't get a glove on them, and C9 most certainly didn't last time, even if they won out the series. So for Atlanta FaZe, it is continuing to, as you said, just find new ways to set the bar, be the standard, and have everyone else looking on at them as the team to beat.
Yeah, we were kind of talking about this well before the broadcast kicked off. You know, when we talk about Atlanta and what they've done, they often, when they get into a place of control and comfortability towards champs, they start to move around their map pool a little bit just to see what might still be out there. Whereas for Cloud9, they didn't really move around the map pool. They moved around the roster. Caps and Spark, the most recent addition to this team very recently, has shown some moments, I think, in the respawns where you go, okay, you know, the extra killing potential has shown up. The extra slaying presence has been key for them. But they found themselves in a very, very difficult last couple of matches with their schedule consisting of the top 4 teams in the league and Vegas, the only team that they really showed good conviction with. But I think the thing that really stands out is, you know, talking about this head-to-head matchup and how Cloud9 have really struggled versus Atlanta. They did beat them, and they did it by way of winning both the opening hardpoints, which I think that is one of those factors, again, that Cloud9 need to continue to have that with Atlanta. Maybe not as locked into the hardpoint pool as they were at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that that's the one way for them into the series. It sounds ridiculous for me to sit here and go, oh, come out, start hot, win map 1. Where'd you find this guy? But, like, it's a case of, you know, if you are going to find something here, you do not want to be leaning on the opportunity of 2 S&Ds, which we're expecting FaZe to walk over. And then it's a case of, okay, we're expecting to take all 3 of the respawns. I don't think anybody is going to lean on that kind of idea against Atlanta FaZe. So, yeah, C9 got to come out strong here. And, you know, there's opportunity, as you've said. We have seen some signs of life in the respawns for this squad. It's just a case of, for me, how far is your, not necessarily just map pool, but also your strategies in those maps, because you've only been together a short period of time. You had a plan A, it worked pretty well last time, but FaZe were probably experimenting. So then it's a case of, all right, well, do you have a plan B if FaZe have a way of countering you?
Yeah, it's one of those situations, again, where it's just like, we look at this Atlanta team, and it's been such a weird middle of the season because a lot of the focus has been on when Atlanta plays LA, but let's be honest, they haven't played each other in a while now. It's like they've kept avoiding one another outside of the qualifier stage, where Atlanta has held a pretty convincing edge there. But that's what I feel like everyone looks into, is how does Atlanta lock in when they play up against a top squad? Because often when they find themselves playing teams that are either around the bubble of that top 8 or below it, they often experiment with their map pool. But here's kind of a look at what we're talking about. Again, just the overall hard point. It hasn't been great in terms of record for Atlanta, but it has come under a little bit of fire because they're trying to add rewind into the pool. They're trying to experiment more with maps like Skyline that they haven't played a ton of throughout the year. Like, you're feeling good about your Hacienda, you're feeling good about your red card. So it is about trying to add more maps into the pool, and that's where a lot of those losses have come from, especially in this qualifier.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've both seen, you know, the Reddit post talking about how it feels almost surreal to see Atlanta FaZe not be that extremely dominant hardpoint team. A couple of comments about Simp and his performances, but it's a case of, as you said, experimenting across these different maps so that you have that deeper map pool for moments like this, for tournaments like this, and because of the way in which you might line up against certain teams and that maybe mismatches and give you plenty of opportunities. So, yeah, for FaZe, I mean, we are going to take a look here at that map pool. It's going to be largely similar to the last time these two played. You've got that rewind back in there, that the Hassie, the Skyline, the red card. So, I mean, Cloud9 might look at this and lick their lips a little bit. Again, though, I just think for Atlanta FaZe, it was probably a case of, we'll figure out what's going wrong with us on these maps this time, do the VOD review, put in the hard hours, come back for the major and feel absolutely great on them. So, continuing to lean on that thing of Cloud9 gotta come out really strong in the start.
Yeah, this is a no excuses map pool, because you're right, 4 out of the 5 maps were the 4 maps that they played when they squared up a couple of weeks ago in the middle portion of the Major 4 qualifiers. That both hard points are the same. You've also got the red card search, which was map 2 back then. It's obviously map 5 here. And the Hacienda control is still in the mix. And it was really tight, went to round 5. So it definitely felt like it was winnable for both teams. The only thing that really does come into play here that obviously is different is the dealership. Really, neither team has put a lot of work into adding it into the pool. Like, Atlanta has played it a handful of times. They played it a couple of times when it first got added back in Major 3 qualifiers. Kind of a mixed bag. They lost around 10. They've lost around 11. Everything else has been the pretty much same result the other way. So not a bad map for Atlanta, who continue to be one of our strongest search and destroy teams in the league. But it does kind of beg the question of, can Cloud9 come out, win map 1, and then put the pressure on a map that Atlanta has not gotten a ton of reps on, at least in the competitive form of playing it in CDL official matches. So should be interesting, but we're going to send things to just a brief break. The team's still getting set up on stage, so we'll be back with map number 1 after this. place is getting a little full up there. Woo! Challengers is going. We got major champions and world champions retiring on the TL. But Dallas is bumping as we're getting ready for the Atlanta phase going up against Cloud9 New York. Pivotal matchup with the recent results with Minnesota dropping to the lower bracket does open the door slightly for Cloud9. It would take a win here plus what is going to look like a win maybe versus Optic in what would be winners round 2 if they continue with what Optic is finding success with versus Toronto. But we'll have to come to see. That's a conversation for a later point. What it has to start with is Cloud9 map number 1 coming out hot, seeing if they can shut down Atlanta phase another time here in this major qualifier now turned major.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the permutations for people getting through to champs are very complicated for a lot of our teams just underneath. So we just focus on, okay, can you get over the first part of the gauntlet? And, well, it doesn't get much tougher than stepping up and out against Atlanta phase. We spoke a little bit about the maps previously and how 4 of the 5 returned from the last time these two teams played. C9 beating out FaZe there, but you and me have kind of deliberated over this a bit about how it was maybe a case of experimenting for Atlanta, figuring out a couple of things and getting yourself, you know, a broader map and an understanding of where you need to step on up here. So for C9, obviously, we know you got to come out real hot here and rewind, just like you did previously. Light this up and take this map 1. Otherwise, it is a long walk through this road.
Yeah, and the familiarity in this map set, I think, boosts a little bit of confidence for those Cloud9 fans that are out there, considering that all 4 of the maps that they had played the last time are in the pool here. For Cloud9, the only map that they really didn't enjoy was the red card search and destroy. That would be there for map 5, not map 2 this time around. But getting into a rewind hardpoint that Atlanta has found, you know, success with in terms of taking down LA Thieves, but also, it's been a bit of a linchpin towards them falling in series like when they played Vancouver, and of course, when they played Cloud9. So definitely improvements going to be needed, and we're going to jump on in to see how Atlanta has unfolded and trying to get themselves going as they have already had a solid breakthrough on a P1.
Great story, yeah. We'll get you in. Yeah, they're looking pretty hot. What I will say, actually, Cramp, yeah, stayed alive for a second. I think he just slips away, puts himself off into a corner, finds 2 because of it. And as expected, an absolute flurry of blows here over P1. But we're largely looking towards these rotations. That's where Atlanta phase have been very good in the hard point, despite all the questions that we have about how well they hold, how well they break. They are the best team in the league when it comes to getting those rotations on. And so as we get towards the end of P1, keep an eye on who's heading off towards P2.
Yeah, and so far Atlanta is going to kind of flip the map around to give themselves an advantage on rotation, but Cloud9 happy to take the majority of the scrap time that was left vacant. Easy looking for an exit kill, but gets punished. So now you've got numbers here for Cloud9 on the rotation over. Abizi will still spawn in, and Cell has saved this rotation with a couple of kills over towards street side. Draza will finish things off inside the hard point, and FaZe will be on top of P2 early.
Yeah, and you instantly get that spawn in for Simp as well in the dumpsters, so he's just going to have that long look down RV side. This is going to force Cloud9 then to play in through blue. You don't find it, and well, just as Kremp looks to find a way in through the backside, he'll be found by Celium. So first wave swatted away by FaZe, and opportunities to try and push back this second as they find 2 in the feed.
Oh, nice little corner from Capsule provides a double kill, but not enough help nearby for Cloud9 to break back in. Solium still on 4 in a row will reinforce the trophy system that had just faded away. Draza watching this crossfire setup, and this is one of the things about Atlanta that I felt like they were resistant to throughout the qualifier, swapping to multiple ARs, especially as we get from 2 to 3, but not the case this time. All 4 members with ARs in hand, and that will be pretty much a full 45 to 60 seconds there for Atlanta on P2.
Yeah, great job here. And as you said, they're Simp pulling out that AR, using that dumpster angle to just lock things down, but it's all about how you push on out for 4, and they decide to punch straight through P1, take control of the mid-map and flip the situation, and it works to great effect as you find 3 kills. Simp gets in on the point, and with that kill, that will hand things over, and it's just about whether or not you can hold off on Cloud9 early as they try and repeat what you did and grab mid-control.
6 in a row for Celium. Capsule able to shut down the potential streaks, but the damage on rotation has already been felt, and the panic is now set in as Cloud9 are trying to just wrap all the way around the map here. See if they can surround this dumpster's hardpoint, but they're not really finding the vacancy to do this. And meanwhile, on the hardpoint, Simp has just been hanging out, winning a couple of 1v1s as he has them in front of him. SMG back in hand, and Simp is now on 6 in a row, 12-4 start. Hellstorm has been earned.
Yeah, it's the right idea from Cloud9. You start trying to send a couple of bodies down RV side and surround the point, collapse on it, but Droz goes huge to find a couple of kills and stop that push in its tracks. And that will also then hand over P4 spawns to FaZe. who, though, will have the setup. You are going to have Cloud9 immediately here to contest this.
Well, they need it. I'll say that. It can't just be a contest. But you need this time regardless. Atlanta will still spawn top right-hand side of the map. First 20 seconds, largely good for New York. Trent, timing on this child draws it, looking for more, and we'll have that with a good setup with Sib alongside him. Absolutely able to find Celium, and that will move the spawns around here. And wow, nice snap from Caps. Blocks off that entryway through Street. Cloud9 right back in this game with what has been a convincing beepers to this point.
Yeah, the one thing that we have been saying about FaZe's hard points is how well can you hold, and there Cloud9 find a route in. They pick up a couple of kills deep towards RVs, and then also finding Celium deep back. So an opportunity then for them to try and hold something. It's only going to give them 10 seconds left here. It means they've got to start to consider their next rotation. Atlanta FaZe, they've pushed up early to try and cut off any sort of exits.
Yeah, they know how crucial this next rotation can be. You create space on this exit, get yourself set up with a lockdown on the spawns. This hard point can be very difficult to break. Cell up top on the big rig. Whoa, nice shots from Sib. Man at the disadvantage in that fight, but on the hard point itself, Draza, Abizi hold on, and Atlanta now still have all 4 members in play along the inside of generators.
Important kill from Sib here. Just gives you the opportunity to surround this hill, keep Atlanta FaZe on a bit of a pivot. That will shut Sib down. So moment here, just try and tuck yourself in, although everyone knows what this hill is like. You stand inside of it for a moment, you're going to be flooded on out, and C9 just decides to full send. It will be answered with a flow of kills, and well, 3 dead, 1 still alive for a moment, but make it 4, and Atlanta FaZe hold on. Yeah,
now you got SMGs galore out for Atlanta FaZe. You can kind of see them, one player will move in, another will back out. They're going to always stay healthy inside the hard point, and FaZe have dominated here at Gens. Abizi looking for his 3rd in a row, but Kremp shuts it down. Still a contested play, and Draza, yeah, he's going to have the last word as he finds not just Kremp, but also Spart. So 144 to 83. Back in towards DVD we go. Cloud9 looking to kind of wait to see if Atlanta will make the first move. And as they do, the punish is in, and Cloud9 will open up the hard point to their name.
It was interesting when we hit the second attempt at P1, because obviously first time there was no rotation basically into it. This time it's all about who gets here and who manages to actually set something up. BZ's going to miss a play. Oh my lord, fought for a second. Capsule just about stays alive. Simple will be there to trade it out, so everything added back on over to FaZe. And for all the questions about how they would do in terms of holding and breaking and whether or not they won rotations, answering them soundly right now.
Cell, open up space over again at the courtyard, and then swaps to the pistol to catch 3 in a row. A lead of 70 plus now starts to amount, and Cloud9 are going to be in panic mode. When this last 13 seconds, you need to kind of work your way through the old time and try to find success on the rotation to new. And Atlanta so far just continue to go 50-50 in these gunfights. Sib, a free lane here through Street, actually has Sib spawning all the way out, considering that the hard point is not opened yet. But this next set of gunfights, the most important of them, and Sib will pop off for an opening double to get Cloud9 working.
Incredible work there from Sib. We'll come back to everything because Sib's still got a bit of work to do. His teammates around from the front. Can he collapse in through the back? And incredible work there. Just manages to get himself in. The flip spawn doesn't matter because FaZe will find themselves gunned away. And now trying to break this themselves, and will, after the fantastic early work, you at least have the Hellstorm calling on in, but how many do you find? The one, and you are not close enough to really capitalize off the back of it.
Ooh, no, you're not, especially with Celium falling on the outside Street angle. So nice moment here for Cloud9, surviving the Hellstorm and still accruing key time. Team Nate on Draza makes this last 14 essentially just a formality at this point, as Cloud9 are looking pretty comfortable for it. Sib trying to get what he can to stave off the rotation. Does well for not just one, but a beamer onto Spart for a second. Well, with that said, look at number 6. Capsule's gotten all the way around the back. Oh, Celium, though, Spidey senses tingling, has seen him, and that will turn Draza's attention as they look for Caps.
Yeah, you got to find him quickly, though, because Capsule, I'm not sure if he's actually going to recognize that Celium's here, so a little bit of cat and mouse at the minute, and, well, Capsule will be able to affect the point, but not enough as Abizi finds one, and then Celium cleans up on Cap as well, so beautiful work there to find things. What that will do is give a little bit of map presence and pressure coming in from Sib. But he's got a couple of important kills to line up here. There's one. Can Simp shut this down? If he does, well, this just makes Atlanta FaZe look so good on this P3 again.
And this is essentially the ball game here. These last 20 seconds, if you can transition this to new if your FaZe, game's over. So Cloud9 have to have a spark right here, right now. And that's a good way to start. Neutralizing the time and actually earning some of your own on the scrap. But working through this AR setup. is the next big trouble spot. And you can see Spartan Cramp on rotation have been shut down. Abizi's off spawn has allowed him to come back into the old time and find 2 more. And look at the mini-map. Cloud9 are spawning a mile and a half away. I mean, this is not tight whatsoever. And as Beepers opens, all you need is one more wave of kills for FaZe to close out map 1.
Yeah, Beezy's so far pushed up. Stellium's going to have control of courtyard as well. Finds one, expects the second child, but at least we can cramp up, so he's not going to be able to full send at this. And if he tries well, Beezy will just shut him down. So just 15 seconds away for Atlanta FaZe, closing out map 1. And remember, last time Cloud9 won this, we asked, did FaZe experiment? Well, it seems they fixed the couple of gaps they might have had, my friend.
Yeah, it's just been knowing when to pull out 3 ARs or 4 ARs or 3 SMGs. And at no point, really throughout that entire map, had there been a rotation that felt trivial for FaZe. It's just they were so convincing at knowing that even if you're not necessarily in control of the favorable spawns for new, you know where you've put Cloud9 in. Like that last P2 right there at the end is just sitting there and saying, all right, we got street control. They're going to have dumpster side. Like we know what battles we're taking and how we want to take those. And just kind of understanding at what terms you've set the battleground, I think is a difference maker here for FaZe comparing to when they played this map last time versus this same New York Cloud9 team. So a hell of a start for Atlanta, and definitely one that has you sitting there for New York and saying, how the heck do we get ourselves back into this series? Because you just lost by 108 points with a couple of members really not being a major factor at all.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to take a quick look at that scoreboard. And I mean, the fact that Civ goes 15 and 21 as well, it's a score that doesn't look great, but then he also had that big pop-off moment, remember, down the back of P2. You find 3 or 4 in that spree. So throughout the rest of the map, he basically went 11 and 21. And it's streaks like that that just really undo you. Spartan, unfortunately, struggling. And yeah, just across the board here, it's not pretty for Cloud9. Meanwhile, for Atlanta FaZe, of course, pretty much everybody chipping in, but Simp there, 28 and 15. A couple of questions, and we've seen it on Reddit about Simp and his hardpoint recently. Don't worry, that guy is every bit the player that he has been for years now. So you mean it, my friend. If they don't win map 1 for Cloud9, it is looking like a long journey. Yeah. That wasn't even close either. Convincing stuff starts to leave us scratching our heads a little bit.
Yeah, it really does. And again, there's a level of like recency in results to look at and say like, okay, like, you know, it was a round 5 affair in the Hacienda control. You were successful in the other hard point in this series. The unique element is what comes up next, which is this dealership search and destroy, which again, like neither one of these two teams have put a lot of effort into really kind of getting competitive reps in the league through qualifiers or even through Major 3 when the map got added to the pool. I will say though, like the way Atlanta plays this map, kind of like the opposite of what we were talking about from Miami in the last series, they play it by way of, we're going to kind of give up on the defensive side, the A site, and then we're going to toss nades over the top at you so you don't feel like you can ever get a post plant set up, and then we'll flood back in, take that space that we've gained, and really force you to take the fights on our terms. I'll be interested to see if Cloud9 will let that happen, or have they done enough research and enough planning to know that Atlanta are likely going to leave the A site open early, and can you just get through the site, scale deeper like a Miami does, and put a little bit more stress on a potential retake from Atlanta, which they had looked like they kind of preferred to play, especially when they played against Thieves on this map.
Yeah, I mean, there's two different things to kind of break down there. You're right about the way in which they play it. Those sky nades coming on through and just putting the opposing team in a position where time just starts to get blown through. You end up in a spot where, okay, we're being forced into a spot where someone has to try and dive the bomb or put themselves into a position. And as you said, that just only plays into Atlanta FaZe's terms. A very difficult thing to overcome. You're just being stressed by basically the best team in the world for what has been a large part of the year. On the opposite side of things, you're right when it comes to dealership and like the fact that a lot of teams won't have a deep knowledge of this map just because of your various situations of it coming into the map pool late. But for Cloud9 in particular, you've had 2 maps at this, and we said at the top of the show, you've come together so late as a roster, your plan A's might not have evolved yet into plan B's, and that's where I started to become a little bit concerned, especially with how good FaZe have been in search, about how this series will look after this map.
Yeah, and across all categories, FaZe have really stepped up here in Major 4 in particular, whether it be first blood percentage, conversion percentage, retakes, or post-plant hold percentage. Like, they're just doing it all across just about every single metric that you want to evaluate a team on. And that doesn't bode well for a team like Cloud9 New York, who you're hoping to kind of like add a player like Capsule to the mix to improve your search and destroy, which had been one of your weaker spots throughout this season. And it just hasn't come through with the addition of Spartan Capsule. They've won 2 search and destroy maps in the last, well, 2 qualifying stages and major stages. Since Major 3, they've only won 2 search and destroy maps. So it's not good news. I will say a lot of those losses have been in round 10 and round 11. So again, like, you hope that losing is learning. You pick up on the things that you need to adjust on, and you come in strong. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. And here we go. Cloud9 New York on the opening attack. And this is, again, what FaZe like to do. Push you out early at B. Have Celium take a passive angle to get a look at A, and then you toss all your nades over the top while you try to play for retake.
Well, looks like Cloud9 is going to try and counter that with an instant bomb plant to get it off, but you take some flack for trying, and Capsule will then fall in the cleanup. But credit there to Astra at least, so a 3v3 over the bomb site. Draws gives you the numbers advantage, and there you go. Everyone activates Sib left to fight this 1v3.
Yeah, he's found the first one pretty cleanly. Stunned to give him some space. It does land onto a BZ. Draws are going to try to work this out with him, and yeah, you just play that at opposite angles, easy peasy, no problems. And look, Enigma, I'm just going to say this. If I know what FaZe are going to do, as a commentator who's watched them play this map a total of 2 times in the last month, Cloud9 definitely should. So a little bit unexcusable there in terms of not necessarily being prepared for all those set nades over the top.
Yeah, I mean, the only kind of asterisk I can maybe put next to that is potentially Cloud9 are hoping for like a lucky timing situation, or they may be thinking, all right, FaZe aren't going to expect us to do this, right? That doesn't work at all. So you're right. They should have known exactly what the play was going to be. Capsule does get that bomb down at least, which I guess is a positive, but I mean, you get hit by about 3 different grenades at the same time straight after, so it's to minimal effect. And Sib left in that tough 1v3. Atlanta FaZe's opportunity to respond then. Offense, of course, they get to move the bomb exactly where they like, and it looks like we've got that 2-2 split coming on through. Yeah,
this is going to be one of those you just kind of throw some effort onto both sites, keep the defense a bit guessing, and see what exactly you can do to mold and adjust the dynamic of the map based on the information that you've gathered. But to be fair, Cloud9 have not given away much intel, haven't thrown a ton of set nades, at least not to our perspective over at B. Zim's still looking for some space to work on, and as a BZ gets to work clearing out arches, looks like Atlanta is going to try to dive on into the B site. Timing on the first challenge does benefit Sib, but the trade is there, and now it's a vulnerability for Cloud9's defense.
Yeah, so often we talk about first blood situations, but when it's instantly traded like that, it's to very little other than gaining some information. You're gonna go tip here, actually. Decides to push straight through the shack, and Thought will find one, but Draza answers immediately, and Celium's there to provide support. Capsule slips in through the back, though, and finds one to make it a 1v1 against Draza, who does retrieve bomb, and looks like he's gonna get it straight onto B. Actually, no.
Oh, mantle on through the window. Capsule has seen this. One stray shot comes through, but Draza, recognizing he had done more damage, tries to see if he can catch the red dot chase, and does. Mixie over the top of the B site, trade for trade, all the way down to a 1v1, but Draza, the hot hand right now, catches the SMG and just is able to capitalize on Capsule before he gets around the corner for a 5-0 start.
Incredible plays from Atlanta there on the 2 fronts. First of all, we know that they like to rely on those opening jewels. They lose it, but they're instantly there for the trade to back it up, to just kind of negate that point. The second decision was, of course, to push through Shack. I think they set up that timing. They're baiting to think that that bomb plant's going to come through for Cloud9, and then they get aggressive and catch them completely by surprise. Amazing mid-round adjustment.
Here we go again. 3 members for FaZe over towards B. Cloud9 moving right onto A, once again for the early plant, but the timing is a little bit quicker this time, so these set nades are not going to get there in time to destroy the trophy system. Sib, Spart, also combining for team shots to shut down Easy from getting some early entryway. Celium dealing the damage, but yeah, love this from Capsule. You find that first blood, you push in the garage, and you isolate Cell completely. Much better. Great adjustment. Cloud9 with a good answer.
Yeah, fantastic answer back as well. I'm not sure what happens off screen with Draza's RCXD, but I believe it takes him out. So, I'm sure that's a nade coming on over, or someone just shoots it immediately, drops it. Either way, doesn't work out. That'll breathe some confidence into New York, something that they needed. It's a very early round, but feels like one of those important swing rounds mentally. If you start to see yourself 3-0 down with very little reply, it becomes a huge gauntlet in front of you. But answering back just gives you that glimmer of hope in the dark tunnel. Beautiful setup at DreamHack.
And one of the things we've seen for Atlanta, and this came with some criticism on the flank talking about Atlanta continuing to play this 3-1 split on defense, was giving it up too much, giving it away too freely. And did they have something else in their back pocket as we get the battle over towards mid? Atlanta trying to change up their angle of approach here, in Cloud9 are having none of it. Absolutely none of it. Draws a last one left with a sub. Has a good clean 1v1 onto Sib. Quickly trying to find a secondary engagement and will find it. Now that's going to create him some space here. From a 1v4 down to a 1v2. Still just has a sub to play with in 53 seconds.
Just slows it down, trying to dig in a little bit. Unfortunately, you're going to slide out in front of everything, and it's the right idea. Have New York thinking that you're scrambling over to plant on the opposite side of the map. Dictate that fight over there. Try and bait them into a rotation. Unfortunately for him, timing's just kind of go against him. Cloud9 are patient enough to come out on top in the end. A little bit scary though, but that's 2 rounds on the bounce now for Cloud9. So that little bit of momentum, that pendulum that we talk about so much, so important to these players, has well and truly swung back in their favor.
I'll be interested to see if Cloud9 takes some initiative here, thinking that, okay, we just beat Atlanta FaZe on their default setup with this 3-1 split. Can we try to force something to B and maybe catch Atlanta trying to make adjustments? And they very well may be trying to do that, but Atlanta are not making adjustments. They're just doing the exact same thing once again. This time it's an earlier check on A from Celium, but it's Sib with the early cross. Good timing to catch a second, and he's going to find more maybe on for the ace here. 3 in a row for Sib, but Simp shuts him down from finding all 4. It would be a 1v4 for him, and you can see Cloud9 not interested in giving isolated gunfights, are just going to work this one out together. Or are they? Simp able to turn this to a 1v1. He's got some separation off the regen. No, Spart right there to beat him at the front door and stop the drama from happening.
Yeah, you see a little bit of a look along the line there of like, guys, what are we doing? You don't hand Simp that opportunity. You're right, they were technically playing a little bit in pocket, but they took those fights individually. Oh, a terrifying moment there potentially for Cloud9, but that is at least 3 rounds on the bounce. It's unconventional in the way you see that through, but it's done. And what I will say is the first bloods right now that are getting New York through, they're up 4-1, just winning, shutting down essentially what FaZe like to do, which is take those opening jewels and come out on top so often, as we've seen over the years from the Tiny Terrors or from that nade strategy that you spoke about. For Cloud9, suddenly in the lead here. The line of FaZe, well, they want to get aggressive off this offense.
Trophy system down for Kremp. Doing its job very nicely. And Atlanta, with no information on where the defense is going to just kind of back away and allow the ARs of Celium and Draza to try to feel things out. They see Spart at range. I believe they also know the Capsule's playing the corner, but they don't know about Kremp tucked in this tight corner behind the platform. But the information that's been gained is enough for them to try to transition back over to mid.
A bit of a conga line through the middle of the map. Simple spot 1. Capsule will back him down. A little bit of blows, call it a draw and move on. But Draza there to provide support. So first blood for FaZe. Opportunity to put the bomb down. And you have managed to get a BZ push all the way out back. Shaq, but you've missed Sib. And oh, just about clean it up.
Well, we still have a couple of 1v1s on the map. Kremp had a good look at Celium, but wasn't able to finish the kill. So we stay 3v2. Bomb picked up and instantly goes for the plant at B. Kremp clearing out mid. Has gotten a lot of space through the office. Also has checked one of the close corners, but may not have seen Draza in that tight alleyway by the arches. So you have to still work this one out slowly. Couple of shots from Spart tag. That's just the BZ throwing shoulders, though. Not a lot of information off of that. And honestly, this is taking too long for Cloud9. You got to burst through this, and here comes the play to try to do just that.
It's got to go. Brent will fly forward. Spart's going to try and at least provide backup. It will be a 1v1 trade, though, and that will not be enough. Atlanta FaZe come out on top. And honestly, I think that comes back to a lot of what Celium does there. Makes a lot of noise over at that A side. And that just means that Kremp has to play through the middle slowly. If he feels confident there, can get aggressive because he's cleaned something up, he's able to then get into that window in time for the bomb and not allow FaZe to back off into that defensive stand. Instead, because Celium just forces that delay, you get that bomb down, you're able to draw that line in the sand and beg C9 to cross it. And of course, when they try, they fall.
And it's just the mind games, too, that Atlanta does to you. Not showing you much in terms of what site they want to attack off the get-go. Nades towards A are shut down, so you go back into mid, you establish a threat there. Cloud9 has to re-clear that if they want to try to contest B. Like, there's just so many things you have to be worried about. And here we go again. Atlanta, same setup in terms of how they want to play their defense. Cell is not allowed to get the early check over the top of the site, and Cloud9 will get back far enough to largely avoid these incoming nades that are about to hit.
Interesting to see here that you've not sent anyone on the pinch if you are FaZe. Just going to fight this from the front. What about a BZ, I feel? Can you activate it? Well, Simple at least find one to give you the first blood.
It's so big. Cell just puts pressure on Spart, initially allowing the subs to be able to move on in, but the setup on the cards themselves strong for Cloud9's post plant. And yeah, now it's time for Atlanta to make an adjustment to their defensive setup, because that's 2 times now that they've really not been able to put much of an effort into stopping Cloud9 on these quick plants. So nice little battle back here from Cloud9 after the opening round offense was really not done well. But the adjustments are noted, and Cloud9 kind of hold an edge, I would say, on their offensive side now.
I think we've got to tip our hat a little bit. We thought that this would be a bit of a whitewash. It was not good in the S&D last time. But right now, New York holding a slender lead. Atlanta FaZe, you spoke about this setup. Seems like a slower delay that naded out mid this time, trying to counter that C9 aggression, but it doesn't come through.
Yeah, just a little bit of a feel out here with frags and stuns early. Caps pushed off from Arches. Double checks mid. Doesn't see anything. And then gets right back into position where he can still keep Draza interested. Yep. And that's all that is to see Caps can just dominate that space while the rest of Cloud9's defense rotates over. It might be a little bit too late, though, or is it? Simp will be the first one to drop, leaving him easy by himself. He's also your bomb character, so he's going to have to do it all. And it's still, the effort is purely on what he can do. Caps will find the first couple of kills needed, and Cell has got nowhere to go. Cloud9 besting Atlanta really in their own playbook.
Yeah, Caps will have a huge kill through mid as well that just puts on Beezy and Cole under so much pressure. You're in a spot where you've got to punch out one side. They try and force forward and get shut down immediately. So I'm very impressed right now with what C9 are doing. We spoke about it. Do you have a depth to your playbook? Do you have something to bring to the table? If you didn't, this was looking like it was going to be another 3-0 washing of a series. But we've been here before. The 5-3 curse exists for very good reasons. Don't count your chickens just yet.
And it is a different look in slight form here for Atlanta, trying to play aggressive through mid instead of at B. Similar defensive rotation, though, early towards the A site. And I think Cloud9 have gotten a decent read at this. It just comes down to, will they trust their information? Now, knowing that there's players at mid, that B should be relatively open from Arches. I say that with hesitation, though, because all it takes is a Beezy jump into the window to completely change that. And that's a big first win from Simp. Help from a Beezy. And the Tiny Terrors will collect the first two.
Simp might have missed one to his left. Spark slips in, finds a kill at least. You do get onto B, so an opportunity to plant here. It is a 2v2. It is winnable, and Selim and Draza split right now. It's about how they approach. Selim's not going to get the timing, so...
What?
Oh, you get a freebie, though.
Just a little bit of pre-fire onto Sib, and it connects. Now Spark trying to follow up for the trade. Draza? Are we... Okay. Did the RCXD bug out or what? Like, he was sitting back there for a while. Like, what just happened?
We'll come back to that. The moment with Simp there in the first blood is exactly why you can never count this team out, by the way. Simp's weak. He's back down. He's getting followed up on by a second player. That should be a moment that hands C9 mid control and the numbers advantage. And, well, unfortunately... If you're Cloud9, you run into Simp, who puts you into the ground. Replay here of the previous round where you saw the aggression come out of C9. But into round 10 then, and Atlanta FaZe reminding New York that they've not won it just yet and that they're right on their toes.
There's a lot of trust. If Draza's using the RCXD as like your post-plan insurance, like that was a little bold. I don't really know what that was. But Sid, good first blood. May have a chance for a second. Stun will land. Nade over the top does hit onto a Beezy. So early 4v2 here for Cloud9. And Atlanta, honestly, like outside of Draza maybe going a bit unnoticed this far deep into A, they need an opening pick from Cell, and Draza misses the timing on Spark leaving his position.
That's insane.
And so now it's just down to Cell for what has to be the 1v3 ace to get us to round 11.
He's just hoping that someone from New York will errantly stray. They do not, and well, Cell, I think, as well, is going to get the worst timing here on Capital. The fact that you're still alive somehow is outrageous, but shut down. So, for all of our pre-talk, for everything that we expected coming into this tournament, we said we needed to see Cloud9 step on up in map 1, otherwise it was basically over. Atlanta FaZe are untouchable in Search and Destroy. Cloud9, against the playbook of FaZe, will answer back and ties up in the series.
Yeah, and now after seeing this, and again, like, listening into the guys who were breaking down the Atlanta versus LA series from back in the qualifiers, and they were talking a lot about this dealership search, and I think it was Ben Nassim who was talking about how he did not love the fact that Atlanta kept playing the same 3-1 split on their defense, allowing A to be taken for free. I didn't fully agree with it because even though it was 6-4, 2 of the rounds came by way of like a little bit of a sneak defuse and just some weirdness. Otherwise, I think it would have been a 6-2. But now you're starting to see like, hold on a second. Cloud9 just figured out what Atlanta was doing on their defensive side and started to counteract it nicely by just beating the timing of when Selenium can check over the top of the cards or those nades can come in. Then on top of that, it's just like there was no follow-up idea for Atlanta outside of instead of playing in towards arches, we're going to play in through the middle of the map. And even that didn't really work out all that well. So it's one of those things that it does feel a little bit one-dimensional, I think is the right term and phrase to use about Atlanta's defense on this map. And when Cloud9 figured out what that was, they were able to beat it and continue to kind of assert some dominance on the offensive end.
Yeah, it feels like indeed Cloud9 have figured out exactly what that phase defense looks like. One of the big things as well, of course, is saying Cloud9 looking very confident as well on their own defensive efforts there. They're giving FaZe very little room to breathe, and well, you're right about that mid-map conversation as well. But like if there was any team that did manage to progress through there, which you don't see too many on dealership, it's a tough map to kind of split. But if anyone purchased more there, it was Cloud9 for sure. And also, First Blood conversation. Map finishes 6-4. Yeah. First Blood's finished 6-4. While that's not going to be a 100% conversion, some of those rounds flip the other way. It is a case of New York making sure that they're shutting down one of FaZe's biggest strengths.
Yeah, absolutely the case. I mean, first team to beat FaZe in Search and Destroy now in quite some time. So all the way back to when Miami did it in what was a series that they eventually were able to win in 5. Go figure. But I think just outside of that, you know, Cloud9 has treated themselves a lifeline into the series. Again, just kind of reflecting, if you're joining us here for the first time in this series, the map set that we have for this series of 5, 4 of the same maps are being played from when they had played earlier, which Cloud9 were able to win in 4. Only difference maker was this dealership for map number 2. So now we can go back into the history, look at what we have coming up for map 3 and map 4. The Hacienda Control went to round 5. Anyone's game. The Skyline Hardpoint went the way of Cloud9. So very well could be those exact same things once again. But we'll have to wait until we get to map number 3. And while we are waiting for that, we'll step away for a brief break with Hacienda coming up on deck. Don't go far. Team hacks, well, epic event. By the look of it, hard to say. I've got the same normal 4 walls around me, but I do have a new guy with me. I got Enigma, and he's been crushing it. Can we get a small, just little round of applause? Look at this guy. He's out here doing the work, doing the research, giving the calls. We love that. Talk to me. Let you have your moment in Shotland. Posse to control. How do Cloud9 make this come through for them?
Obviously, we can look back a little bit towards how they did it previously, coming out 3-2 against FaZe last time these two teams lined up. But for me, a big thing is Cloud9 on the defense. Sometimes they can be really wishy-washy here. They can collapse under pressure. What they've got to do to make sure they do on this Hacienda, which is a very wide map, can very easily be split. Make sure that they don't falter on those. Push it to that round 5, and then it's a toss-up, basically, around who comes out on top. So often we see this with these teams. Also, Cloud9, generally speaking, through Major 4 qualifiers, have been the more clutch team. If we talk about very close hard points, round 5 controls, late S&Ds, they have been better slightly there when we start talking about like what they get up to. So it's, yeah, that's where Cloud9 for me, if they come out here and they're the team that are defending early, I've got to see them draw a line in the sand and not allow Atlanta FaZe to cross it. On the flip side of things, for Atlanta FaZe, you're ridiculously good at control. Basically, second best team pretty much for the entire season if you want to start talking about how good Thieves have looked. And also, we're going to a Hacienda where they are 12-4 across the season. So, ridiculous team, really. And of course, Abizi there, looking at how good he is on this map, not a surprise.
Yeah, the top 2 in control have been heads and shoulders above everyone else in the league. I mean, 38-6 is Thieves, 29-13 is Atlanta. The next closest, 24-18. That belongs to Toronto. So it's been one of those things that it has been tough to beat these top 2 teams in the league on this mode, but Cloud9 have done it once before and are looking solid on this opening break-off, only dropping 1 in the process, trusting that Spark can try to hang on towards Office, not able to do so, but the first hit comes through regardless.
Indeed. You're going to get pushed up here. Capsule's got a lot of work to do, and well, gets caught by the stun and misses the player's passing, so gets cleaned up, Sid, and you shot this down. Unfortunately, you've got Abizi wrapping deep, and will back you down at least, but you answer one. Can you get some top mid control? No, that is swatted away. Capsule and Kremp here with a little bit of presence top mid, but you've got to make sure you take your time here as you're on your own.
Good trades, though, coming through Capsule. A little bit of trouble here as Draza had the first couple of shots a bit unexpectedly by Caps. Spawns, not terrible for Cloud9, but it's being read. Yeah, Draza's seen 1 in the cross, and he can just play kind of a pinch position from up top here. Locks down the first shots cleanly onto Sib, and the effort for Cloud9 getting on to B for that second tick has come up completely empty.
And this becomes worrying now when you see the staunch difference in the success of this round. Of course, Atlanta FaZe just holding very strongly on the defense. Everyone slows down. You're waiting for a bit of an activation from someone from Cloud9. You don't really get it as Celium finds 1 for free. So maybe you change up your plans. You start to put pressure on A, rotate this FaZe defense around. That's likely the plan. Capsule pushing on through Office could be a problem, but Atlanta FaZe, well, you're going to find the first one.
Yeah, you can take your time here if you're FaZe. The problem with this for Cloud9, I think you were trying to help not just stop the clock at A, but you find a couple of kills. Maybe you could run through bottom bar and get to B to where you would maybe get the extra 60 seconds, and that largely has been stopped, but all told, up top, pressure looks good for Cloud9. Second tick of progress is going to be locked, and you're going to get a stack in for the rest of the zone as Atlanta have backed off from trying to play for it, and instead will just try to secure the defensive win by getting a setup around the A zone.
Ooh. Spark gets a big 2 to allow his team to explode on out there, so great work from him. Handed them a lifeline just when they needed it. The thing is now, of course, Atlanta FaZe only have to focus on defending 1 objective. Spark, again, could be a huge problem as he takes Office control and finds his 5th. That's just a player that FaZe are just going to have to go and find at some point. They don't want to leave him there. Lives relatively even, 40 seconds on the clock, so plenty to work with here for Cloud9.
Yeah, the thing about this, though, for Atlanta is I don't think they care necessarily as much about the player up top at Office as much as they care about getting high ground control for the windows over towards Spiral Staircase, as Simp will find a couple of kills. Spart still getting to work on building for streaks, but again, Atlanta just do not care about this. So we'll see what they can try to hold as Simp and Abizi will drop. Draza, the last one really standing, and he's just kind of waiting for the zone to be touched, find timing, and then use this AR to line up a couple of kills, and that's exactly what happens, but he doesn't finish the kill on a Capsule. Forces Celium to have to play forward, but Spartan Kremp in front of the kills that they need. 9v5 situation, Kremp able to find the secondary kill, and that might be enough space, and it is, for Cloud9 to take the opening offense with all 6 ticks being captured.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe didn't care about Spark too much, and that was to their peril. He goes on a huge spree there in Office, just controlling. And what that's doing is essentially delaying Atlanta FaZe's reinforcements into the point, but also it then builds up a bit of a foundation for Cloud9 to play from. They know that they should have protection, at least on that top side, unless Spark misses something via pure timings. So great work from them. Talked about how shaky their defense can look sometimes. For them to come out and take the offense, especially with how close it looked like they were going to have to just accept 2 ticks for this round. Beautiful recovery work. Flowers all on over to Spark, who also will walk into this next round with a Hellstorm.
Okay. All the tools you need here for Cloud9 to take into serious advantage in this map 3. As Atlanta maybe sweating just a touch, especially with the ARs not finding as much of a punch as you were hoping for. But this break off crucial for FaZe, taking their time, trying to get a feel for where the Cloud9 defense is. Oh, nice shots from Spark, right. Keeping the hot hand. That's 3 straight eliminations. Make it all 4 dead. A perfect break off again for Cloud9.
Still got a long ways to go in this series, but right now Cloud9 are definitely here to be every part of it as Kremp floods through Lambo, finds 2, Cap with another. 1 remaining player, another 4 dead, and you are spawning literally against the gate, backs against the wall for FaZe.
Wow, what a start this has been. Still, no eliminations at all. All 30 lives still available for Cloud9. Cramp on 5 in a row. Gets a read of the push over towards well side. Atlanta taking their time, have to clear off lobby. A little triple slide out will work, and that's all 3 dead. Never count out FaZe, even if it looks dire, which at the moment it does. They're able to break out of the spawn trap, and they can pause the clock at B.
Beautiful composure from FaZe that will allow them onto this point. Valium's going to try and take control of Tin. Hellstorm hits, well, nothing in the end. You do have to vacate for a moment, but you've still got 22 seconds here. Probably a little bit of a must go big situation, and Celium finds one, Abizi as well, so the ticks are coming on through.
Second should be locked. Sid, he's been seen. And yeah, there's no other effort besides just to try to force your way into the play. So extra 60's been added, and after a very convincing break-off, the life gap is now swapped. Atlanta with the advantage, and it happens that quickly. Cloud9 stunned, shell-shocked as they're stuck over towards bottom bar. Abizi able to get information on that, plus a first kill onto the action underneath A. And the first tick, while all this is going on, will be very handedly locked in.
Cloud9 just scrambling right now, trying to find some sort of setup. And it's that same Office presence coming in from Celium, although he has backed off to Plat. He still just continues to be a thorn in the side. Capture will at least find Simp to alleviate the bleeding just a little bit, but it doesn't get that much better from there. The 6th tick continuing to come through. Civ needs to activate, finds one at least, and now needs to find his way to allow his team out. But there's still 1:10 for FaZe, and you're up 4 lives.
Yeah, and that's such a FaZe moment right here where you just back off the zone when you start to feel the pressure, force Cloud9 to have to battle you, and your terms. And you win every single gunfight, you restack the zone, and technically after 2 offenses, it's Atlanta who holds the edge, not off of ticks, but off of what's happened so far in the kill feed.
Yeah, and this is one of the concerning things about Cloud9, like their defenses. Sometimes they come out strong straight away, find back-to-back 4 downs, which to go on and lose from there is insane. But it's those moments of transition. It's those moments where there's so many things dynamically happening on the map. Everyone's moving around between those various points, and they just don't seem to get any sort of setup together. There's no team hit. There's no, okay, this is exactly what we're going to execute and go and play it. Instead, it feels like it starts to become a bit of a solo effort from the players on the squad. And, well, Atlanta FaZe, they're not going to fall to something like that.
Wow. It's one of those things, like when we talk about your Atlantas and your LA Thieves, there's no such thing as a lost round of control, even when things look miserable. And it doesn't look much more miserable than what that breakoff was from Cloud9 in terms of, again, 6, 7 straight kills that they had. You still lose the round by the same margin, essentially. And Cloud9 are going to take their time here with this offensive approach. Works out as Kremp finds first blood and actually causes a bit of a deterrence here to this Atlanta setup by winning over Office. Doesn't clear patio, though, and Cell's trade will now allow Atlanta a chance to try to pinch onto this B zone and clear it off.
And Abizi there's activating him through the back. You do still have Sib trying to apply pressure, but Abizi's there to clean that on up with his own AR. Capster will at least just find himself a way into Wine. Needs to stay up, really. Just needs to become a difficult kill. And, well, it doesn't happen. So that'll give FaZe a bit of a springboard to push off from. You don't really have top control right now, but not too worried about that. With Draza going big to find 3.
Yeah, this is not one of those starts for Cloud9 that boosts a lot of confidence. So now they got to try to create some magic the same way that Atlanta had, but Abizi shuts that down by getting a double outside of the well fences. Simp is just making sure no one runs up on his staircase, but Kremp beats the time to find the kill. Maybe one more in front as Celium is in a little bit of trouble, but keeps his life backs away, and Atlanta can continue to kind of control the tempo and pace on the map as Cloud9 are just struggling to get towards either of these two zones. With 4 seconds remaining, it would have to be Sib. Stuns, nades, keep him out of the play. Spart will stop the clock at 1.3 by jumping on A, but he's going to have to stay here the entire time, and he's about to be surrounded. No ticks at all for Cloud9's next offensive look.
Yeah, even in that final moment there, we see Spart dive the point. You've got 1 second, so you have to stay there, as you said. And Atlanta FaZe, what they do is they make sure all their ducks are in a row. Okay, check this, check this, check this. There's no arriving pressure, so we can clear them off the point without worrying about getting shot in the back. It's just moments like that where Atlanta FaZe sees control of whole portions, key checkboxes on the map. And, well, for Cloud9, it's largely not been that. You had a great round 1. You come out strong in that defense, for round 2. Since then, it has been all one way. And one of those moments where you, if you're Cloud9, you maybe look along the bench a little bit and go, okay, maybe there is a bit of a difference between us.
Can there be a response here for Cloud9 defensively in the same way? Just keep this thing into some sort of a gridlock. 2-2 split off here for Atlanta. Oh, and the stun check at the top is going to be very beneficial for those ARs that were trying to play on the top side of the map. Salim in particular gets the first, reads that he's under pressure, backs away, and has the opportunity to shut down Kremp with a little extra. First tick done at B. Draza keeping a 5 spree alive, looking for 6 down low in the connector, but still, it's enough damage to follow up, find kill number 6, and keep Simp on the B zone the whole time.
Incredible stuff by Draza. Clears out Plaque, gives his teammates the advantage to go up onto the point, then just stays alive top mid, and even finds one more to stop a pinch himself. An incredible spree here. On to 8. One player's going to drop on in. You need this for the Hellstorm, and, well, actually, you're going to pick up a teammate. Shoot at everything. Unfortunately, that's one of yours, but as you cross the way, that's 2 ticks in. That's a huge amount of damage dealt. Draza lighting things up here. Capsule's going to try and counter some of this phase progress by wrapping, but he might just have to play back for B instead.
Yeah, Simp is going to put the pressure on, keep Cloud9 in a bit of a mix, and with those kills coming from the open side of the map, this is going to be an extra 60 on B, plus high ground control to Atlanta over the top of the A zone. Not good news here for Cloud9. Even if they do get to a round 5, Atlanta would have the edge by playing the defensive side, but we may not get there with 2 members now on A trying to find the first tick.
They're 3 dead at least, or Cloud9, but they have missed Abizi, and he sat himself in the spot that Spart went crazy in that previous round. In all fair, Sib will at least start to clear out alongside the rock, and you are very far pushed up here. You know you're missing one, at least. That's the problem for Cloud9. You got to keep your head on the swivel at least, and that might give his teammates time to activate elsewhere as FaZe find a kill. That's Abizi dealt with, so now Cloud9 know where they're looking. Oh, wait. Sib?
It's all about timing here on this play. Stun check for Spart at Cloud9's defense up top, focused forward. They do find the first and second good kills from Spart. 15 plays 15. Simp on the backside of this play is just looking to try to clear off the high ground hallways. Nice shots from Caps, gives him a 1-for-1 trade. That puts pressure on the clock here, but Simp comes back, clears off one top side spiral, and it also pulls Kremp back in towards the middle of the map. So now there's at least an exit for Atlanta out of the spawn trap. Comes down to winning your next set of gunfights to get over to the A point. Draza, good damage onto 1. A read that Kremp is probably playing towards B4, and he is, but a little bit of a more aggressive peek than Draza was ready for, and Cloud9 have a 4-life advantage with just 30 seconds remaining.
Kremp's just had a massive moment there to find 2 over by Rock. Away to have 30 seconds. Surely one last wave to go again. You find 2 to at least open it up. The problem you have is Sib's so far up. If he finds a kill and stays alive, and he does, that causes problems for FaZe's push out.
Well, looks like it may be another round 5 affair between these two teams in the Hacienda control. But Atlanta do find a couple eliminations, including now 3. Just one more to find. That's Kremp behind the play. And now he's been seen. Clock comes to a pause at 7.6. Big elimination for Kremp. Doesn't want to overshell onto the zone itself. Wants to wait for the help. But you've got Abizi and Draza cleaning things up. That's another 3-man feed. 4v2 situation. Clock at 3.9. Abizi cannot leave the zone. He's working with Simp. Can they find the information that they need? Second tick looking good. Here's the shoulder backing away. Sip able to find the win. Down to the 1v2. No, it's Cramp on the backside to clean things up and get us to a 5th round.
You just never count FaZe out, right? You said it earlier, and then those moments, any other team, you're thinking, okay, this is done with, but you most certainly have the capability to see it off from there. I gotta give huge props to Kremp in that final moment. Just maintains a bit of composure, a bit of discipline, and finds a different angle to enter on to find that final fight. Otherwise, it was looking a little bit concerning. New York just running straight in a line in front of this Atlanta FaZe lineup. Draza, go back to him and his incredible work. That 8-9 spree that he goes on in order to give his team all that progress. Back into a round 5. We are 1-1 in this series. Does history repeat itself? Do New York put themselves on series point here? Will Atlanta FaZe simply see this threat off?
You have to have a solid break off if you're Cloud9. They're going to go for the high ground play. 3-1 split off, just trying to win the window-to-window battle. Now pushing through that. Cramp once again trying to play forward. This is not new though. Atlanta has been hit by this before, and they largely expect it. Onto the A zone goes Sip, damaged, and look at Atlanta on the minimap. Already rewrapping through Fire Hall. They're going to have angles to shoot down in this, but Abizi, the player that was supposed to pinch, gets shut down quickly, and that's going to be all 4 down. Cloud9 could jump back onto the B point.
If defense is where your weakness, then offense is what you like to play around. In Cloud9 here, finding Brindley Purchase. Spark pushes up in towards office. He's got to stay alive for a moment here, and he does not. Draza finds 2. Sib, oh my lord, answers back with 2, but Draza's there for yet another. Capsule then on the point by himself, finds 1. Tick does come through at least at A. But for New York, you've got to send them packing yet again, and well, not much pressure, not much presence for either team right now, trying to draw up your next set of battle lines.
Yeah, this is so tough because Cloud9 don't really have much of a route towards B. They put the pressure onto A. They try to sneak Sid into the B zone. Sid has seen this. Wallbang shots damage him up. Contest is in for the first pick. Well, as it could be locked in, but Draza leaves the zone at the exact wrong moment. So Sib will get 1 tick at B. Already earned at A. And now Cloud9 are trying to get a break off back again over towards B from the spawn, and they've been met by Celium, putting a bit of a trap into play.
Finds 1, will not find the second. Abizi's here though to trade. Tiny Terrors in tandem, as goes the book. Draza gonna get control over top arches here. This will give him an opportunity to pan on over towards B, which he shall do. Sees 1, finds him, and another kill on the outside as well. Finds Capsidol. Draza just about staying alive, and it's clearing this point off. He's going to be on the other side of the well, the fountain, and doesn't get there in time. The cover is in, but the final segment doesn't come through. 15 seconds. You got to touch if you're Cloud9.
Yeah, and you're going to be looking at this A zone thinking if we can just get the last half of this tick, we're going to good for the extra 60 seconds, but FaZe kind of bait them into that trap, find the kills they need, but Spartan Sib, somehow, some way, come away with a couple, trying to stack up for the final tick, and it will be cleaned up by Celium. 5 seconds on the clock. Capsule shut down. Last effort for Cloud9 has to come through P4, but they're not going to get there. FaZe take the swing map, winning it in 5.
I tell you what, though, Atlanta FaZe will be breathing a huge sigh of relief, because even though we know the quality that this Atlanta FaZe team possess, New York is certainly here to be a part of this conversation. Map 1 didn't necessarily go their way, but seeing off that dealership S&D suddenly opened a gap. And if they take the Hacienda as well, I mean, we're looking at Skyline, which Cloud9 won last time, and then we're looking at a red card, but that opportunity is there in that map 4. Now, at least, for Atlanta FaZe, you have pushed it to guarantee that map 5, that red card S&D, which is essentially your banker. And, well, Atlanta FaZe, although we know just how damn good they are, this has been a series that New York are reminding us just how much it means. At the end of the day, to get yourself to champs, it has to be a bit of a fairy tale run. All the odds have to stack up for you, and they are pushing to make sure that happens.
Okay. Wow, what an affair that is. Obviously, this scoreboard tells us nothing, but but such is the way it goes. And it's just one of those things, like, just we already talked about it a little bit, but just to say it once more, and I think this will really kind of show itself this tournament leading into CDL champs. The teams that can pull off of a round where it looks like it's just unwinnable, that's the teams that you look at and say these guys can be major championship winners. And yeah, you know, moments where FaZe are, again, it's 30-22 in life count. Your first 2 waves have you in an offensive spawn trap, and the fact that you still work out of it and still win the round by a margin of 7 lives is ridiculous. And it's one of those things that just has you scratching your head like, how do you do that? Like, that has to be a colossal breakdown. But honestly, it's just the discipline. You talk about like things like triple channeling out one particular angle to make sure that you out trade the one member, maybe two members that are sitting inside of things like that front lobby. Give yourself a staging ground. Give yourselves the next inch of this trench warfare to move further forward. And for Cloud9, this last second hit towards A looked like it may produce the same kind of qualities, but it's just one of those things that just can't find those last eliminations they need to get over the hurdle. And it FaZe, of course, benefit with now a 2-1 edge in the map count. Like you said, though, bit of a lifeline here. We talked about the history of these two teams having played recently. It was on the rest of the maps that we have left. Skyline Hardpoint in particular was a success story for Cloud9 last time they played.
Yeah, it was indeed, and that's where they're obviously going to have to keep their series alive here, but it's got to be a case of almost burying the hatchet a little bit on thinking. You don't want to be thinking back over that hacienda, basically. You were in a position to take that multiple times. Talk about that defensive round where you basically push FaZe all the way to that back gate, and then somehow FaZe still come out on top in that scenario, and that can be a real dagger to you. That can really take the wind out of your sails, and you just got to go, okay, but we just got to focus on the present and come out really hot on this Skyline hard point. It's going to be your only way to ensure you push on through, and we've seen that they're able to mix it. We've spoken about the life that this team has when it comes to their respawns, the extra that has been brought by these new recruits. We know in particular what Kremp can do. He put up a 1.18 last series when C9 managed to come out on top. I think we're looking at him to repeat that kind of performance to get them to that game 5.
Yeah, there's a big opportunity here in, you know, kind of looking at how the map veto process has worked. It is, I think, a little bit odd if you're a FaZe fan to see that your two least played maps in Hardpoint got through the pool. Like,
yeah,
you would have had an opportunity to go to a red card, a Hasi, or a Vault, a map that you found a lot of success. All three of them you found a lot of success on in the past, but maybe they just feel like there's something in the water about how they played Cloud9. Maybe they felt good about how the VOD review went. And honestly speaking, like, you look at a 223 to 250 map loss, and you look at one moment in the game where FaZe are going, if we just don't make this mistake, we win that map. You know, it's just, you can point to individual moments and say that that was the difference maker. So trust in the process is FaZe, but an opportunity brewing for Cloud9 to get us all the way to 5 on a map that they have put a lot of time into since this roster came together. It's come with some mixed results, of course, the win versus FaZe, but they followed it up the next match with a loss versus Miami. So not to sit there and say that this is a convincing map for Cloud9, it's just that the history does have us leaning towards maybe some Cloud9 favor.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is as well, like, we come back to like what are the strengths and weaknesses of these teams when it comes to their hard point. For Atlanta FaZe, they are undoubtedly the best team in the league when it comes to making sure they're winning on rotation. So for Cloud9, that's where we got to see that priority. We got to make sure, for example, off this P1 break into that P2, you're setting yourself up at all times. Stop Atlanta FaZe getting in for free. Don't have to rely on your breaks.
All right, here we go. It'll be FaZe from the right side of the minimap, already in the hot tub of the first blood on the capsule. And it's just down to what Cloud9 can try to hold and find as they try to rotate back into this. And yeah, Sid from the high ground, good for 2. Puts a lot of pressure on this Sid to watch multiple things at once, and he will not be able to do that by staying alive with a hard point. Pinstripe kill feed, but Cloud9 holding an edge in for their first points of the map.
So far, not so bad for Cloud9. Celium going to take a look. Got a little bit of damage, but Kremp just going to stay alive, and that's going to allow Spark to activate. Celium will have to turn, burn, back, Kremp back down, but the fact that Kremp stays alive here just means that Celium can't progress. He can't move on forward. Draws that line. Cloud9 soaking up a bit of time in the hill and are into that P2 spawn side. What I will say, Sib, you pushed up a little bit there. I'm a little bit worried. Never mind. You fall. Will hand Lance FaZe a little bit of scrap time, and you get the opportunity to set up for 2.
In the case, Sabizi staying alive a lot longer than you would have expected, considering he was the last one up for FaZe for quite some time, and now has an opportunity to flip the map around. He's gone completely unnoticed. First kill onto Sib is good. Gets a read that there's another one in front of him. Not going to find the third, though, as Capsule is able to double up onto the Tiny Terrors, and Cloud9 able to hold their setup, at least for now, but the next hit from the front starting to come through, and FaZe will find a quick break and flip.
Yeah, Sib needs to play spoiler. Finds one. Do you find the second? No. Instantly answered. So Cloud9's hit through the kitchen's going to have to be successful. And Atlanta FaZe, you'll back on off for a moment and just try and drag these New York players into fights to favor you. Simple, find 2. Sparks still alive through this. Gotta just keep an eye on that elevator shaft. Find Cell at least. And well, as he falls, at least an opportunity for some of his teammates to arrive and support. But I think Atlanta FaZe will walk away pretty happy with that break and look on forward towards his kitchen hill.
Looking good if he continues to find the last one, and that's Capsule in the elevator shaft. Sim does maybe find an opportunity to get some good progress done in these elimination kills towards rotation, and that is indeed the case. So small edge here for FaZe, but Cloud9 with a setup they prefer for P3. FaZe working on it by playing through this top hallway position. Nice shots from Draza. Knows he's got another around the corner, and it's 2 for Draza, and FaZe following up, able to get into the hard point cleanly.
Beautiful break work, and you talked about it. They hit that top mid, they clear out bridge, and then drop in through to just set up that collapse. For Cloud9 at least, the one ray of sunshine you have right now is P4 spawn control. You can't get over aggressive and give that up here, and I'm a little bit worried once you see Capsule spawn on out. So where do Atlanta FaZe come in? Because if it's going to be bedroom side, and it won't matter for now because everyone's spawning in, you do get Celium coming up bedroom side then. So Cloud9's got a lot of work to do, and looks like they're going to try and approach it through that top mid push.
Yeah, this is not what you want if you're Cloud9 behind the 8-ball early, having to play through P3 over to P4, and well, as you're calling to them to find some success, they do just that. They flip the map around. FaZe aware of this, though. All 4 members up and ready to battle for this next hit over towards P4. They've in some trouble up top. He will immediately fall. He's got Spart all the way in the back of Patio, trying to lock spawns up, but even that's not enough. As Sib will spawn out, the battle from the front still raging on as the Hellstorm gets called in, but Kremp has stayed alive this entire time into the hard point, but no, doesn't win the first battle versus Draza. FaZe still battling 50-50, and the spawns are not locked by either squad.
Forcing that spawn out. Celium reads it, guns him down, but then your teammates died in front of you. So Kremp, how do you answer? You find Cell. You won't have a clear setup though. Abizi now trying to do the exact same thing Sib just did. Doesn't answer back. Sib there at least. Draza then. What can you do? Can you delay this at least? And a couple of kills in through bed, plus 1 player in through top plat will give you control again. So scrap time here likely largely being handed to FaZe, giving them a slight advantage at the end of rotation 1. So for New York, it's about setting up and trying to pin them in, find your exit kills.
Yeah, not terrible in terms of Cloud9 playing recovery after what had happened throughout the first couple of hills, and more importantly, just trying to make a messy P4, trying to rotate late to it after how the scrap action had gone over towards P3, but still, an edge is an edge, and Atlanta FaZe are now looking at Simp on 6 in a row, 19-8, Draza's 16-9. They are taking over, and Atlanta FaZe have still stayed comfortable inside a hot tub.
Yeah, the fact that you punch out so freely there is insane. Simp, just gonna stay alive for now. Throw a shoulder, let his teammates activate, give out the information. And just allow his squad again. Look at that feed, all red. Cloud9 sent packing. There's no way of getting close to Simp. And when he's just throwing little bot shots like this as well, just twists that knife in the back of Cloud9. You do have the P2 spawn side. That's the one thing for you. But right now, even that is a small light in a very dark tunnel.
Yeah, another Hellstorm now earned for FaZe. Simp. Ooh, nice shots on the Spart, who just came out of the sky in front of him. Follow-up is good as he's got an AR to play with, and no, will not continue ripping apart Cloud9, but has done enough for his team to stabilize behind P2 just before it opens. And Cell, these nades will give you the intention that, yep, he absolutely knows that this next hit's coming through P3, and it will be 3 down with Simp taking 3 of them in the 4-man feed. FaZe running away with map 4.
Yeah, back-to-back breaks out of FaZe have just given them what feels like an unassailable lead right now. If it's going to come, Cloud9 have to begin to activate. And well, that's another 4 dead. See you later, boys. Simp 27-10. The Tiny Terror in takeover mode right now. Celium's going to try and control Kitchen. There will be 2 players from Cloud9 trying to hit this. And the fact that he just stays alive is one of those moments. Become a difficult kill, be a thorn in the side, and absolutely spit on Sib when you get the opportunity.
Oh no, 20 seconds of scrap time. Cloud9 starting to get caught one by one. Finally, they try to develop something together, and it works out for a little bit of scrap time. Well, maybe. Abizi's going to hit through elevator, and he'll win that one as well. And it's going to be Atlanta FaZe 200, well, almost, to 79, rotating over to P3. Cloud9 have to get something going. In particular, Capsule has to get something going. He's nearly double neg.
Yeah, this is not a good look for him right now. What can you do? Finds one, knows there's another tucked in behind the furnace. He's going to go out to try and counter. Oh, outrageous work from Simp there to at least find one. Give his teammates an opportunity to try and hit this. You have a great setup here for FaZe to try and collapse on this. You're set up. A BZ, though, being backed on down. Also got to pay attention, of course, to that P4 spawn. It's in Cloud9 hands right now. Last time they got 2 over-aggressive afflicted. Now it's about avoiding that and clearing up what's left of this kitchen hill.
Draza even spamming through, finding another. But Cloud9 will break past the 100-point mark. And actually, with 20 seconds remaining, I'll say may force Atlanta just have to play for rotation here. But a couple of kills come out, leaving Sib by himself to try to battle this one forward. And with follow-up off of the spawn for Cloud9, to keep contesting the old time while also being in a position to rotate quickly over to P4. So a moment here, but Cloud9 would have to get essentially a full 60 and win an exit over towards P1 to start talking about the word comeback.
Oh, and that's just even worse situation for you. Hellstorm comes in, finds one. Second, going to be guided well into nowhere really, because you've cleared out most of the opponents anyway. Draza gets in through top flat, finds one, surely not. Sib will kill him, but just a pinstripe feed that doesn't really suit Cloud9 either. You're not going to get that great defensive hold in place. Last stage, another opportunity to hit.
Now, it's just down to can you actually find the corners that Cloud9 are sitting in at the moment. Because even though the battle was very 50-50, Cloud9 got benefited with the close spawns. So 20 seconds till the battle. An important 20 seconds here as well, as Sid is just back on that BS again. 36 and 17, 2 for him. And now FaZe, an opportunity with numbers, but good prediction from Spart. Reduces some of the scrap time and will allow Cloud9 some high ground control as we head over to Hot Tub.
The last time we were here, FaZe just punched straight out through the middle. You're going to have one up top. And Simp, he's found his way. 36 and 17. Make it 37. Make it... Oh, I thought he was about to find the 38th as well, but just about
there it is.
finds it in that moment. And Atlanta FaZe have flipped the situation entirely. The hill will stay open for a moment, but that suits only the team in red. It's Cloud9. We'll try and answer back, but FaZe, if they don't get it here, they're set up for P2.
Yeah, this is looking very comfortable right now for FaZe. Spawn's moving a little bit, but Selly, I'm aware of it. And that's 3 down. FaZe can jump into Hot Tub, make it all 4. Full team wipe. Cloud9 spawning across the map. Simp making sure of that with this top bedroom control position. And the longer this takes, the more FaZe will recognize that it's going to be a hit over through mid. And yep, there it is. 3 down once again. FaZe, a chance to put New York's season potentially out of question, depending on how they make their way through this last 10 seconds. And yeah, don't even need the next P2. You'll get it done here if you're FaZe. 3-1 in convincing form. Atlanta get their revenge after the qualifier loss to Cloud9.
And while there was a moment where we were a little bit worried in that Hacienda control, Atlanta FaZe clutch up, put themselves on that match point, and never seemed like letting it go once we got onto the skyline. But like initially, you had New York at least trying to contend the fight, but that second set of rotations, that back-to-back-to-back set of breaks that came in for Atlanta FaZe just gave them an unassailable lead, something that it felt like New York were then always under the microscope, always under so much pressure. And there was no answer back. Once Atlanta FaZe are capable of putting you into that blender, it's very rare they let go of that chokehold. And for New York, I think there's quite a few positives to lean on. One of them won't be that we're looking at Capsule 17 and 33, but it's been a lot more of a contested series than we probably expected. I think the one concern for me is we talked a lot about their step up in the respawns, right? And how they had some energy about them potentially. That seems to have been snuffed out a little bit here at DreamHack, and it leaves me a little bit concerned about if they can pull off the fairy tale run required to get them to champs.
Yeah, and again, the path just becomes so arduous with Optic winning their opening matchup and both Cloud9 and Minnesota losing their opening matchup. It kind of feels like the top 8 have been locked just due to that result overall. But there's something to be told just about, like you mentioned, FaZe waking up in their respawn. Winning both of these 2 maps that are 2 maps that they have not played a lot, nor do they have convincing results on. And to do so with some significant comfort, I think it's actually really scary to the rest of the field still alive in the upper bracket right now. I mean, you've got Simp dropping 30 plus, almost 40 kills in this Skyline hardpoint that was a 100-point game. Like, he was doing it all. And it just came into, like, he was farming the SMG line for Cloud9. Like, Capsule could not find a good gunfight. And out of the 39 he found, I think if I saw the scoreboard correctly, 30 of them were non-traded. So it's just, when he's taken over like that and FaZe can follow up, win continual rotation after rotation, it just really puts a lot of pressure on your opponent to where they always feel like they're in the blender facing up against the tiny terrors that are just running rampant all over you. So could be the storyline there, but more so it feels like the gap in winners round 1 with the results that we have pretty much gained enough separation for Optic to look pretty confidently towards being at playoffs, whereas for Minnesota and Cloud9, the hopes of a Cinderella run start and maybe end with what happens in losers round 1 coming up next.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just a case of you wanted the absolute perfect run here from Cloud9 in order to give us even a flicker of hope. I guess the one thing is that, you know, you're up against LAG, who've struggled so far through this year, so there's an opportunity to get at least one step further. But, I mean, yeah, you look up there, Optic, crushing Ultra 3-1, looking absolutely fantastic here in Dallas. And as such, although it is phase next, you still can't put it past the squad with the capabilities that Optic do have on paper of still managing to overcome in that matchup. And as such, that would all but cement their place at champs and leave everyone else wondering what could have been for their season.
I will say, just a small teaser before we talk about that elimination bracket, Optic have only won a single map versus Atlanta so far this year, but that was, of course, before the inception and the takeover of Mercules. But coming up next there for us, we're heading down to the elimination bracket, where the Vegas Falcons will make their debut in Dallas, and they'll be playing up against the Vancouver Surge. Could be interesting, might not be. Hard to say. We'll see what Vancouver team we get. We're going to head to break, get things set up in elimination round 1. We'll be back as soon as we come back from the break.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, we got into that round 5. I was like,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty League Major 4 at DreamHack in Dallas. I'm Enigma. I'll be one of your commentators through this next series, but we've subbed Shift out. We've brought Study in. My friend, you've obviously been covering over that first series. You've been watching a couple in the back. How are you doing? How are you feeling about the event and how it's going?
Oh man, the event has been unbelievable. There's been a lot of smoke shows so far throughout the day, but you know, it's only bound to get tighter and tighter as the tournament continues to go on, because usually on Thursdays it's the winners bracket teams, the number one or the better seeds always get the better of the lower seeds, and then elimination day is usually the same exact thing. But with 2 days mixed in one, it's non-stop action, and now in the front of us we have a big time elimination match between two big time squads.
We do indeed. Let's take a quick look at the bracket and kind of take a look at where we are right now, the screenshot of the situation, and talk about some of those smoke shows that you mentioned. It was, of course, a 3-0 that you and Alan cast over, the Heretics against Rocker. It was a 3-0 absolute obliterating from Thieves over Surge. FaZe with probably the closest series, really, with that 3-1, that control nearly getting us to that game 5. And then Optic looking fantastic against Ultra as well. And you said you've been tuning into that Breach Rocker game. Looks pretty one-sided off map 1.
Oh yeah, that map number 1, Boston just ran them over on the opening rewind, winning every single rotation, dominating the slaying presence, and also dominating the map control. If you're Minnesota Rocker, a team who's desperately trying to fight for some points to make their way into playoffs, you're just not having the day that you wanted. You have yet to win a single map today, and I don't know if that's going to continue going into that search and destroy, because Boston are a phenomenal SD team.
Yeah, Boston are indeed looking strong favorites for that one. And of course, if you want to catch that one, that's over on the Alpha stream, over on the main stream. But my friend, we've got a game here on Bravo. It's going to be Vegas against Vancouver. Now, I'm going to try here and set a couple of asterisks next to things, of course, because we are looking at two very different teams when we try and build this one up. Vancouver's team about what are your aspirations, whereas for Vegas, it's about, I guess, playing for pride.
No, without question, man. You have 20 total CDUO points on the entire season. That is dead last in the league. That's not good. That means you only found 2 Ws this entire season, but thankfully with this roster, you at least found 1. The only thing now, though, is you're going up against Vancouver, which Vancouver are one of the top 3 teams that we have in the game. I know in their Alpha match they played against LAT, they got their ass whooped. It's as simple as that. It was not even close in that series, and that can only be more difficult now for Vegas, because you're going up against a very, very angry Vancouver squad, and to start off on that map number 1 on a map like Vault, yeah, that's their bread and butter.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. We'll get to all of that. We'll talk a little bit more about whether or not there's a dream or we're just trying to sell ice to a snowman. Meanwhile, maps, of course, we'll get to all of that, but for now, it is, of course, Vegas against Vancouver in losers round 1. It's a little janky, but here looking across at some of our players. Of course, RCT's X-Nip, Pred, and Priesta for Vegas, 04, Abuza, Nasty, and Neptune for your Vancouver Surge. And a lot of different storylines being leaned up here. We're going to B-roll looking at not only is what a superb, beautiful setup over at DreamHack, but players like Priesta, players like RCT's, players that are right now trying to write a couple of different storylines than what most of their season has been if you're Priesta, ferocities. It's a case of, you know, where you sit in terms of being in the league, out the league. On the opposite side of the table, for Vancouver, I guess it's, again, proving how high your ceiling can be. Can they be real contenders?
No, I think they definitely are, without question, real contenders. It's just matchups things for them. Whenever they square up against LAT, that has been a one-sided affair throughout this entire season. But everybody else, they usually make easy work of. Even Atlanta FaZe. It's just that matchup specifically for this Surge squad has not treated them well. Now you're going into a series versus Vegas, who obviously are the worst team that we have in the league. If you're Vancouver, you didn't bank on potentially being dead last in this tournament here at Major 4. So they're coming in extra prepared in this series because you don't want to be the team to lose to Vegas. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be that squad. And that's a really harsh thing to say about CDLT, but you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
That's just not so. You don't want to have your final major before we start talking champs be that you went out in losers round 1 to the worst team in the league. We're going to get a look here at the maps and modes. We're going to start off on a Vault Hardpoint, Rewind S&D, Hasty Control, Rewind Hardpoint, Dealership S&D. And straight away, if you and me want to try and build a bit of a fairy tale sequence here for Vegas potentially, or that bounce back for Vancouver, that Vault Hardpoint only really suits one portion of that story.
Oh, yeah, and you could already see on the map bans, like Vancouver, they said, no, we just played Skyline versus LAT. We got steamrolled. Vancouver don't really like to play Skyline, and on the opposite side for Vegas, they would have been happy as hell to see Skyline into the mix. But Vancouver, being the phenomenal hardpoint team that they are, they're able to control the vetoes the way that they want. Starting off on an opening hardpoint, which is their bread and butter, 14-6 on the season, have rarely lost the map recently ever since Neptune has been added to the mix. And I think that's the perfect answer for Surge, to try to have a bounce back of a series here, to have that map number 1 to start this one off.
Yeah, I mean, you look at someone like Neptune, and you're right to talk about him coming into this team and what he's done. He's that kind of player that just applies like an endless amount of pressure. And Vegas, unfortunately, have been a team that through the season have largely crumbled under that pressure. So, yeah, looking very much so one-sided when we talk map 1. But that map 2, that Rewind S&D, there may be a way back into the series for Vegas.
No, without question, man, because that's their most successful search and destroy. Even though their record is at 2-3 with this roster, they have the most reps on that. And then for the opposite side of Vancouver, S&D has been a struggle for them. You even saw it in their previous series versus LA. They got absolutely steamrolled in that mode. It's been a struggle for them all throughout Stage 4, even previously in the middle of Stage 3. They've been always good at hardpoint, but the S&Ds and the controls have been a struggle for them. And I think if you're Vegas, realistically, like, if we're going to sell the dream, this is your best opportunity to take down a team like this. They just got slammed by LAT. I know that the map number 1 is heavily going to be in their favor, but with their struggle in search and destroy and control, you can make this a series as long as you don't go down 0-2 in this one.
No, absolutely. I think that you're right to talk about how this is a great opportunity for Vegas to do something. For Vancouver, it's been a case of, you're right, you can't really touch Thieves right now, and you've just been reminded of that in the most brutal fashion. So surely walking wounded, a little bit tail between your legs situation, and if Vegas can come out with some sort of form here in this hard point, or at least in that S&D, as we're saying, might suit them a little bit, and you've got yourself a real chance to upset the odds here. Looking through the rest of that series, I feel it has to under control. Bit of a toss-up between the two teams. Rewind hardpoint, we're talking about a lack of reps across both teams. If we do somehow get to that game 5, and again, we are selling a dream here, ladies and gentlemen. We're well aware of that. There's an asterisk in the air. We're not going to address the elephant too much in the room. But that dealership S&D, if we get there, for Vegas, is there an opportunity?
There definitely is an opportunity because they have a lot of reps on it, just haven't found any W's on it. They're 0-4 on that map. They've been battle tested, going to round 10s, round 11s. And the biggest talking point about their S&D is just like their first bloods. Like, they are phenomenal at being the team, the aggressors, to find that opening kill. But they always throw away their situationals. Like, you got to be able to play your man-up advantages a lot better, especially versus a well-polished squad in Search who always rely on that teamwork aspect. If we do get to that map number 5 where we know dealership is all about the aggression through the SMGs. But I think the only way we actually get to that map number 5 is if Vegas can somehow, some way pull off an extreme upset here and take this opening hardpoint.
No, 100%. Again, we are trying a little bit here to sell you a little bit of a storyline, a chapter to follow, but right now it's just about whether or not Vegas can mix it with any of the teams. The thing is, individually, a couple of the players, you know, I think that you know, looking at Pred, I think since he's walked into this lineup, he's been doing consistently solid. He's been not bad. Xnid, I think he's been one of the standout players since this team kind of came into the roster, although it's in a difficult situation. For our season Priest, I think it's about proving yet again who you are. But if they are going to do that, ladies and gentlemen, they've got a couple more minutes to get themselves ready, because we're going to come back to that after this quick break. Major 4. Study, we're trying to set up a series here between Vegas, between Vancouver. I mean, we look at these two teams, very different polarizing aspects of the league, but we are trying to sell a dream of Vegas getting on through. Is there anything that you want to talk about where, you know, maybe we can build them into this and say that they actually have a chance?
Sometimes when you're a team that has no expectations going into it, that's one of the more difficult things that you have to deal with, because a team with no expectations, you're not expecting them to do anything, and that could sometimes play into the card of Vegas Falcons, because you're just literally supposed to get steamrolled here versus a top 3 squad in Surge. So a squad who not many people have a lot of faith in, but the players individually have had a lot of success throughout their careers. Obviously, you have 3 world champions alongside a rookie in XNID, who's been an unbelievable player ever since he's entered the building here at the CDL. But as long as you don't really have expectations for this team, that could be dangerous, because they could just come out and surprise anyone.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one, isn't it? Because you look at the 4 players on paper, and you're right, Pred, Krista, Arcity's insane careers, really. We know the ceilings they could potentially have. Whereas XNID, he's very much so impressed. But as a 4, this just has not worked at all. And I mean, if there is going to be players building you into this, I think I'm looking in particular at Pred, at XNID, to step on up and show some of that consistency that they've had. For the other two, again, remind us who they are. I think on the flip side of things, for Vancouver, when we look at the players individually, there's a player that I think I've got my eye on here in this series, and it's going to be all 4, largely off the back of the difficulties you had in that first series against Thieves.
Dude, he had like, what, a 0.4 or 0.5 KD? That's just never expected on the side of 04, because ever since you added Neptune to the building, 04 has been one of their best players without question. He has hit that next step in his career in his sophomore year here in the CDL. But it's just that matchup versus LAT is just way too much to handle for him. So definitely looking for a bounce back here versus Vegas. Probably going to farm a little bit to pat those stats going forward in the rest of DreamHack. But this squad, I am not worried about them one bit. They have a phenomenal coaching staff with Rambo Ray behind them. He's without question already put the reset into the minds of every single one of his players. And they're just going into this tournament, going into this matchup, like the tournament's just starting for us. Let's do what we do best.
Yeah, it's a weird one, because like 04 coming out strong so much in that first series. It is a case of like there is just a mismatch there. It just exists. But largely 04 has stepped up massively across the hard point and searched for this team through the Major 4 quals. Alongside them, Abuza feels like he's frying right now in the hard point. So map 1, I think I'm looking at this team to really step it up. In map 2, we've already spoken a little bit about the map pool and kind of how it plays on out. But that Rewind S&D, we're looking at it as a potential chink in the armor for Vegas to get in. You mentioned yourself, it's their best map. It's still not a positive record, but we're trying. For Nasty, though, when it comes to S&D, he's been having a really tough time in S&D through the Major 4 quals. A 0.58 so far. So for me, he becomes a potential X factor in which way that map goes. But is there anyone else that you're looking at through this series, from the maps, from the modes, and thinking, all right, you're the player that could make a real difference here?
Truly, I think on the side of Vegas, like if you want to take down this Vancouver squad, I'm looking at Pred and XNID. Like those are the guys who really set the tone with their SMGs. They understand what it's like to pressure and play with non-stop aggression. And if those guys can be on the same page, whip out extra ARs whenever they need to, and just dictate to how the game is going to be played, because you're going up against Neptune in 04, who love to manipulate the map a certain way. They create extra layers when they win the rotation, and it just makes it more and more difficult if you allow them to do what they do. But the way that Pred plays and the way that XNID plays, they are also going to be able to match that aggression. Those battles between those SMG players are going to be the difference in this series.
Keeping a close eye on that indeed. As we break off then into map 1 of lower round 1 here at DreamHack. It's whether the SMGs can keep up with the pressure, with the pace of Vancouver. And actually, for a P1 on Vault, it feels relatively respectful.
Oh, yeah. We're talking about both teams not really playing for any hail time. They're both playing for the kills initially at the start. They leave it white for the first 20 seconds, and Vancouver makes the most of it after that, finding 3 kills in the feed. Now put themselves in towards the hard point, already put the spawns, and now Vegas with 30 seconds left have to work through pool.
Yeah, interesting moment there where somehow you get a flip set of spawns for both teams. I don't think you're expecting as everyone pauses, turns their heads, and assesses the situation. But there will be a couple of clean kills for Vancouver. Those trophy spawns will reward them getting in on pool's side. Falcons likely to try and mop up a little bit of time here, but it's about assessing up this P2. One of the better hills on the map for returning yourself a bit of purchase. Figuring out how to break this Vancouver squad down.
And so far they have the spawns. At least for now, if you are Surge, but getting aggressive through the middle of the map is going to allow Vegas to still make this mixy, but the gunfights at the end of the hard point go in favor of Vancouver. So they win the rotation over towards New. You got Priesta and Exton trying to work their way around the back. Exton is able to win on one-on-one, but he's instantly traded, and Vancouver's setup too strong.
And the one thing for Vegas here, you're applying enough pressure to force those spawns right at the southern side of that map. You do get one then in dirt for Nasty, and Falcons here just trying to punch a hole in what is a very small line right now. Two very little set. Final 30 seconds of this hill. Vegas see nothing of it. Nasty gets a little bit over aggressive there. Potentially didn't need to take that challenge. That'll give Exton the opportunity to break in for two. Talked about it. He's going to be the player to try and pull this team on through, considering what he's done through this season. As we close this one up, Sully, we start to consider that B3 rotation. Maybe this is where Falcons just say hold and stop Vancouver getting out.
Oh, yeah, and they already did a great job of it. They find every single kill at the end of that P2. Now they had the rotation over towards New, and Exton is beaming with that AR once he picked it on up. You make it scrappy at the P2 HP. You have the spawns that you want from the P3, P4 chain. Let's not allow Surge to soak up a lot of time here.
The kill by Boozer, by the way, to just get rid of that player that was sniffing around at poolside. It will give them a cleaner exit. Also then gives them mid-map control. So two big checkboxes if you are Surge here. So it's going to flip the Falcons out. So RCT's here, a huge job on hand. Not just for art control now, but for that P4 after.
And RCDs knows that he's going to get isolated. There's a lot of players from Vancouver playing for this kill, and this is the worst case scenario for that situation to happen, because now Vancouver have the spawns that they want for art. Even though kills are still going down around the middle of the map, Vegas aren't getting any time at P3. They don't have the spawns that they want at New, but two kills go their way, and now it's going to make the spawns a little bit more mixy.
And RCTs gets on through at White, so he might be able to just slip the net here. He needs to just stay alive, though. Loses the support in Priesta, and well, with that kill, that should give Vancouver an opportunity. Pred's going to try and still apply pressure, but that should give you a little bit of a buffer if you are the Vancouver Surge. So set up in for P4 here. Great work for 3. And this is that combo that so often, if you string it together, we'll just hand this map on over, and we know how good Surge are here.
Yeah, Surge are phenomenal at this hard point. They have the ARs set up on the crosses. They value the light so well. No one scams to give them the 3 first kills. And with the Boozer just causing mayhem in towards art, drawing the intentions on the side, you know that your teammates on the hard point are going to be uncontested. But RCDs does win a one-on-one. He's the only one here. Everyone else is still spawning out towards the mid-map, so Surge still holding.
4 there, gets one that he really shouldn't have, and then finds Exnid in the hill as well. Nade goes on out. It's going to force Priesta to try and move. And 04 here on a 4 spree. Make a 5 spree. No way. Absolutely running a tear through this Vegas Falcons lineup. And they actually get a spawn in for the hill. I don't know if it's going to be something you want. I'm afraid the Falcons here seeing themselves 70 points plus down after the first set of rotations. And also not that hole that you like to have at the end of it, where you trap the opposing players in. Vancouver will be able to put immediate pressure onto P1.
Yeah, that's just what Surge are good at on ball. That P3 to P4 chain, not really allowing you to get any time at the P3, dominating on the P4. You find yourself up by 60. In Vegas was set up for the initial push. They find every single kill in the feed. Exit also covering all of his bases. Even though with Neptune finding one, you're able to instantly reinforce your way back to the middle of the map, which is also can time.
Nasty. Just clear that on out. Falcons, can you do a better job than you did the first time round when it comes to these P2 spawns? We have let 04 slip the net for a moment. Could influence those spawns massively, of course. RCT just stays up on the points. 3 dead for the Falcons, so an opportunity then to just soak up the rest of this time. Prioritize your P2 rotation. For the Surge, it's about how you approach this, and it looks like they're just going to send it down Main Street and try and play in through Trophy.
Yeah, they're just working their way through the spawns. They don't want to contest around this mid-map area, make it scrappy. And if they lose those gunfights, they have to do it again for a second time with that new hill popping. So taking our sweet time, working our way around the back, but Exit is able to find a double. Now Nasty, last man standing through poolside. All of Surge have to push their way through the front with Vegas, winning rotation to New.
And the Falcons start to get that line in place. They draw themselves on out. Nasty, though, might slip the net. I think he's going to get in without being detected. And, well, what could have been a fantastic setup sees that its foundations ripped on out as Nasty slips on through pool, gets himself into the point. This is going to turn it into a bit of a bloodbath now as Nasty finds one. Got to be worried about 2 coming into the back door. Slips, slice, finds one. Nasty! Just about cleaned up by Exnid, but 04 here. The support, clean it on up. Falcons just being bottlenecked to this back alley.
Damn, that's not good if you're Falcons, because Vancouver, they are banking on this setup. Let's trap you toward the backside of P2 for as long as we possibly can. But now those spawns get a little bit mixy. 2 players spawn all the way over towards Art, so you know the pinch is on the horizon there for Falcons, and they make the most of it for the final 15 seconds. But this is truly if they're going to get themselves back into the game or if they're going to lose this map number 1. This P3 to P4 is the biggest difference.
Yeah, you've called it, and I absolutely love it. This P3, P4's 0-4, finds 3. Beautiful work from him to just shut down these Falcons players as they try and get on out. He's going to force them to bottleneck up a bit, assess what it is that they fight for. That didn't really belong to them. Well, Exit has found his way into the middle of the map, so an opportunity here if you can win that gunfight, and you do. Surge spawning all the way up north. Now, that is going to be leaving them worried about that P4 setup. But right now, it's still going to be Vancouver's Surge largely in the driving seat.
Dominating the kill feed. All 4 dead again. Now final 30 seconds here at P3. You know every single player from Vegas are going to be right in front of you at ammo. They have yet to soak a single second here at the P3. Vancouver find themselves up by 60. And if you're Vegas, this is a crucial moment in the game. They find 2 kills at the right time. 2 players from Surge are going to spawn out. It's all up to Nasty to stay alive in towards Art.
Find one, gotta stay alive though. Xnid's here, you're just trying to get the regen on through. You actually get given it as well. Xnid not willing to push this. Tries to delay, the stun's gonna connect. The fact that Nasty's alive for so long, okay, you fall, but look at the Surge players arrive because they had time to, because the Falcons couldn't get that Art control.
Oh, but it doesn't matter. The SMGs from Vegas are able to stabilize, find every single kill in the feed, and technically win the rotation over towards the money hill. It's a 50-point difference that you can tie the game up with all this time. AR's watching the crosses, but Vancouver overwhelmed through the right side. Get a clean 4 dead, and even with Vegas still having the back spawns, this is a crucial moment in the game.
Vancouver here just starting to turn it up a little bit. Recognize the Falcons are here to play. Xnid does his best to stay alive. Will be cleaned on up. Nasty touches point for now. 50-point gap in hand. Still 20 seconds left on this hill. The Falcons, it's about how long you can test this for. Because again, what you can do is draw a line in the sand, keep you pinned into P4, and play out of P1. Falcons didn't manage it last time. It looks like Vancouver might have an opportunity to get out this time.
If you're Falcons, though, we need to start to step it on up. Xnid has already crossed that 30-kill mark. Priest is sitting at 9 and 21. He's one of your main ARs on a map like Vault, where his presence needs to be felt. Gunny needs to start to be warmed up on the side of Vegas if they want to fight their way back into this game. They did it last go-around with this P1 to P2 chain, not really allowing Surge to get any time here, but the kill feed lights up blue. Surge find the break.
Yes, watch indeed. Priest onto the Jackal. And he find his way into this matchup. He the difference maker. It feels like he is the swing factor right now. Nate does actually not connect considering how close that was. Gets himself into the catwalk for free. Damage flies. Finds nothing. And it's one of those moments where you just turn the wrong way. Fred here going to try and clean this up in lights. Keeps that spawn in Falcon's hands. So an opportunity to soak a little bit here. Set yourself up again. You did a good job of it last time in terms of the early setup, but it was broken. It's avoiding letting players slip through like Nasty did last time out. If you can manage that, then Falcons have an opportunity to build themselves into this. Otherwise, it's looking a little bit over the hill.
Yeah, you won a rotation last go-around towards P2, but you can already see on your minimap one player spawning in Africa. RCDs is forced to now jog his way all the way back over towards P2. Vancouver win the rotation technically over towards the P2 HP. They breached that 200-point mark. RCDs is finally going to be into play. He secures the back spawn for his team, and he's able to win on one-on-one, but it's still Surge holding.
Yeah, you do have Priest at least finding one in the back, and you're going to get some support in there. The pinch coming on through does not work out. Neptune lights up for 2. 0-4 with another. Might fancy himself another. Actually, he's just going to delay this whole push with a grenade. Beautiful work. Delay this, to stagger this. There's a spawn out from Priest that could affect things, and has E-activation. Finds 2. Archites with 1 more. Priest finds the 4th. That will be Vancouver cleaned on up. An opportunity then for Falcons. Get whatever you can out of this and hit a rotation. And with that kill from Pred, that will keep Vancouver off towards this dirt side.
Yeah, you're trying to trap them towards the backside of this pool area. Finding every single kill, at least also not allowing Surge to get any remaining time there at the P2, but they only need 27 seconds. Vegas now needs to play for that P3 to P4 chain to get themselves back into this game, but you also cannot allow them to soak time.
There will be 3 dead at least in the feed for the Falcons. Nasty just going to be a little bit of a thorn in the side here. Holding himself down at palms. Finds Priest top Art. Will back him down, but well, faces trouble of his own as Xnid finds 2 more. Xnid, by the way, at 37-28 is a ridiculous stat line for a team that is losing by 90 right now. Doing his absolute best. Refusing to go out quietly. Just needs a bit of support. And as he stays alive on the point as well, Bruiser's going to be frustrated. Fly on forward and rip Priest out of Art. But RCTs, for a good couple here, will allow Falcons a moment to soak up some time and potentially set up for P4.
Man, this is a lot of time that Vegas got here at the T3, and now they're already stabilizing on the map. But as I say that, Vancouver combined for 3 kills. They step up in the aggression, and now it's on Priest, the last man standing. He is going to fall. And Vancouver now win the rotation over towards the money here at P4. They need 20 seconds to close it out. One opportunity here for Vegas.
Vancouver with kills at the right moment here to give them this P4 control. And you can see why they are so damn good when it comes to this map. Know exactly what to prioritize and when, but 0-4 is going to be overwhelmed here as Falcons players arrive from every entryway and clear it on out. So Vancouver having to refigure out a push. You do have Neptune up close, and he breaks in through the front door to find one. Priest has got to go. You've got to go. Steps on the point and cleans it off. Finds a second. No, and it is all done and dusted. Neptune managing to apply that final pressure and will, although not be the final player standing, at least find the end points and the map for Vancouver to go 1-0 up. Felt like a map, my friend, that we can talk a lot about, you know, where Vegas had standouts from XNID and moments where they seem to set up and get broken, but it's hard to look away when we're going to look at this scoreboard. Priesta, it just felt like he unfortunately was a non-fact. It felt like a 3v4 throughout the majority of that map. Yeah, Priesta had a tough time there in that map, number 1, but just the way that Vancouver played the map, it's how they always find success here on Vault. Everyone's sitting basically around even. You don't really have to outslay them to bits. You just do the teamwork aspect correctly. We're talking about winning a majority of your rotations. And then even when you didn't find rotations on your side, especially towards the P2s, you're still finding your first attempt breaks through the front side. And that's only going to allow them to continuously run up the score, have Vegas playing from the back foot. If ARs aren't shooting, you're not going to have a good time on Vault. Vancouver, answer the call in that map, number 1. Go up 1-0 in the series, and now you're feeling the pressure if you're Falcons. Yeah, you are indeed feeling the pressure. You called it, by the way, at the start of the show. You said that you wanted to see the SMG step up in this map. Pred dropped 4k damage. The SMG most certainly doing their part. The one thing with Vancouver, we look across this team, and we know that all 4 of these players can contribute at such high levels. Buddha has been, again, a player who's been so good for them in the hard points through the qualifiers. Neptune, we know what he can bring to the table. And those 4 Nasty also delivering their part as well. It's just too much in the end for Vegas. To be fair, we came into map 1. We said that this would be a map that suits Vancouver. This would be a map that they should take. So it's all about then how you answer back if you're Falcons. Of course, you were hoping to come into a series where Surge were walking wounded, struggling a little bit. If you're losing that one as the Falcons in the way you did, has your win been taken out of your sails? Are you thinking, okay, this was never suiting us anyway, we've got map 2? Yeah, I think it was never suiting them anyways, because you're going up against one of the best hardpoint teams in the game on their best hardpoint in the game. So it was just a tough draw there when you talk about the vetoes for Vegas to have to play that Vault to open up the series. But now you desperately need the bounce back and search and destroy. This is where Surge have been struggling all throughout Stage 3 and Stage 4. Their S&D has been up in the air. I feel like when you talk about Surge and search and destroy, it's usually through the SMGs. 0-4 loves to be that island player, to get lost, open up the map for his teammates. And when he's not finding that success, that's what makes them play a lot slower, and they don't really have strategies off of that slow pacing. So that's going to be tough to handle if they don't adapt quickly, because Vegas on the opposite side for Rewind, we have seen them so many different times with their SMGs. Pred and XNID taking a lot of space through mid DVD. If you allow them to dictate the way that this game is going to be played, how the pacing is going to be played, you're not going to have a good time again if you're surging another S&D. No, absolutely not. And I spoke about it. Nasty struggling in particular, 0.58 so far through the Major 4 qualifiers. Looking to see if he can step up to just make sure it's a nice and tidy one for Surge. The thing is here, it's kind of funny because obviously we're looking at this in Vegas, kind of talking about how this is their good map. They are 2 wins and 3 losses here, which matches the Vancouver Surge, but it's something that we're going to try and build on here. When it comes to this S&D, I feel like what I got to see though is just better out of Priesta. I think after that map 1, going to be reeling a little bit. We know how important opening duels are, in particular in S&D, and especially on this Rewind S&D. I think you're looking at your ARs to control those long lanes. You're talking RV side, talking Burger side. If he's 100%. A non-factor again, this becomes a very difficult map for his teammates. Oh yeah, but Priesta, I expect him to have a bounce back here in the Search and Destroy, because this has been one of his favorite modes to play in, even when he was on the LAG lineup. He loves himself some S&D. Hasn't really been the best respawn player throughout this entire season, but he has had his moments, especially in the clutch, throughout his S&D career in this game. But a massive map here for Vegas, as they're going to be the team early on the attack.
Remember, I said it, they love to play with the aggression. And this time they're at least going for the 2-2 split with Xnit taking a little space in towards Gens.
In the moment of pause, as everyone gets their stuns out, assesses the information that they've gained, and RCTs will open up with one into Burger. So at least that build off of if you're the Falcons, and Pred will find another. So a 2v4, that instant aggression coming on through. Vancouver reeling and trying to get together to find a way to fight this.
Yeah, 2v4 now. Left up to 0-4 on Neptune. The SMGs on the side of Vancouver, but Xnit picks the right corner, just not the right time to take shots. Fortunately, both players are right in front of him, and they're able to take care of Xnit without that bomb being planted. So you're still giving 0-4 on Neptune a lot of time to clutch.
Plenty of time indeed. On this one, Neptune here, just trying to find freebie. Oh, 4's gonna slip on through, and Priest is just not looking, and oh no, Neptune finds another. Pred will stay up for a heartbeat, but somehow stays up and in the fight. And the fact that the Falcons have turned this situation into a 1v2 where Pred's got to try and retrieve bomb and 15 seconds on the clock. Somehow unthinkable.
He's just simply not going to have time to either locate both kills or get the objective down. And Vancouver, off of the back of the SMGs, are able to start off the search and destroy with a massive 2v4 clutch. If you are Vegas, it was a perfect start to the round. You had RCTs find that opening kill in towards Burger, which sets up Pred to be aggressive in towards Burger for the second. But as soon as you find those 2 kills, everyone just rallied together. We don't have to be put in isolation gunfights. Let's just get the objective down and play the trades. But once that first kill goes down onto Xnit, even still with the man-up advantage, you just weren't in a position to get that objective planted. And 0-4 and Neptune are able to capitalize on a massive opening round there for Vancouver to go up 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, you were an ex-pro player, my friend. You played at a level that I could never dream of, and well, I winced watching that one come on through, so I can't imagine how you felt. Just get yourselves together, play that numbers advantage. They never do. If you manage to get your way into A here, and Falcons, well, they've just backed on off, potentially reeling from the shock of giving up that 2v4, and that's going to give a free plant potentially away to Neptune.
It's all about the timing. When Vegas decides to strike for this retake, they're not going to be in a position to contest instantly through glass. So now 40 seconds to go. 4v4 in this situation. Someone eventually has to be the aggressor because time is ticking.
Xnit backs on off, baits Neptune in and finds one at least. So that's an opportunity to come on in. It will be traded. 0-4 just tucked away off into these doorways. Someone's going to have to check the bomb at some point. I don't think you have to worry for a moment. RCTs will cross. That's information gained. And just delaying the timer. No one's going to go near the bomb. 0-4 finds one. He's on his own. And you clutch this. Finds Priester as well. Just delays. Dilly-dallies. Tries to get himself around the pole. And Pred's just trying to find him. Pred can't get this cleaned up in time. Beautiful work from 0-4. What's that? A 1v3 clutch off the back of a 2v4?
Yeah, that is unbelievable out of 0-4. Like, he just goes unaccounted for. And I love the trigger discipline out of the sophomore. Like, he understands I am the guy playing the clutch. We already are in a man disadvantage. As long as I time this to perfection when I decide to chow, it'll work out in my favor. He was just crawling like a caterpillar at the double doors. Throw an extra shoulder. All right, no one's on bomb. Do it again. No one's on bomb. And you already see 2 red dots right next to you. So chooses the right time to strike for the double. Doesn't need the 3rd kill to secure the round. And 0-4 off to a great start at 5-1 here in the S&D.
Just outrageous levels of discipline there, control. As all the chaos unfolds, he knew exactly how he wanted to play that. Delayed and bought time. The Falcons are probably wondering how the hell they're not 2 off. And not being 2 down as 0-4 throws a couple of shoulders, gives out all the information, and Neptune will pick up the first blood, but Priester at least answers back.
Vegas now have all control of this B site. You just don't really want to get bad timing here. If you start to think about that objective, thankfully Pred with the AR on hand is able to locate a Booza. You have the man advantage, and you also have info onto 0-4. Let's not throw this one away.
Here, you're going to get flanked from the right-hand side. Will be cleaned on up. No clutch this time. So the Vegas, it feels like they're getting off to strong starts in rounds. I think that on the defense, they were a little bit slow, gave it up for free, but they managed a pretty successful retake apart from the fact that 0-4 goes huge. They're initially, especially in the 1st and 3rd round here, they've done a great job finally clearing that up and seeing that round through. It's just about those situations where they should come out on top, not letting them slip. I think that's the difference between a team in the situation they're in and one of those teams that's looking at taking themselves into a champ spot.
And that's been their situation, basically, ever since this roster has been formed. Like, they just don't have the ice, even when you give them the heavy man advantage. And quickly into this next round, all-out aggression in towards Gens. You go trade for trade. RCT is able to walk out on top with an extra one. So another man-up advantage here for Vegas. You don't have the info, or do you, that the bomb is going to be down over towards Gen. Everyone's just playing real tight in that situation.
Worrying thing here for Vancouver, of course, you're very split. Nasty's going to bang the door open. Done. I don't think we'll connect. It does not. To get back together here, we've already watched a 2v4 and a 1v3 clutch. Vancouver looking to try and add a third one to that tally, but well, you do get Pred actually finds an exit. So you find the kill. Yes, you do. You activate. Turns it into a 2v1. Does not need to take that fight. And will be backed on down. Does the right thing to slip away just in the right moment. Boozer on a donut so far. And does not. Checks the wrong corner. So Vegas, at least stabilizing, have now found 2 rounds. And it seems they're doing a better job. As we said, it seems their starts are good. It's just about making sure they slow it down, breathe, compose themselves, and just assess what to do next.
Yeah, the aggression early on into these rounds and then walking away with the majority of the gunfights is giving you early man advantage and a lot of control of the map. So far, that's been the answer in these last 2 rounds here for Vegas to tie the game up at 2. Communication starting to fire. Pred understanding what the setups are looking like. So he's trying to be the IGL here to rally the guys back because he is on 6 in a row. If you're Pred in this situation, probably want to bait your teammates a little bit or invest that RC card, because if you can earn yourself a Hellstorm, that's a massive game change.
Problem is you activate and, well, RCT's falls amongst it. Yeah. So any sort of map presence you were hoping to gain is quickly thwarted, and then, well, 2 kills come on through for Vancouver. So Vegas here, you're getting nothing for a couple of freebies, and, well, you at least get one out of all 4, but instantly traded.
Yeah, now it's Pred left in a 1v3. He's going to be able to spot one. Knocked down to 48 HP, still on 7 in a row. Makes us more capable of clutching up in this 1v3. 45 seconds to go. Both players from Vancouver are currently spread, but you got to expect them to eventually rally together for that army of 2 setup.
Red will at least get the information. It gives him the confidence to plan today. You find a clean exit. I think Pred, yeah, he's going to look to wrap this and get a little bit of a timing situation potentially. Do Vancouver just instantly jump on this bomb? You do. Coming in, he finds one. You slip away. No! Half a bullet was all that was needed there. Zabuza finishes it off. Felt like Pred had pulled it off for a moment. Works it so well on the exit. But it's the fact that Vancouver as well willing to just dive that and force the situation. If you don't come to us, we get the defuse. If you do, we get to set ourselves up for that trade, and Abuza reacts quickly enough.
Yeah, and if you're Pred, you were just hoping that when you turn that corner in towards Gents, that door would have been open, because you stand a better chance at clutching up on that round. But when you're forced to break it down, commit on the player defusing the bomb, it just allows the other man standing on the side of Vancouver to instantly get that trade. But that's just one of those rounds there. If you're Vegas, like, the strategies you can already tell was, I'm going to slow this round down, use our RC card to play info. And if you're RCTs, you just simply can't afford to die in that scenario when that is the play call. Fortunately for them, now you're down by 1. And already on the first blood goes in favor of a boozer and disadvantage early.
The flurry of blows as everyone flies into mid, and it only suits Vancouver. RCTs will at least answer back to make a 1v2.
What?
Oh, 4 is flying at nothing. What are you doing? Alec here will, well, he eat that one up for free. Turns it into a 1v1. Nasty then against RCTs. Nasty has the bomb. He can back off from this. I think he doesn't want to let RCTs out. As the nade goes on over.
It's a good nade.
Both players here.
Really good nade. You're going to have him weak. Nasty's going to continue to finesse. Shoulder, shoulder. RCTs only has 7 bullets left in the clip. Going to invest with the pistol. And the 2-time world champion is able to ice up on a massive round there for the Falcons. But, like, if you're 0-4, what the hell are you doing, bro?
Brother,
like 2v1. Andrew, like, what is he doing?
This is my first time casting the Call of Duty League, and I am trying to be respectful, but what on earth you're thinking in that moment, I don't know. A penny for his thoughts, but RCTs must have had to blink twice. I'm being given that one for free. Sure, I'll take it. And then does a wonderful job of just keeping Nasty busy. Felt like Nasty could have probably backed off, tried to get there with the bomb over towards B. But Alec cooks that perfect nade and doesn't give him the opportunity, cleans it on up. Another clutch so far in RS&D.
Yeah, that's unacceptable right there if you're 0-4. They're struggling in search and destroy. They cannot afford scans, but already into this next round, it's a one-on-one in the first 15 seconds. Priesta via Booza.
I've seen this script already. As everyone squares up over A. We'll get the timing, but you've got your knife out, and, well, get cleaned up by Priesta. So, the Falcons, then, leading in this one, up 4-3, finding momentum. Those opening engagements are kind of not going their way in these ones where we bang out over A, but then they're just cleaning up on X's. Little moments where, as Vancouver put themselves in a spot where you're in a 2v1 or 3v1, Vegas just go, okay, we're going to cut one or two of you down as you leave that room and turn it into a more manageable fight. It's almost gone from Vegas doing fantastic in the start of rounds to actually Vegas suffering now at the start, but at least finishing strong.
Yeah, it's insane, man, because the aggression has been the key for Vegas. Even when gunfights are not going in favor of them, they're still having that clutch factor at the end of these rounds and now have the advantage by 1. And now they're continuing the aggression by taking some DVD space away, but Nasty gains the info, hits the audible. Bomb is now going to get planted at B.
Oh, and your shots hit a couple, but Pred will at least get one. Open things up. Booza has managed to find his way all the way through. He could potentially be the place to activate here, but all 4 will be cleaned on up. And it looks like you're trying to sniff out Arcities here just to give you a little bit of a platform to play from if you are Vancouver. And at least you find him to make it a bit more manageable.
Now it's on Neptune. Can he get anything done from Gen's side? Booza wins his one-on-one, but you know that everybody else had to be aggressive through the map. And instead of, like, you know, rotating over towards B, they're going to decide to go for these challenges. Red is able to locate a Booza. Xnid is going to find the kill. And Falcons now at game point. Surge have not had an answer for the aggression through DVD. And even when you're thinking that they do, when they hit the perfect audible, the Hellstorm that was earned on the side of Pred was the difference maker there, because you have all the information gained once that streak is invested, and you also find the opening kill. So Vegas making the proper adjustments here in the search and destroy, put themselves at game point.
We've mentioned already through this tie about those opening rounds and how Vegas started them so well, but it is about how you finish, and it seems that they've found a way to just keep a chokehold on rounds, stabilize midway through. Actually a slower play from Falcons this time, so a change up in the strategy. A little bit of smoke and mirrors, a little bit of misdirection. Surge here recognize that it's not the typical Falcon strategy coming on through. Slow it down themselves.
Yeah, this is going to be tough, though, now for Vegas, because with no aggression on any parts of the map, you have no info on what the setup is currently looking like on the side of Surge. Already been 35 seconds wiped off the game clock. Still playing it super patient in your spawn, and Vancouver are just banking on their tight setup in courtyard.
No one dare breathe. Especially on the side of Vancouver. So nervous about giving up this first blood, but you still will. Pred will find Neptune over by the 18-wheeler. Priesta now has complete control on the route in from Gens. Makes a lot of noise, of course, on entry. Gonna try and put the bomb down now. We'll actually see 0-4 and doesn't die, importantly. Stays up, will get the bomb down. So huge fight between Abuza and Xnid to try and set up to collapse around this. But the bomb's down, timer's ticking.
And all you got to do is just play your trades. If you're Vegas, you have 0-4 isolated, 2v4, information onto both players as well. This is going to be Vegas Falcons closing out the search and destroy. A massive one at that to tie the series up. And you best believe Xnid is already out his chair roaring.
I mean, we said it. If you were going to come into this series looking at the maps, the modes, the teams, and the way everything's set up, map 1, we felt that this belonged to Vancouver, and we were answered as such. There were moments from Vegas, but it certainly went Vancouver's way. But could you, in map 2, use that aggression? Put your SMGs to good work, and almost certainly so here. I was a little bit worried when we started. You had that 2v4 clutch, you had the 1v3 clutch, all for Vancouver, and actually, thinking back to that, this could easily have been a 6-2, 6-1 for the Falcons, had they just shown a bit more discipline in those early rounds.
Hey, without question, man. Without those icy clutch-up rounds on the side of Surge, the 2v4 to start the 1v3 out of 0-4, you're basically getting slammed. here on the Rewind Search and Destroy, the strategies for Vegas were on point. Besides the one where RCDs dies when the RC card gets invested, or obviously the ones that you throw away in the 2v4 and 1v3, their strategies with the aggression was massive. You had Pred go for 9 non-traded kills, earns himself an early Hellstorm to basically guarantee you one of those rounds. And it was just a clean-cut search and destroy from Vegas, how they were going to be able to dictate the way that they wanted to play that Rewind Search and Destroy to tie the series up. If you're Vancouver, though, like, this is scary now going forward because you have always been phenomenal at hardpoint. But now you're losing search and destroys to Vegas Falcons. I know it's on a map that you really don't have a lot of reps on, but S&D in general for them has been a struggle. And they had a lot of moments in this map where you could have potentially closed it on out. We're just not playing our numbers correctly. We're ego-challenging in certain situations. And right now, if I'm feeling frustrated, I can only imagine what Rambo Ray is saying after that break.
I mean, that's a fantastic reminder of the fact that they do have one of the best lines in Call of Duty behind them and is probably mauling at some of those moments. I mean, I think back to that Alec 1v3, right?
Yep. Unacceptable.
Going and playing for that kill, you're sitting there, and I guess in that situation, if you are Rambo, you're thinking, well, I can't coach that out of you. That should be just game sense at this point. You shouldn't be playing on out for that. But, I mean, we'll continue to tip our hat to the Falcons and say that you've given yourself a bit of a light in this series, an opportunity at least. And the man on screen there, Xnid, feels like he's having a fantastic series, refusing to bow out here in his rookie season with a whimper, very much delivering in maps 1 and 2, which of course leaves us looking at the rest of the series. Next was Hacienda Control. We felt that was going to be a toss-up in terms of which way it could go. On the Rewind Hardpoint, there's a lack of reps potentially. So off the back of that S&D win, Falcons potentially sticking their chest out here, and we look ahead of the series that they could string a couple of things together.
And this would be insane, bro. I'm telling you right now. If Vegas are able to take down Seattle, who were just in back-to-back grand finals of the last 2 majors that we just played, even though they didn't win a map in either one of those finals, you're just not expecting that. Vegas now tied the series up at 1-1, and I can't wait to see what they have in store for us on the Hacienda Control coming up next.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we will, of course, get to check all of that out. But before then, ladies and gentlemen, grab yourself some water. We might be in for an absolute banger here that we never saw coming, but we'll find out after the break.
Lovely stuff, my friend.
and gentlemen, the Call of Duty League Major 4, of course, in Dallas at DreamHack. I'm Enigma, I'm one half your commentating duo today, but of course, I'm here with Study, and we are 2 maps into a series that, I mean, we kind of set ourselves up here as like trying to make 2 different storylines. I don't know how much we actually believed in them, but brother, they are happening. We have got 1 apiece right now, the Vault Hardpoint going the way of Vancouver, but then the S&D going the way of Vegas, and they looked good. So then, we look ahead in our series, this Hacienda Control. We said it was going to be a toss-up. I guess let's take a look at Vancouver first and why you believe or what you think their pros and cons are coming into this one.
Oh, Vancouver, they don't really like Control in general. They haven't been able to figure it out. They just played Hacienda Control versus LAT, who I know is the best Control team that we have in the game, but it wasn't even remotely close. Everyone was sitting at like a 0.4, 0.5. You couldn't figure out your killing, and if you're not going to be able to figure out your slaying on a map like Hasi, you're just simply not going to have a good time. Going up against this Vegas squad, though, who obviously gained some momentum off of that search and destroy. I told you before the series started, sometimes a team with no expectations is a very dangerous team to play up against. And with their SMGs firing the way that they did, excellent in map number 1, Pred taking over in that search and destroy, yeah, best believe they are roaring with confidence going into this map number 3. Vancouver just need to answer the call early. For a team that struggles on both sides of the field, especially on a map like Hasi, you can't really suck at defenses. You just need to get 4 dead, camp your corners, value your life a little bit more, and you're going to stand a pretty good chance at taking this one.
No, absolutely. I love that you bring up as well the mental side of this, because of course for our players on the stage, this is a whole warfare going on right now, where for the Falcons, as you've said, they are a dog that is backed into a corner. How much bite can you come out with? Whereas with the Surge, it's a case where you got absolutely smoked last series. You take a round that you should, but then you lose your S&D to the bottom team in the league. So how's your composure? Ferocity's, well, do enough here to get that first take on through.
Oh, this is perfect. This is a phenomenal start here for Vegas. That's another 3 dead in the feed. That guy ate so many bullets, but Arcees is still able to find that kill. Second segment should be guaranteed unless Neptune is able to time the jump in at the right time, but he commits more on the gunfight to control top plat. Second segment does get locked, and Archie is still the last man standing in this position.
Archie's on force free as well, by the way. Worth keeping an eye on as he finds another, just assisting Pred there to get on through. Will be cleaned up. I think that's going to be before we have to consider anything to do with health. But he did find 2 ticks at least. It's Pred. Just continues to run amok a little bit here at Archie. Is going to be pushed by 1 more, eventually cleaned on up. Vancouver here, you do get the kill that eventually will let you push out a little bit, but Vegas at least keeping that pressure high. You talked about the aggression that they like to play with. For now, at least, it's got Vancouver in a spot where they don't have anything set up.
Yeah, they don't have any presence as well over towards that B point, so Priest hitting that pinch to find that opening kill. Allows his team to overextend through well, but Neptune's going to fill that gap on the pinch. Able to line up a double. You know he's going for the Eagle Child for the 3rd, but he gets taken care of by Pred. Pred's able to find a double. B point is going to be done and dusted, and Vancouver are getting punched in the face right now. You're down by 5 lives, and you're all stuck in your spawn.
And the slap in the mouth that the Falcons are giving you right now is going to sting for a little bit if they manage to see off this offense. 4th tick nearly there. Will be cleaned up just for a moment, but Xnid dived. You're up 14-8, and that tick comes on through. You've got so much time to play with here.
If you're nasty, you got to get something done on this pinch. He at least is going to line up a freebie onto Archides. Going to be able to stop that second segment before getting completed. But a massive, crucial moment here for Vancouver. You're still down by 5 lives. Pred is still roaming in your spawn on 6 in a row. And you can just slow this down if you're Vegas to play TDM.
Right here on the hunt on a 6 spree. Abuza has tucked himself off here at the stairs. This wasn't cleared by Pred, so he might not expect it. Somehow stays alive. Abuza's going to want that one back. Finds Archites, but it will be pinstripe feed in favor of Vancouver, but it's still a 6v9. Make it a 5v9. Vancouver here going to have to be pretty much perfect. Otherwise, giving up a valuable offense here at the start.
35 seconds to go. 0-4 needs to get something done, but gets caught slipping by Archides. Now no more respawns. Neptune has to make something out of nothing, but he's only able to get 1. The second segment is already locked. Everyone from Vegas should be stacking the point because the segment is so much more important, but it does not matter. They take the opening attack with the aggression, and now Vancouver, like, what the hell is going on with the top 3 squad all season?
I mean, to be a fly on that stage and listen in to how the Vancouver players are reacting right now. Blinking in disbelief. This is the team, again, back-to-back second placings in the majors. A team that we all think very highly of. But right now, a team that no one accounted for, is standing up and demanding respect in this series. It is, of course, still a long way to go. That is just an offense Vancouver are more than capable of taking their own. But it feels like the wind in the sails is with the Falcons, and for the Surge, you cannot get your engine going right now.
Man, 0-4's at a 4-9 start. Pred on the opposite side, 9-4 start. Both for the playmaking SMGs. Are either showing their dominance or showing their struggles. But now Surge had 5 seconds to make up for it. Thankfully, on their offensive approach, they're going to have that trophy system to make their way out of well a lot easier. The break off is going to be massive. Arceus finds the player working on the pinch. 0-4 is there for the trade. You're slowly but surely working up your progression, but you're just banking on your teammates to find some success on the opposite side of the map.
Vancouver here just trying to make a bit of a statement that they're not really as much as you'd think, as 0-4 finds Pred. That gives an option for that second 6 continue to push on forward. Can Xnid be a spoiler? Well, Priest will actually find 2. Traded on out eventually. But Xnid here, and a couple of beautiful shots will just send Surge packing, who found just the 1 tick so far.
And they're still committing on this push over towards B. Now it's on Arceus with an SMG in hand. Try to alleviate the pressure or not get caught with his pants down. 0-4 is able to take space over through the backside of 10. Now you're banking on Pred on this pinch to get something done, and he might have timed it to perfection. Gets the player off the point, gives the comm to his teammates. Last player just out 10. That's all 4 dead. Everyone off the respawn.
Wonderful work from Pred there. The discipline to hit the route and get paid out. Xnid here, going to be on his own at the rock. Will be picked up, at least gets the information that there's 2. RCTs, well, potentially overstays his welcome a little bit in that fight. He will be cleaned on up. So now Vancouver scrambling. 40 seconds to go. Down 3 lives. And you will try again at this B point. You find the first kill, but look at this arrow swarm. Look at the setup. And Pred reads the players coming on through well side. And Vancouver right now having to assess exactly how they play this out. Staring down the barrel of being 2-0 down in this match.
There's only 30 seconds left to go. All of Vancouver now have to commit themselves to the OE because we don't want to waste time to wrap our way back through well. And Xnid is just going to get out of dodge. Allow Neptune to go for the trade, but instantly going to be traded because Vegas had the power positions. Final 15 seconds. All of Surge coming off the respawn, and Pred again behind enemy lines, just being so damn annoying to account.
Yeah, just being the thorn in the side. Irritating at all times. Just not giving Vancouver a moment to breathe.
Big win.
You will at least get some push on out here and some success from Nasty and Abuza. So that does come on through. It gives you that 60 seconds on the clock at a time when you needed it most. But you are down 6 lives, and Falcons can play around a bit of a TDF strategy if they wish, and those kills are going to make that ever more comfortable.
That's 3 dead in the feed. Last player standing is going to be Neptune. We're not going to commit on that gunfight mid-courtyard because Xnid, no, my cut is over towards the rock side. He's able to get 1, get out of dodge, reposition toward top spiral, almost gets the better of Abuza there. But it's 14v6. 1 more of the kills, and this round is Vegas.
Surge, you can clear off Pred. You do at least have forward presence from Nasty here to give you an opportunity to squeeze. But it has to be perfect. 27 seconds, 5v12. And a setup from the Falcons coming on in as they start to find ways to surround and collapse on this point.
3 lives remaining on the side of Surge. Make it 2. Falcons with the aggression are just way too hard to account for. We are losing track of these players every chance that they get an opportunity to do so. And Falcons now up 2-0 on the control. You were able to secure 5 seconds in your first round. You only allowed Vancouver to secure 3 on that round. So you're still up by 2, but you're heavily in the driver's seat now.
I just pull it back to that moment that you brought up, like the mental warfare of this series and kind of where we stood and how much Vegas needed to come out here and ride the momentum off the back of the S&D win. Well and truly have taken a hold of this series and have Vancouver exactly where they want them. Looking at some of those stat lines, Pred 15-8, a constant thorn in the side. RCT 16-10. Coming alive.
They're going crazy right now, Andrew. They're getting everything that they want in this control currently. Already the initial kills also going their way. They find the first 2. They're working on the first segment here at the A point, and this is catching Vancouver completely off guard. Thankfully, a massive one-on-one gunfight they've secured from Nasty. First segment does get locked, but at least you win the trade fight to stabilize on the map.
Priesta finds 2 up here. We said we wanted to see more out of him after map 1, and he's starting to step up indeed. Vancouver, a lot of kills, a lot of map presence. We'll see that shut down over towards Rock, but Abuza can play Thorn in the side. Abuza has been struggling control largely through these Major 4 qualifiers. Will be a moment to turn that around as he finds a player trying to escape. Nothing then being handed on over to the Falcons.
Yeah, you're still trying to look for where they are. We know that we haven't accounted for everyone. Thankfully, we're still
Beautiful
winning.
work.
I mean, there are the one-on-one gunfights, but you go 2 for 2 in the battle. Pred stopping the clock by hopping on the B objective. X was holding down top office, but once he wins that one-on-one, we know we have a free segment here at the B point. It's just the unaccounted for pinch by Abuza might play a factor.
Oh, and he gets found by Arcites. He reads the situation perfectly. Will slide on forward, finally gets another. And that, too, will then give Priester an opportunity to progress at this point. The 0-4 has to go. Already a tick down on B, a tick down on A. You don't want this to come on through. You do not need this extra 60 seconds. And Priester wins the next fight as well.
This is getting bad. Now if you are Surge, because you have no map control, you are stuck in your spawn. You need someone to have a moment. Abuza at least wins the one-on-one. Nasty from the top of the ropes is able to find 2. Has that player one shot. Does not want to give up this last segment here at the B point. But Priesta, he's already gained his health back. Almost finds a double kill there. But at least all time for his teammates to get back into the mix.
Big moment for Nasty and Abuza to do something. Nasty gonna be back on down here, though, for a moment. Actually doesn't even get to do that. He's cleaned on up, so you're very far forward if you're the Falcons. Look at this pressure on A and B. Vancouver have to pick one and scramble. You put a lot of faith into Neptune here to clear this up, and Arcites will find him, and that's 3 dead in the feed. This B point is coming on through, and A will start to move.
Yeah, and that's all 4 dead. Now everyone's going to stack. Everyone coming off of the respawn, and Vegas Falcons quickly in the control. Now go up 2-1 in the series. It was a beatdown in the Search to Destroy, but that was a whole lot worse there on that Hacienda. The SMGs continuously getting lost. The ARs dominating their side of the maps. And even when they needed to pick up an extra Jacko in hand, they were still popping multi-kill after multi-kill. The face from Pred says it all. He is so locked in right now. And the Falcons now take a commanding 2-1 lead versus a squad who, like I said previously, was in back-to-back grand finals in our last 2 majors. Oh, Vancouver, you better figure it out and figure it out quick, or you're going home on day 1.
Now I'm taking a quick look here at this scoreboard, and of course it's very grim reading if you are 0-4, unfortunately 10-24. But huge plaudits being handed over to a couple of players that we said we wanted to see step on up. Xnate, Pred, you've been doing your thing. We're very glad to see you continue on with that. Arcites 24-14, a ridiculous map. And it felt like as well, every single time, Control's one of those modes where players can get lost. You've got to do your counting, you've got to do your finding. And he felt like that hunter killer out there, swatting players down who were trying to set up pinches and just giving his team so much room on the map. Wonderful work from him. And Priesta, that bounce back from map 1 that we desperately needed to see, we got it there in the Hacienda Control. You, my friend, again, pro career, have done many things out there on main stages, under the lights. If you're in this Vancouver team right now, what are you saying to each other to get this going?
I'm sitting there like, what the hell are we doing? Like, sometimes COD can be so day-to-day, and right now it's looking like today is not their day to play some Call of Duty. But we just got to hit the hard reset. Like, we got to understand who we are as a team, who we are as an organization, and what we are capable of doing when we hit these events. We have gone to back-to-back grand finals. I understand we have yet to win a map in one of those grand finals, but we are without question one of the best teams that there are in this title of Call of Duty. And right now, it's just not clicking, man. We just need to hit the hard reset. Thankfully, you got a great coach in your ear in Rambo Ray to simply say, all right, guys, we're just not playing well. Like, we just need to hit the hard reset. We need to redo everything that we were coming into, because now we're going into maps that we're really not comfortable with. To go into a rewind hard point where you're sitting at 1 and 2 overall on the stage, you haven't really found a lot of success in this map, and on the opposite side, Vegas have no information on this map. So this is completely blind on the side of Surge. But with your backs against the wall, usually they do not crumble. They just need to make sure that they are controlling the pacing of the game the same way they did in map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, you're right to bring up the complete lack of reps, the complete lack of information and VOD and everything else that's available. Because we look at the coaching staff of these two teams. Of course, there's Clayster over there for the Falcons. There is going to be Rambo Ray. And of course, we, often look at them as squads and people that are going to help drive you forward and prep for events such as this. You've got no such luxury here. This is very much so a situation where Vancouver have to come out and make an early statement about why we see them as such a strong team when it comes to hardpoint. We won't have to wait too long, I believe, before we get into this one. But looking at this hardpoint, staring down the barrel of getting double rounded after back-to-back grand finals, Vancouver, this is one of those moments where we find out just exactly what you are made of. This is testing your mettle, your composure, whether or not that flash in the pan came at potentially the wrong time of the season. You always want that to be appearing for champs or EWC. Vegas, we suddenly started looking at them, and we came into the series, you and me, trying to, okay, Vegas have a chance in this. Again, I don't know how much you and me actually believe that, but it's our job to try and set that up.
Yeah.
Suddenly it's a case of, okay, what could have been if this team had played like this the whole time?
Yeah, it's just like when you look at the numbers, obviously Vegas are sitting dead last in the CDL. 20 total CDL points. You've only won 2 matches, actually 3, because you won 1 in a minor tournament, but you didn't get any points for that. But it's just like the way that they're playing. Like I keep on saying, the team with unexpected expectations, they are just coming out here and just doing whatever they want right now to Vancouver. And if you are Surge on a map that you usually don't find a lot of success on, the teamwork and everything that has got you into this position of being one of the top teams throughout this entire season, it needs to all be clicking here. Your ARs are able to dominate on Vault. You shut down the ARs on the opposite side for Vegas. And the way that they were shooting that last map, if they do that again, they're going home.
XNet does not mind the early challenge, but Vancouver will at least find the first 4. So a moment to breathe then and assess the situation. But for the Falcons, of course, you are looking to set up how you retake this. A couple players being sent through Burger, considering that P2 rotation. The one thing nice and early, of course, you find a lot of kills here for the Vancouver Surge. For the Falcons, is not panicking. Is knowing that what you've done so far through this series has got you into this position where you could see yourself through to the next round by pure merit. Vancouver, well, they turned the knife very early to go up 17.
Yeah, they're one of the best hardpoint teams we got in the game. They don't really find a lot of success on. You're still going up against a struggling Falcons lineup. So you soak up at least 17 seconds off of the P1. You currently have the spawns that you want going over towards P2, but Pred, the soul man here, trying to apply pressure, is eventually going to get cut down. Vancouver with a rotation over towards New. Last player is going to be Arcides, easily gets taken care of. Now Search run up the score here.
He's going to get that. He's going to get that nade over the top, land on Natty. Pred will find 2 breaking out of gens, so all 4 here got quite a bit of work to do before teammates can get into any sort of position to cover. Arcides will find another. All 4, it's just about buying time, and well, he won't be afforded it. The Falcons use that trademark aggression to just hammer in through the front door. Abuza will still be in the fight. But honestly, it's probably a case of just delaying, hoping your teammates can hit through the front. Does a wonderful job of that, and as his teammates collapse on in, he probably saves this hill from being broken.
Yeah, that is a beautiful play right there from Abuza, who has been having a struggle of a series so far. He's been, without question, one of their top players, especially in that AR role, but hasn't really been consistent so far throughout this series. But that's a massive moment for Vancouver to soak up at least an extra 20 to 25 seconds to give themselves a 30-point lead, because now we're going into the crucial part of the map where the P3 to P4 chain is going to be the difference maker. Vegas currently have the spawns that they want. Now let's just put someone in a hard point.
Priesta here just got a lot to watch. Trying to keep an eye on Main Street. Xnid pushed up here, but has missed Neptune, and how important that could be as he slips on through. You at least go back. Oh, okay, at least goes back to clean it on up. Almost made it interesting, but survived the engagement.
Big win.
That one onto 0-4 is a huge fight indeed. Puts on that 5 spree and gives you mid-map control, which will continue to protect your hill.
And it's still 30 seconds to fight for here. Still stabilizing on the back end with the spawns and your AR. Everyone whipping out an extra one. We are holding down the long lane. This player in the hard point is going to one shot. Exton knows I don't really have a lot of ammo in my pistol, but I'm still going to commit on it. My teammates are here to assist. That's another clean 4 dead. Basically a flawless hold here at the P3. And now Surge are looking to find a break at one of the more difficult hills that we have here in the season.
Pred's job here is just to delay. It's just to ensure that no one can push this for free and, well, potentially a little bit over-aggressive. And 0-4 does indeed get on in. So 2 big kills. Xnid at least picks up Courtyard. But it's what can you do around the hills? 0-4 gets through the back. And, well, it's a great break so far. Exnib will continue to apply pressure, but Vancouver Surge, off the back of 04, splitting that setup in half, will find their way in for P4.
Yeah, that's massive out of 04 to find that opening right through the mid-street, sneak behind enemy lines to secure the back spawns for his team when he initially lost that rotation over towards this money hill. But now the ARs are starting to hit. Nasty's able to pop a double. 04 picks one up off the ground, and that's 3 dead. This final 25 is looking like it's going to go their way. But Falcons know we have to create extra layers on our approach. Let's continue to be annoying, continue to be aggressive, and have our rotation over towards Gens a lot easier.
Big fight. Finds Neptune. That doesn't allow Vancouver Surge out for free then. He's trying to just hem back this coming wave. As his teammates set up in Gens. How long can you stay alive for? Not very, and the Semtex will be too long. So Vancouver Surge is going to try and hit this straight through the front. Priesta, so much work to do. Finds one. Teammates arrive in numbers. And Pred also then activating around RV. Priesta, it's just about delaying times. Continuing to soak and hope your teammates can arrive, but 04 spawned out.
Yeah, 04 spawns out, and now his pinch is going to be felt. He's at least able to find one. Pred finds one with the nade before falling. But 04 with the movement gets the better of Arshades. Now you have control of the elephant side. You're spawning them all towards 18-wheeler. And even with Vegas, all the SMG presence that they had around this hard point, you got to work your way back in.
Maybe a little bit of a blessing on the spawn, but it's what you do with the cards you're dealt. And 04 most certainly played his hand the best way he could. That being said, Falcons refusing to go away. When it gets mixy, it feels like they're at their best sometimes. And they are continuing to fight every bit for this. Scrap time will mean that we sit at about a 30-point gap at the end of the first rotation. We head back to P1, and Exnib and Pred find 2 kills to break on in. Neptune here's going to try and split this. Pred, you look, you search, you're seeing nothing, you get the wrong timings, and that will be Vancouver with a great rotation in.
Yeah, great break right there for Vancouver, because they were trying to look, where the hell is Brett? This guy's contesting the heart, but we can't find him. But no one was watching over him to keep him alive. So Surge now soaking up a lot of time here at P1. They still are trying to stabilize on the back end for the spawns that they want, going over towards P2. But Priesta not making their job easy. He's able to find a double. Pred strikes for the third. That's all 4 dead. Spawn still in control of Vegas. This is their way back into the game.
Insane work out of Pred there to find that 2-piece. Priesta trying to step on over. I like to just took himself off in the corner here. Just buy a bit of time. Finds one, and to be honest, that's about as good as you could have expected. The Boozer finds 2. Pred, though, is going to miss Nasty, playing up through Burger side, so that could hand the P2 rotation on over. And that could well be the moment where we start to see a little bit of a gap appear here. 50 points already, and that clean rotation in for Vancouver could set them up for so much more.
Yeah, and this is the same thing that Vancouver did in that map for 1. Final 10 seconds of the old time. They find every single kill, flip you all the way across the map while they soak up a majority of the time at the old HP. Now you win the rotation over towards new. You stabilize with a big one-on-one. Secured there from 04 onto Priesta. Now all your focus is on the front door. But still, Vegas, even with not the power positions, they're able to execute a majority of the kills. And 04 last man standing, you spawn out. Vegas, get the break.
Priesta, by the way, has gone absolutely huge here. Just basically took himself off in the corner and being a pain. Rather than finding kills, he's just been a bit of a nightmare for Vancouver to clear. Pred as well doing his work, but Vancouver break themselves back on in. You will still have close spawns if you are the Falcons, although 1 spawn out for Pred might actually give him a free route into those 3 spawns. Keep an eye on number 7 on your mini-map here as he gets himself around and through. 04 for 2 beauties on the point, but an opportunity then for Falcons to set the pitch.
Yeah, it's only on Pred, though. He's the only one in a position to potentially play for the spawns that he wants. And you at least block him for now. We just got to take Surge out of this HP. An angle. Able to find that gunfight onto a Boozer, but everybody else falls at the wrong time. So Spawn's already flipped. Surge in the power position. They breach that 190 mark. They can close it out at the Money Hill in P4.
Through the courtyard, you'll find a couple of kills here. Unfortunately for the Falcons, all that's going to do for Vancouver is spawn them deep. Actually, you do end up flipping a Boozer out for a moment. You manage enough to block. Neptune's got a lot on his hands here. He just tries to hold that back line. Finds the first, finds the second. Incredible work out of Neptune as Priesta tries to stay alive on the point. Neptune may have just handed you the rotation on over. It's a foot race over towards this RV side. We've got Arshades and 04 trying to take a look.
Neptune might have handed you the rotation, but he also might have handed you the game. Because that massive double allows his team to secure the spawns that they want going over towards the P4. Usually phenomenal when you talk about a squad that's fully set up in the money hill. First initial kill already goes in favor of Priesta. Now there's non-stop pressure through the backside. Neptune needs to try to find a kill here, or at least finesse his life a little bit longer. But the pressure from Vegas too strong. They find the break for now.
Or will be cleaned up in the back. The spawns are still in for Vancouver, so refusing to go away. Falcons, can you withstand the pressure? Yet another wave. Priesta almost locks on for the second, but it's all 4 for 2. You can't win it here if you're Vancouver. You can get pretty damn close. So for the Falcons, it's got to be perfect if you want to clean the series up here and avoid a map 5. The strategy here, draw a line and force Vancouver to try and cross it. But those opening kills might actually give you a bit of an opportunity to push out and gain some map presence.
Yeah, you have to gain map presence because you realistically don't want to give up all this junk time to Vancouver. But now that decision is already going to be made for you. They're only going to need about 15 seconds. Ring around the rosy. Pred is able to get the better of Neptune, but Abuza finds the trade. And even though Vegas technically win the rotation, you're instantly in position to find the break. Now Vancouver have the numbers.
Indeed, it will be a pinstripe feed, and right now that suits Vancouver for a moment, and that team kill will confirm it. Neptune comes on in, and when it's most chaotic, he's at his absolute best. Pushes on out, gets cleaned up. A little bit more of a back and forth and a flurry. You need it 7 seconds, and that is 4 dead. The Falcons have got a sprint, and I don't think anyone will get even close as Vancouver clean this one up and send us on to a map 5. And despite some impressive stuff from the Falcons through this series, Vancouver stick their chest out, come out swinging indeed in this map 4 and make it convincing.
Man, they're just a better hardpoint team. Even with not really having a lot of successful victories here on a map like Rewind, you still understand the teamwork aspect of what we need to do to walk away victorious at the end. And I think the biggest turning point of the game is when Vegas technically won the rotation on the first set of hardpoints from P3 to P4, but in those final 5 seconds, everyone loses a gunfight. Surge secure the break, they secure the spawns and soak up a lot of time there and grew themselves about a 60 to 70 point lead. At that point, Vegas, they're just always trying to play catch up. They would find a break here and there, but Surge will always break their way back into the game. Abuza, a massive map number 4 to basically push his team through to force this game number 5. And that's got to be feeling good because at least you got to this position.
Yeah, I said coming into this series, Abuza, his hard point has been phenomenal. A 1.03 across the season, but it's actually a 1.26 through the Major 4 qualifiers and standing up and delivering that sort of performance when his team needed it at the most important point. So then, Vancouver kind of tick off box 1, box 4. That's where we said that they would be very strong in this series. It's the surprise factor of the Falcons coming on top so impressively in that control. And then the S&D. If we look at the map 5, this is going to be a dealership S&D. Yeah, Vegas, the thing is, they were convincing in that map. We finished at 6-4, but it could have been so much more.
And the thing about a map like Dealership, which has a lot of similarities to the map like Rewind, is the aggression. Like, you better believe that Pred and Exit, again, are going to try to take all of their map control away from Vancouver Surge. And the battle of the First Bloods, even though they did lose a bunch of ones early into the SD, they made up for it at the end of the game with Pred earning himself a Hellstorm. I know they haven't been able to find a W here on Dealership, but there was one situation, one match that they played where Exton found at least 6 or 7 First Bloods and they still lose it. It's just now they have more time underneath their belt to understand what they need to do as a team in Search and Destroy. So you best believe they're going to be a lot more prepared on Dealership here in this map number 5.
Well, can Vegas pull off what would be a start of a little bit of a fairy tale, to be honest? One that we can't quite believe. We are not lying to you, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to a game 5 here between Vancouver and Vegas. We're doing that after this very quick break. Oh my god. back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty League Major 4, where we've got a series that we quite can't believe. It is, of course, the Vancouver Surge against the Vegas Falcons. We are going to a Game 5. I'm not lying to you. It has been really something to watch. Myself here in study, of course, casting over the action. My friend, we go in then to a dealership S&D, where we're feeling like this, considering everything that happened in map 2, could well lead its way to Vegas, almost doubling their entire season points here.
This would be insane if they're able to take down this caliber of roster in this style of a series. Obviously, the hard points didn't go your way. But for a squad in Vancouver who have been struggling in Search and Destroy, you get the better of them in map 2, and you dominate them as well in Control, which has also been a struggle for them. So if you're Vancouver, you're definitely feeling the presence, because you're pressure, because you weren't expecting to be in a Game 5 versus this kind of squad. I know that Vegas so far on the season have not been able to find success on dealership. A majority of the times where they find first blood, they consistently are throwing away their number situation. But for a squad who obviously showed their improvements on a previous Search and Destroy map where it was up in the air for them, I'm expecting that to be the same case here on a map like Dealer.
I mean, it has indeed been a case of, for Vancouver, their S&D struggles are just characterized by the fact that Nasty running a 0.58 so far through the Major 4 quals in S&D, and some of the things that we saw in that map too, of course, you think about, you know, some of the decision-making that went on. We couldn't quite believe it, especially on a team coached by someone like Rambo Ray. But looking over at the Falcons, not just talking about where this could all go wrong potentially for Surge, they have been making it very interesting, at least in their searches. So we're off, we're underway. Game 5 to book our ticket through to lower round 2.
And neither squad already trying to be the first one to initially fall. We're going for the split setup. Just conga-lying around the map, waiting for the information to be gained. That's a massive stun over the top by Exit to realize where the play is coming in. No nades are going to connect, so the bomb is going to get planted 4v4.
You basically, I mean, you are going to send Pred on an attempt of a pinch here, but I don't know if you read a Boozer deep back. Just going to get into the bomb site, but can you get there and do anything with it? Opening block will go the way of Xnit. It's going to be traded on now. Priest just going to lie in wait for now. 23 seconds on the clock.
Oh, Priest is able to find a trade, and Pred is able to strike on the pinch at the right time. 1v2 all left up to Nasty. He's just trying to get out of dodge, and the Falcons able to successfully retake it over towards the B site to start off this round. That is a massive play right there from Falcons with the utmost confidence to just bombard their way through the backside of Courtyard. You're realizing, okay, bomb gets planted. They have no one camping corners, no one pushed up towards the side shack. So let's just take space here and make it chaotic. Force Abuza to eventually try to go help his teammates out for Pred to execute on the pinch. And that one-on-one, the timing goes his way, and it's able to secure Vegas on the first round.
Oh, called absolutely beautifully. It is indeed a case of, it's the confidence that Falcons have in just pushing straight through, recognizing that there's no one playing for intel, and that then they can gain that bomb site back and force Vancouver to try and retake their own plant. However, that being said, 0-4 will stall the momentum that was being picked up by the Falcons by finding first blood.
Oh, and Pred at least has an opportunity to potentially make something out of nothing. Gains a lot of info. He's able to put himself in a very crucial position. The Garage is going to spot 0-4, make it a 3v3, but he does not have an exit. He's instantly going to be traded. Man advantage still Vancouver. 3v1, all left up to Xnit.
Way this would be. Write yourself a little bit of folklore here, but unfortunately we've not picking up that kill. You basically give away your position. You do have the bomb, but not much room to really work with it right now. You're hoping to find an isolated fight or a bit of an errant step from a Surge player. You're just not being handed it. They're happy to set up, say, all right, you plant the bomb. Force us into a small area, and we'll just smother you.
Yeah. Vancouver don't need to sweat anything out on this round. Exnit is trying to play for a kill before he thinks about that objective, but now time is not on his side. Has to commit on the bomb plan. Surge have the numbers and the timing on their side. Instantly able to stop him before he gets that objective down, and that's a massive round from Vancouver to tie the game up at 1 and change up the tone on the map. That was one of those setups to where the best teams on dealership initially always love to shut down that Courtyard push. When you find that first blood, now in the back of your minds, if you're Vegas, we have to be prepared for that aggression next go around.
I'm curious if we'll see that play again from Vancouver, just because of how poorly it went. Maybe next time round, Abuza decides to sit a little deeper and it changes the Pred pinch potentially. But either way, you have been dealt a bit of a hammer blow very early there that the Falcons are not scared to run at you should it be required. 1-1 then in this game 5. Again, the Falcons looking at a situation where they could gobble up nearly on their entire points for the season. And Vancouver Surge here pushed all the way through. You're going to get the site for free, but you overstep if you're Neptune. Give up the first blood, will be traded, but bomb goes down.
And now you're forced to back out of this positioning. You don't really have trophies that are going to keep you alive in this scenario, but Priesta just going to slide on out, set up his teammate for the bait and switch, but 0-4 with the response, able to line up 3 to close out the round. Vancouver with the aggression over towards A, even with Neptune giving up his life for free. It was instantly responded with the trade. Trophy systems are down, and then 0-4 still aggressive as hell over towards the car side. Is able to line up 3 to secure the round there for Surge and take the advantage by 1.
Of course, we don't get to see the very start of that round, but I am so curious about how you get that far pushed up at A for free. There's no Skynades coming in, or if they do, they eventually come in very late. It ends up in a situation where Vancouver, once you've got that bomb down, forcing Falcons to retake, such a tough spot to be in. So Falcons then are going to go for some mid-map aggression. We don't see this often. Oh my god. Nesty finds the blood.
Oh, and Exodus just trying to dance with death. Unfortunately, 0-4 is able to line him up. So the aggression for Vegas does not work out here, and Vancouver are starting to now dominate in this search to destroy. A 1v4 technically on the card for Priesta, knocked down to 33 HP, and that's a quick round there from Surge. Just match the aggression through the middle of the map, or at least be prepared for the aggression. They find the first blood, instantly find the second, and then just dominate with the numbers after that. 3 quick rounds there for Surge, now up by 2.
My one worry a little bit becomes maybe the Falcons are trying to kind of keep Vancouver on their toes there, show that they've got different plays to make, but that felt a little bit like desperation. A full send through mid. You don't see it very often for a good reason. It is nothing short of a death box in there. The Falcons will be cleaned up and tucked away very easily. So the Surge then up 3-1 with bounce back. Looking for that 2-2 split up and potentially back over towards that courtyard. Just more of a setup here for Vancouver where you're applying more caution to that potential pinch.
But I love the setup initially already from Vegas. You have been map controlled, and an unfortunate team nade from Neptune is going to take down 0-4. RCD already finds a second. Now you got to try to make something out of nothing. A minute left to work with. Neptune and Abuza left to clutch on up.
It doesn't matter how we try and tactically break down that one. It's just an unfortunate misstep, and you're going to try and answer back if you're Neptune, but Exnid, who has been shooting straight all damn series, will clean you up. RCTs finds the final blow, patient, holds true, and cleans up the final fight. So 3-2 then.
That's just
Surge.
one of those risky nades, though, Andrew, that you really can't afford to invest there. You're banking on slowly working up your objective through courtyard and relying on that nade to create an opening. Obviously, it sticks on the backside of the wall. The aim, not the best there for Neptune, lining up that Semtex. And unfortunately, it takes down 0-4 and gifts that round on a silver platter there for Vegas to stop the bleeding. Now down 3-2 before a team that heavily struggles on the attack. They are the worst team on this side of the map. They need to show me something.
Falcons essentially handed a lifeline off the back of that teammate, but what can you do with it? RCXD give Vancouver Surge a bit of map presence. It is eventually picked on out, but that will burn through some time and gain some information for free. And Pred will find Abuza off the back of the car bomb there. And suddenly Vancouver have to consider that there might have been an A rotation, but Vegas Falcons have called a bluff and full sent it over to B. So bomb will go down and potential for a 4-3 hold here.
Oh, that's a massive first blood because, like you said, it draws the defensive setup over towards the opposing site. And now you have all of courtyard control with the man-up advantage. You just don't want to allow your teammates to get isolated. Thankfully, everyone is still into the play. And now it's a 1v3, making a 0v3 as Vegas are able to secure that round. But it's all off of the massive first blood out of Pred with the nade over the top. If Abuza doesn't fall there, all 4 still showing presence over towards courtyard, and it makes their approach over towards B a lot more difficult. But just getting that opening kill, drawing the defense on that side of the map, setting up after the post plant in towards the courtyard with the numbers. Vegas able to tie the game.
2 rounds on the bounce. Last time it was about stopping the bleeding. This time it's getting some wind into their sails, and it looks like that is going to turn into some aggression over towards A.
No,
Priesta cleaned up. Not 100% sure what cleans him up there, but unfortunately will mean that the Falcons lose the numbers. What I will say though, if you're Vancouver, you've dropped the bomb in an awful place.
Not in the best position. Nash is just going to back down RCDs. Potentially try to recover this. But Xnit is there to assist his teammate. Trying to pull off the 2v4. Nash is just going to recover the bomb and hit the rotation out. Play the man-up advantage in the 3v2. Oh my god. Big win.
Well, he gets a kill at least to even the board up, and the information that the rotate is on in. So Xnit, can you get here first off the back of that? You're not going to see the player slip underneath you. I can't believe it. Set up a pinch then, potentially.
Oh, but he at least finds a player that commits on the bomb plant. So now it's a 1v1, and Arcades has the SMG in hand. The 2-time world champion had an insane clutch on the mat, number 2, and is allowing his teammates now to pull off the 2v4 clutch and ending the round on 6 in a row. He's a stone cold killer. He understands I've been in multiple situations like this. I'm not going to shy away from the moment. And I think the biggest gunfight of the round right there was the one-on-one versus Neptune. If you're Neptune, you can't get caught isolated in a one-on-one when your teammates are hitting a rotation out. Because then Arcades makes you pay for it, and then he's confident as hell in that final engagement. Vegas take the advantage by 1 with Arcades on 6 in a row. If he can earn himself a Hellstorm, it's GG.
Getting aggressive at the A site. Neptune will answer back onto Arcades with the blood for this one. Priesta trades it back on out. 3-3 then. And Falcons call a potential rotate, or maybe it's a bluff. Step away for a moment, hoping that Vancouver will rotate a couple of players over. All-4 will have the information. No one's come this way. Whoever's in behind the car is not going to stay alive for very long. Unfortunately, Abuser isn't able to clean that on up. Still a 3v3. All-4 on the wrap, looking for a pinch setup here.
Oh, yeah, and 04 is going to be very impactful on this wrap. He's able to locate the one-on-one versus Pred. And now Xnit trapped between a rock and a hard place. He is surrounded by players rocking that blue. And Vancouver are able to secure the defensive round. Even though it definitely got mixy, I thought once Abuser was knocked down to 17 HP, if you could have isolated onto that gunfight, you stood a better chance. But Nasty, being his guardian angel, drops through the vent, is able to find one, and then also find the final kill to close out the round. All tied up at 4. Pressure at its highest level. We cannot afford any mistakes from this point on.
Take a breath, ladies and gentlemen. We enter then round 9. And it is back to A for Vancouver Surge. The trophies, the stuns connect though, so that should give the information over to the Falcons should they need it. You're not having anyone engage on the long lane. Instead, deciding to set up a middle, potentially off the back of, yes, an RCXD for Arcades. Oh, it connects with 2, but doesn't bring anyone down. How do you shuffle if you're the Vancouver Surge?
You really have everything that you want right now. Just don't have any presence over towards A. So now that bomb is going to get planted for free. You're trying to capitalize at the right time, and they're able to shut down the bomb player in 04. Arcades finds a second. Now it's a 2v4. You're going to isolate onto these final gunfights, but it's a 1v1, and Xnit wins it.
Xnit, it comes out on top. Seals the deal there to put you onto series point to beat out the Vancouver Surge here at CDL Major 4. We get that final kill. A lovely little 2-piece to finish things up there. Vancouver, they've got themselves onto that site. They were bullied away. Or at least you thought so. Potentially they should have been. And the Falcons weren't baited into a potential rout and instead came back swinging. We head then into what could be the final round of Surge's tournament.
Oh man, Surge, you better lock it in right here, right now. You do not want to go home top 12 in the final major of the season. 04 going to get a lot of info that there's going to be a little bit of pressure here over towards the B side, but Vegas, no one's scamming, no one wants to drop first. Just going to use their attacks to keep them at bay, but Vancouver aren't giving up on the setup.
noise. Hope you can bait a player in. Neptune will actually slide forward. Connects with the nade, though. Next nade's just going to take his time here. You have to be aware of the fact that 04's took himself off just next door. 04 here, if he gets the timings correct, could find himself a couple of free kills. If he gets it all wrong, he could be the fall guy in this Vancouver Surge setup.
Oh, and he's not able to find a kill. He's not able to find a kill, and Neptune throws for the trade. He instantly loses it. 2v4. You gotta ice up if you're Booze and Nasty.
Xned will find one, and it's all in a 1v4 then. Nasty, what can you do? You have the window, but you don't have the kills. The Vegas Falcons will clutch up and send themselves on to the lower round 2 here at CDL Major 4, almost doubling their entire points from the season in one series. A story that we tried to write coming into this series study. I don't know if we believed it at all, but the Vancouver Surge, back-to-back second placings in the previous major, will be sent home very, very early.
I told you, it's just something about the team that has no expectations. They are the most dangerous teams to go up against. Vegas Falcons have not been able to find success on either one of the S&D maps throughout this entire season, on the Rewind, on the dealership. But when you play it so many times, eventually you're going to make the proper adjustments. And they are able to stabilize in this series, capitalize on this series. They walk away with at least 6 first bloods here in the map number 5 and show tremendous ice. I think the biggest turning point was the 2v4 round. When Vancouver, they found successful kills over towards A. You're leaving Exton and Arcides left in the 2v4, and Arcides, the 2-time world champion, is able to make something out of nothing for a squad that went to back-to-back grand finals on the last 2 majors. You fall short here at Major 4 to the worst team that we have potentially had in CDL history. But it's a totally different lineup. Some different kind of fire on the side of Vegas Falcons. That's got to feel so damn good to not only get this win, it adds another one to the tally, but to get your very first win as an organization on land versus this caliber of team. They continue to move on in the tournament, and Vancouver Surge are going home top 12.
So much has been said about not only the Falcons organization for the struggles they've had through this year, but the players on all of the rosters they've had. And in particular, this one. This was the one that was brought together to give them a bit of pride to see out the season. And it hasn't really worked. To rock up to Major 4 and to have been walked over by a very good Vancouver Surge team, we'd have said, fair enough, you had a really tough draw there. But they stick their chests out, they come out swinging, and yes, it's in Neslo. We still need to see a couple of improvements in the hard point. But to stand there and deliver and clutch up, and you called it there, my friend, that moment from Arcides, there's that rotation coming on through. He finds that kill to make it a more manageable fight, and then activates in the end to give his team all the momentum through the final rounds. Insane stuff we get to witness there. I can't quite believe the series that we just got to cast over, my man. They will move on through. For Vancouver, I mean, what do you do with this? How do you there's got to be a drawing board somewhere that you go back to try and assess and clutch up what is the remainder of your season.
I just don't know what you can do with this aspect, because if you're Vancouver, you were expecting a good performance here at Major 4, but now you end out this tournament on top 12, and there's a 3-week break until we go into champs. You're only going to have practice. You're not going to have any land practice to prepare yourself going forward. But Surge now technically have a lot to work on. Your hard points are still great, but your search and destroys of your controls need to be a whole lot better. We see it every single time they step into a grand finals. Doesn't matter who they play against, either Atlanta FaZe or LAT. The S&Ds and controls are always the difference makers, and unfortunately for them, you lose both of them versus a squad like Falcons. It's just unacceptable, if you ask me. I'm telling you, Andrew, that's unacceptable for a squad who has been phenomenal throughout this entire season, ever since the addition of Neptune. To have this bad taste in your mouth now going into champs, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with Surge, man. This is tough.
I mean, I absolutely do not want to take flowers away from the Falcons, because they've done an incredible job here, not only of giving us a series, but getting themselves on through ridiculous stuff indeed. But I guess, like, we kind of touch on the fact, you know, Vancouver, you walked away so wounded from that series against the Thieves. Clearly didn't find enough to recover. What that meant for you, me, and everyone in chat was a story that we could not have scripted if we tried. An insane Game 5 that sees the Vegas Falcons punch on through. But that, ladies and gentlemen, will be everything for this series. And honestly, Studdy, my friend, an absolute blast to cast alongside you. But that will be it for this one, ladies and gentlemen. Gonna head to a break, but ladies and gentlemen, this story has only just started. So much more to come, and we'll see you on the other side.
Oh, good shit, Andrew. That was fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Welcome back there, friends, family, all of you freaky COD kids that are out there. We've got Carolina and Toronto, and I got Jay absolutely twisted to kick off our elimination round 1 matchup. Woo! We got a good one here, though. At least it should be. Again, odd to see Toronto down the lower bracket, but we could have said the same thing about Vancouver, and Vancouver's not just in the lower bracket. Those boys done! Got ripped up by Vegas. I cannot believe my eyes. Also, Minnesota, a little reverse sweep against the Bostonian Breachers. So that's going to be an interesting matchup there, because if you're Minnesota, you're like, wait a second, we got a pathway here.
Yeah, we're licking our chops. All right, we still got a chance potentially, you know, to find that spot in that 8th slot for champs. We are just banking now on Optic, losing to Atlanta, and then losing to whoever they drop down to. But that last matchup with Vegas and Surge just still has me jaw dropped. I'm even losing my voice about it because that was insane. You just don't expect that to happen. The worst team that we have in the league to go up against the team that we just saw in back-to-back grand finals, losing the game 5 where they usually don't find a lot of success there. That was an upset for the history books, and now we potentially might have another one here on the horizon.
Very well could, but that's the frame up, my friend, and it's a matchup that we really have not seen that often. So let's introduce our teams. We've got the Toronto Ultra and the Carolina Royal Ravens. Welcome back there, friends. The Toronto Ultra find themselves in a, well, similar situation as their Canadian counterpart here in elimination round 1, and a Carolina Royal Ravens team on the other side of the stage that, I'll be honest with you, it just feels like these guys are hungry to get a win because, wow, this qualifying stage was not it. Huge losses to teams like Optic, Minnesota, and Miami. The only win coming in a very tight 3-0 versus the Boston Breach. So for Gwyn, TJ Halley, and Slasher, you drop Vivid in place of bringing in Rex. You're thinking it's going to turn around your season, and it just turned your season around just the wrong direction.
Yeah, that's not good, Alan. Obviously, we were thinking, okay, if this team wanted to potentially contest for some championships, they needed to bring a little bit more of a slaying presence to the roster. That's why they make the change from Vivid into Dylan Rex. But ever since Dylan has entered the building, they just haven't really been the same team that they once were. They used to be phenomenal in Search and Destroy. They used to be able to go blow for blow in every single respawn versus regardless whoever they played besides LAT. But that just hasn't been the case as of recent. They have been struggling basically in everything. But for a squad that has struggled in everything, I said it in my last series, a team that realistically has no expectations going into a series because people are expecting Ultra to have the bounce back because that was a tough loss versus Optic. Those are sometimes the most difficult teams to play up against because Carolina realistically are playing with nothing to lose.
There was also like another level of like that matchup that Toronto had versus Optic where you could almost like feel while watching it a little bit that like the Optic boys were really stepping up as kind of like the support staff to Mercury. It's like, bro, we got your freaking trade. You're on our team for a goddamn reason. And they absolutely owned it versus Toronto. But vibes are still high here for the Ultra. I mean, in this head-to-head matchup, kind of I alluded towards earlier, that hasn't really happened all that often. They've only played 3 times so far, to the tune of Toronto having the edge, 2-1, but not really by that much conviction, like 8-5 in total maps. The big difference has been the hard points, 5-1 in hard points in the head-to-head in favor of Toronto. So this map 1 does feel like there's a lot riding on it if you're Carolina.
Oh, yeah, without question, man. And this is also a replay of what Toronto played earlier versus Optic. They made a lot of mistakes versus Optic Texas. We're talking about a squad in Ultra who in the beginning of the season really didn't have the fundamentals in play. But from stage 3 to stage 4, they had put a lot more focus on making the game a whole lot easier, being the team set up at these money hills, and not really scamming in certain situations. But in that series versus Optic, you got beat to the punch every single time. And the ARs and the SMGs also really couldn't find any consistency in their slaying presence.
but it's just a different lineup going from Optic Texas to Carolina. We know that
Yeah.
Optic have the talent. They just needed to show the teamwork. They do both in that series versus Toronto, but on the opposite side for Carolina, this is just a different caliber of team who has been struggling as of recent.
Yeah, and taking a look at the map pool as we have it across our screens, let's just focus on the first three. Vault Hardpoint has not been something Carolina has played a lot of since adding Rex into the picture. In fact, they didn't play it at all in Major 3 and only played it once so far in this qualifier stage. Dealership Search and Destroy, that has been a more regular playground for Troll. Again, it's not like it's unfamiliar to them. I just worry a little bit about this map set because you gave Toronto one of their most played maps in the last 2 months. You also get in form of the Vault Hardpoint. The Dealership has also been a map they've played quite a bit of, even though it hasn't been great for them. And then the Protocol Control just kind of feels like if Joe Deceives gets active, it's hard to beat this Toronto team on that map.
Oh, yeah, you saw what they were able to do versus Optic Texas on Protocol Control. SMG started firing on all cylinders, continuously just getting lost and being nuisances, and that was just way too much for Optic to handle. So Toronto able to steamroll them there. But when you look at this map set, it's heavily, in my opinion, favored for Ultra. Because, like you said, the map number 3 is their best control map. You get to a game number 5 where you have to play Protocol Search and Destroy, which they haven't played in quite some time. It was their best S&D map. So if you're Ultra, you're just completely disregarding what happened earlier versus Optic Texas. You're running it back on the same 3 initial maps to start off this series, now just looking for a little bit of a different result.
Yeah, and that's, I think the key here is like online to LAN, we've seen runbacks on the qualifying matchup maps here on LAN, and the results are nowhere near similar. I do want to kind of take a moment, though, and turn this conversation into not just Toronto versus Carolina, but Rex versus the rest of his career. Because, let's be honest, he has been in Challengers for a very long time, and he's been very good in Challengers for a very long time. You get your first chance to get to the league on a Carolina team that at the time was a top 4 squad looking to improve their stock, and he's now 49th overall in KD in the league, and the players below him, there's only like 4 that are actually still active right now in the league. So he's not doing well, and if you fall out, if you're Carolina, you don't do well at this major, you don't have a good performance for Rex, and then you go to champs and you kind of still are in the slump, I'm sorry to say it, but Rex's career is probably done in the CDL.
Yeah, that's such a good shout, Alan, for a young man who was, like you said, had a lot of success in challenges, was just waiting for his moment. There was a bunch of years where people were just like, why hasn't this guy gotten his opportunity? And eventually he did get the call up for Carolina. And I remember when this team initially made that roster change, I was just like, Dylan's a phenomenal slayer. Realistically, Carolina are already locked in for champs, so they don't have to be the best form of themselves right now. They just need to figure out their form at the end of the season, going into champs, going into EWC. But it's just like the longer we have watched this team play, they have only gotten worse. So it's not been good for Carolina. You got players like Slasher who understand what it's like to be in situations like this. He's been tested throughout his entire career. The same thing could be said alongside TJ, and Gwen has been their shining light ever since this rookie has stepped onto the scene. But if you want to try to take down this Ultra squad, the guy on your screen right now in Dylan Rex needs to have a good performance without question, not only for his chances on Carolina, but for his chances going forward for the rest of his career, like you said.
Absolutely, and I kind of want to just reframe and piggyback on your point, talking about like Rex is thrusted into this Carolina team. You expect them to do well, but their schedule is extremely difficult. You have to play against Thieves like 3 times in the first 5 games that you play. And then on top of that, you've also got another follow-up qualifier schedule that wasn't exactly easy. Now, the one thing I will say, this setup that Carolina finds themselves in is going to feel like a Challenger's main stage, because you don't have all the flashing lights and crazy smoke, and you're not going to be able to hear the commentators over the top. It's just a whole different vibe. So maybe Rex can turn up when Carolina needs him to most. But we're a little bit further away from map 1 than we would like, so we're going to step away from a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be Vault. Don't go far. Welcome back there, friends and family, and no extreme third condition to keep Jay's mind level. Don't want to lose him here early. But we're ready to go. Map number 1 of all our points coming up. And, hey, big news here is Toronto just need to find a way to recover. Carolina just trying to get their feet wet. And they're doing it in more of a low-pressure environment, but the Challengers pit was right off to the side. I imagine some of them are looking down there like, that could be us in a couple of months. But we'll see how things go, because it all results on what happens in this series here to see if they can find another big surprise by eliminating Toronto way earlier than we would expect.
Yeah, it'll be massive if Carolina are able to do this, because for a squad who's been struggling a lot recently to take down one of our top 4 here on day number 1, which is technically like day number 1 mixed with day number 2, yeah, it's going to be doing wonders for that Carolina lineup. It's just going to be tough, man, because Toronto now have had some time to right the wrongs off of this series versus Optic Texas. I know we said it before the break. They're running the first 3 maps that they just played versus the Green Wall, back versus Carolina. They understood where they made their mistakes. On the map number 1, you're simply getting beat to every punch, not winning rotations, not securing gunfights, because those gunfights are a lot more difficult to play from the back foot. But for a Carolina roster where people are technically have recently been counting out, especially going up against a lineup in Ultra. You can come out the gates hot in this map. Number one, you can set the tone early if you can just take this one.
Yes, you can. Other update, if you're just kind of tuning in and locking into the Bravo stream, LAG 2-0 up on Cloud9 after a 6-2 search and destroy.
What the hell is going on?
No idea, dog, but they're going to a Hacienda control as we jump into our vault hardpoint. See how things unfold as we have Toronto currently in and soaking up some good time with a couple of kills to help boost that.
Oh, yeah, they're dominating the kill feed as well. Now soaking up a lot of this time. Like you said, here at the P1, still 25 seconds to play for. Gwyn just going to hold down his top cap position. Don't want to die in this position because you know you have the spawns for next, but now we have the numbers. We're just going to fly on in. Clear out the mid-map to soak up this final 15, and now Ultra forced to find the break through the front side.
Indeed the case. Rock tunes of CDL music grace our eardrums as we rotate to P2. EJ up top, creating some space and some layering here for the Ravens to work with. And the spawns are still good as the second hard point will open up, although Insight does spawn in the back. Rex not expecting that is dealt with, and the hit from the front is good. Stuns and nades over the backside of P2. Oh boy, send your blessings up above if you're Slasher, as he's completely eliminated from the hard point, and Toronto get the immediate flip.
Yeah, big shout out to Insight, you know, for just dying at the right time and spawning towards the backside. Getting that first kill and then blocking those spawns on the side of Carolina. Now you're forced to try to find the break, which is so far away from this hard point. That extra layer, which is being created by Beans, has worked out at least for the first 30 seconds. But now spawns flip. Carolina trying to find a break to the back end.
But Joe pops up unexpectedly. Rex with one shut down, but dealt with by Kleenex and turns his attention to the front. That's good for a double, but not enough to stave off the scrap time play, at least not initially, as Beans is just kind of fighting from afar to see how many kills he can grab inside this old time. It will create, again, lots of vacancy across the middle of the map for Ultra to quickly rotate over to 3, but still only 11-point game, and the hard point at the third still empty.
Toronto have the spawns that they currently want for this P3 to P4 setup. Now they are the objective. Dylan Rex plays his life beautifully. I don't know how Beans wasn't able to find that kill, but Dylan now makes the most of his life. He's able to find a double, and the game knew he was supposed to die because the car bomb randomly explodes, but it does not matter. Carolina were able to flip the spawns, and now they're in the driver's seat to have the P4 in their back pocket.
But a little bit of room to work with here for Ultra on the hard point itself. You also got Kleenex taking a super long route to try to get some cutoffs. Yeah, and he will find the opener. Really puts Carolina in a bit of disarray as they were already trying to work their way forward to contest the hard point, and now you're a bit stuck. And honestly, that's a good about 15-20 seconds that Ultra are going to sit there and say, all right, we lost spawns for new, but at least we made up for it here on the current hard point. And wouldn't you know it, this little push past the 50-yard line actually has Rex spawning out. So opportunity here for Ultra, but have to make the most of it.
Yeah, but I'd love to be that player who spawns out on this hard point before that new hill pops. You naturally are going to be set up on the pinch. The car bombs so far not treating Carolina well. That's 2 team kills so far, but it does not break their setup. They're so properly adjusted here on the P4, but the ARs are not hitting, at least on Carolina's side. Ultra through the front door, break immediately right on in.
Jay, that's too easy, brother.
Way too easy.
Just adjust myself here a little bit because I didn't expect that. I thought we were going to be sitting pretty casually for Carolina for a while, but they hit from overextension. They find the kills they need. Beans now clearing out a little bit at the front. If he gets that pistol win versus Gwyn, just shut it off right now. But Carolina recovered. 20 seconds of scrap time still to fight for, and that could lead to a lead swap if they hold.
Yeah, not the money hill that they were looking for. They were looking for basically a flawless 60, but at least you're able to walk away with the scrap time to have a slight lead going into our second half of the game. Toronto Ultra preparing for the exit kills. Initially lose the first one through B Street, but you're already set up in towards the hard point. Prepare for the push through line.
Gwyn shuts down though onto Kleenex. Slasher also opens up P1. Beans the last one really left alive to try to contest anything through the high ground. He has to wait for the regen, so gonna call for some assistance. Insight provides. Nice shots. Whoa, better shots from Slasher. Still though, Beans able to follow up, and now the pistol is able to connect. Lead swap for Ultra, and they still hold on to the right side of the map looking towards B2.
And realistically, I am honed in on the scoreboard with Dylan Rex's hill time because I remember when Nameless said it, he is one of the worst ARs when you talk about playing the objective. But you don't really have to play the objective when your teammates are slaying the way that they are. Now it's just about this rotation over towards P2, where technically you won it on the first set of hard points. final end with Inside getting the spawn that he did. They were instantly able to find the break, but the pressure's already on. 2 players from Carolina going to spawn all the way across the map. You're simply going to get outnumbered. You're going to get isolated. Now TJ last man standing. He's clear on out.
Yeah.
And Ultra win a rotation to P2.
Yeah, Slasher tried to get some work done. Unfortunately, lines up a kill through a teammate, so that pretty much puts things out of question, at least initially, for the opening time here at the second hill. Slasher off his next life, able to get 1 through mid, but it's not enough to really stop Beans from doing this, dominating over towards Pool.
Oh.
And if he wins that one, what a cannonball that would have made. But Quinn does find another win. He's been good, to be fair, 16-8, but his team's down nearly 50 points and still looking a bit starved for points here in the second.
Yeah, it's just because they're consistently trying to break P2 from the front side. They can't work around the back. Everything is currently being watched, and the ARs on the side of Ultra have the crossfires galore being set up. Another clean 4 dead, basically a flawless 60 hold here at the Pool hardpoint. But now off the rotation, Carolina on the back foot. Joe Deceives wins a massive one-on-one versus Slasher. Now you have pressure over towards R Control. You're heavily in the driver's seat.
Yeah, this game will be decided for Toronto in the next 60 seconds if they can hold on to the left side of the map and find time here. Again, kind of foreshadowing a potential hold at P4. Carolina in a bit of trouble. A snap from Rex. Trying to keep his life. May also find damage onto another. And yeah, that's Insight, who will be finished off by a teammate. But Joe Deceives just kind of in and out of the play. Continues to find kills. And that will lead to kind of a weird spawn for Kleenex, and Ultra will take advantage of that.
Yeah, and Kleenex was stalling time for his teammates to get into play. I was waiting for Dylan Rex to eventually react onto that, but thankfully Kleenex gets nothing done on that bench, but still Ultra in the power position to have the P4. Unless Quinn is able to get something done through the OE, he wins the one-on-one. He's able to slip by, also finds the second kill, allows his teammate to spawn over towards Art. Now Kleenex just got to value his life.
Yeah, well, he's forced to take a gunfight versus Quinn, able to win that. And now it's really just down to this. I won't say this is the last chance saloon for Carolina, but it's going to feel like it if they don't find any success in these last 2 players over the back end. Rex just walks out into no man's land and gets absolutely obliterated. So for Carolina, they're pushed out away from the back. Spawns will be locked for Ultra. And now it's just about, can you clean anything up from the front? But no, instead the tissue is an issue. 26-17, working for more. Assists are good to get us closer to a Hellstorm, but may not even be needed if they hold this last 35. This game's just over.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely going to be over if they get all this time. Carolina rallying together through the B Street, trying to find one successful break here because, you know, we give up this time, we're basically going to lose the map number 1, but you got to get past the ARs and now the pistols on the side of Ultra. So 20 seconds here. Kleenex just going to fly on in, but Gwyn finds a double to lead to at least a little bit of time here for Carolina.
Yeah, it's a bit of a lifeline. You can take one last gasp for air here for Carolina, but they're going to have to turn that breath into some significant change to what's currently occurring on this map, because it's been rotation win after rotation win from Ultra. They've also been quick to find snap breaks on key hardpoints, and they also find themselves, just to make matters worse, in for the early time here at P1. Have to find a substantial break here for Carolina. Stuns, nades, littering this back hallway. TJ for 1 around the back. Rex just showing a little bit of pressure. Prediction onto Joe is good. Now you've got numbers to work your way in, hopefully for some time.
We need to get ourselves back into this game. You need to find a straight and play on another map, and also the one onto Kleenex. Now you have the spawns that you want for P2, but every single time Carolina on the team ending out this P1 Ultra, time their kills to perfection. 25 seconds still here at P1. Ultra find the break, and now Carolina on the back foot, going to try to slow it down so they can have the rotation finally over towards P2.
Yeah, but it's still one of those things that this is sending the, canoe up creek without a paddle. Joe Deceives 25-19, shut down after that 3 spree. Team's still holding on to the scrap time, and every second is a good one right now for Toronto. But you head over to New. Like you said, in position for this, all 4 members. You have to start getting some wins from Rex. If he's going to be the one locking down these power lanes, he's got to start finding some wins, and he only gets 1 before being shut down. Win inside the hard point, follows up, but the spawns will move. And Ultra may have an opportunity to break this just with the proximity spawns they have.
Yeah, Ultra swanning in towards the back, but if you're Carolina, you low-key sort of want this situation. You just need this first wave of kills to go your way. They just don't win any of the gunfights besides Gwyn. And Ultra instantly find the break. Now they have them trapped towards the backside. One player in Gwyn is going to be in a position to spawn out, but Joe Deceives, yeah, never going to get caught lacking. 30 and 20, picks up the player on the pinch, and Ultra can't win it here, but they can get pretty damn close.
Indeed they can. Rex is going to be scouted out over towards the back truck. Kleenex.
Oh, man.
Is going to get some help from Gwyn off that Semtex. Thank you very much for more. And that will just about do it. Like you said, can't win here, but they will be well within striking distance. And it's just another one of those performances for Carolina. It's just like, we're just not getting the hill time that we need. And none of the ARs are getting into time, which really makes you believe that they're not getting the zoning forward that they want to from the SMGs. It's just everything's gone wrong here. And even with Insight going 16 and 23, it's just no one from Carolina is really holding a candle to the teamwork that Toronto have showed us.
Yeah, it's tough for maps you have barely played with this lineup. You only have one rep on it in stage 4, and Ultra have played it so many damn times. They just played it versus Optic Texas, got the shit beat out of them, but this time they make the adjustments, basically win every single rotation. They also find a lot of success on the breaks when they needed to, and that was a very dominant map 1 victory there from Ultra.
Yeah, comfortable to be sure. And again, it's just like one of those things. I remember we talked about this Toronto team and their hardpoint struggles and how they were one of the worst rotating teams in the league. But when you looked at their statistics, like in terms of break efficiency and hold efficiency, they were still like in the top 4, which just made you, again, recognize that when they do win rotations, they're good at it. But more importantly, this is a team that moves still very well together, even if they don't win rotation, because they're finding snap breaks. Like in the first 10, 15 seconds, they're in the hard point contesting or flipping it back to their direction. So it's just been really odd, I think, to kind of put a finger on what this Toronto team was going to look like, especially like after Major 2, when we're like, who wants to be the 3rd best team in the league? And then Vancouver said, we will. And then all of a sudden, like, Toronto starts to step up. They start to get better at rotating with more presence. They start to hold a little bit more better, a little more better. They start to hold better. But I think the thing is, like, when you add in the mix of this Toronto team manipulating tempo and pace, and you're getting like this baton pass of like Kleenex is driving forward, and then never mind, Joe's going to dive forward behind that. They look really, really good when they can find success doing that.
Yeah, it's just tough to handle because Ultra have every single player on this lineup capable of a takeover moment, and that's what we saw all throughout this map. Number 1, Kleenex here at the P4, Joe sees every single time around P1, and Beans and Insight dominating on a long distance gunfights around P2 and P3. When Toronto are clicking on all cylinders, this is what their gameplay looks like. They make the adjustments off of the series versus Optic Texas. Now you start off 1-0 in this series, and now you're going into another map where you play versus the Green Wall, and you're expecting the adjustments to be shown here as well.
Yeah, and I just want to kind of go back to the point that I'm talking about with when Ultra was, going into Major 3, the worst rotating team in the game through Major 2 qualifiers especially. It was so funny because they came into the event 12th in rotation percentage. You're playing with a last-minute substitute in Mercules, and they bumped up to 4th by the end of that event, and that's carried on now with Beans back, of course, as you would expect in the list. So there may have been some sort of a spark of like the team is working on trying to rotate better, but you also have like you have to play more macro because you're playing with a new guy who you just have to just fit into a system, so it puts pressure on the system more than the guy himself. And yeah, it just kind of felt like there was a light kind of sparked up for this Toronto team in their hard point. So good stuff there. About a 100-point win, pretty casual, all things told. And now we go to the dealership for the search and destroy. And for Toronto, again, like no strangers to this map. They played it a bunch in Major 3. Have not found a ton of success on it, though. A handful around 11, around 10 losses. But this is one that you need to see them really, again, light something up and keep their search and destroy strong.
Yeah, realistically, like, I think it's just one thing for Ultra on this map. It's just valuing their number situation. They're usually one of the best teams in that scenario where they put themselves in a 4v3. They're not going to let these rounds slip away. But versus Optic early on today, they had so many rounds where they had the man advantage, but then the SMGs on the side of the green wall just kept on breaking them down. So now knowing that, we understood, like, basically we should have forced a game number 5 in that series. We cannot make those same mistakes again. Kleenex, you need to be able to find a lot of success through the middle of the map alongside Joe Deceives, because on the opposite side for Carolina, even though they only have a couple reps here on a map like Dealership, one thing that they do really like is the offensive side. They are great once they get that bomb down, so if you're Ultra, let's not allow that to be the case. Yeah.
Well, here we go, straight on into it. Dealership, search, and destroy. Both these two teams looking to kind of build on an identity on the map. As we were talking about teams like LA and Miami and who's the team I'm thinking of? Atlanta. You know, they kind of have 3 different ways of playing the map. And I think it's just kind of, you know, hey, it does work for them. Like Miami plays with a lot of tempo. They want to get onto site fast. They want to get through the site fast. Atlanta likes to play their defense super slow and play for retake nades. LA kind of does aggression on both sides of the bomb. And it's worked for all 3 of them at different moments in time. It just comes down to what are we going to get for these 2 teams here, as we just love to give you guys the CDL music. I know how much that was like your favorite thing ever. So we're just going to keep it playing in your eardrums while we talk about this Surge.
I can't even hear it, Alan, so it's just you enjoying
it's just
the rock
me?
and roll party. Yeah.
I'm getting trolled, dog.
Already 30 seconds gone on the round. Neither team has shown any presence or given up any ounce of information on what either setup is looking like. But now Carolina are rallying everyone through the middle of the map, trying to take some map pressure so they can open up at least one of these objectives.
Well, a little bit of contact through mid. Doesn't really amount to too much besides just extra time off the clock. Insight going to use this as a chance to get a little bit further forward than you expect. Slasher has seen it. Little high-low setup with Rex. And Insight just able to get around the corner. And the defense will now focus through vents and mid-garage door.
And this entire time, you had Gwyn working on this late pinch. Now it's time to hit the go button with that objective starting to get planted. So he is eventually going to find that first blood onto beams and get out of dodge, or just jump right back into the window and gift it to Kleenex and make it a 3v3.
Well, this post plant is on site here. Kleenex, does he have the shot lined up for it? Gets the first, steps away, but can't get away too far. Great stuff for Carolina. Just kind of getting a read, I think, just, hey, if you want to play with a little bit of aggression at mid, we'll go ahead and just kind of keep a player lurking, see if we can catch you off guard on rotation, which they do, and then we'll just kind of run at you with numbers.
Yeah, it's well played right there from Carolina to take the slow and steady approach, opening on the round. So just spread map, just rely on Gwyn to make sure no one's working on that deep pinch. Let's continue to use our attacks to try to gain some info of what their defensive setup is looking like. And then once the commitment over towards A allows them to back down the player who is watching over, you keep control of that site, you send Gwyn in for the pinch, he finds the first blood, and then everybody else is still holding strong on their post plant. Carolina, the first.
Well, it's going to be just kind of a feel out here for Toronto, waiting to see if they can catch Carolina getting over aggressive at middle. But no mistakes seem to be kind of on the horizon for the Ravens. Holding their positions. Gwyn, he may actually make a mistake here. No, instead, gets the chow, finds the first one, does get traded. And that actually is enough for TJ to kind of step up a little bit at Arches, knowing, hey, if there's 2 members for Ultra playing through mid, I can maybe get a little bit more space through B.
The Slasher is going to get some really good timing or some really bad timing. At least lines up the gunfight versus Joe DeCease and is able to put his team in a man-up advantage. The bomb is going to get planted, but you're attacking from every angle.
Just a little feel-out nade for Rex. Does not hit anything. And this is going to be Carolina showing the pressure from the front first and then back off. Let TJ run forward and find a freebie. Yep, absolutely perfect. Really good on the retake there for Carolina. That's how you draw that up.
So far, 2 different rounds where they have shown. All right, we'll show a little bit of aggression on one end and set up one of our SMGs to set up that late pinch. And it works out there. But it all starts with Slasher just reading the play. Understanding my teammates are aggressive through courtyard. They cannot be at B. Just need to get some good timing, rotating back over towards A, and is able to catch Joe before getting that objective down. Then in a man up, you allow the bomb plant to get planted. You watch the push through to your spawn. TJ watches the push through back to their spawn. And at that point, neither member gets the information, so they have to be trapped on site. And they just pounce on them to secure the round.
Yeah, so far it's just been Carolina understanding if Toronto are here, then they must not be there. And it's working out nicely for them. This round, though, Kleenex aggression over towards small room at A. He's able to find Slasher, who was on an island. So free first blood on that front. Gwyn looking to respond on the other and provide. So 3v3 early with a significant amount of pressure here for Carolina through the B site. And I love this. Hit the mid window. You know that Toronto have to try to clear that position out. So see if you can get the wrap on it. Gwyn, nice little snap. Good damage on the bolt. The pistol out. Is he going to get all 3? On the corner. Here comes the check. Off the regen. Good pre-fire, and the team shots are good for Carolina to go up 3-0 early.
Gwyn is having himself a series so far. Dominates in the map number 1, even though they fell short by almost 100. But makes a great individual play there. Even in the man down, you flank them, set up the double, and then stall out time for your teammate to assist you in the final gunfight. The Rookie of the Year last year, into his sophomore year, has continued his dominance on the map. And he secures the round there for Carolina.
Yeah, good stuff. Again, I just love the idea of how Carolina are saying, all right, you're going to isolate us on one side with 2 players. We're going to isolate you on the other with 3. It's just been good. Little push up here. That's Gwyn. Oh, boy. If they can catch a little bit of intel or some damage from Rex, I guarantee you, Gwyn just pushes through this door and absolutely breaks down the round. Good pinch set up with TJ and leaves CleanX for the 1v3.
Yeah, 1v3 bomb down over towards B courtyard. CleanX has to make something out of nothing. Potentially to try to isolate onto one of these gunfights. If you are Slasher, yeah, let's just back down. Allow him to get that bomb planted, but your gun is put in single fire, and unfortunately for CleanX, it costs him the gunfight. Now he's knocked down to 7 HP, and it's too many players from Carolina to account for. Quickly, up 4-0.
Dude, that had to be like a miss hit on the D-pad, right? Like, legitimately, that
100%.
had to have been set to single tap.
He's twisted, bro. He's twisted. Hit so many buttons on the damn controller.
Oh, mercy. Again, it would have been unplausible to feel that that 1v3 was going to come through, but missing a chance at it for sure if that was the case. Regardless, it was a weird gunfight. So Carolina, okay. I love this. You know, you're not sitting there throwing out crazy set plays. You're just playing for contact, playing for info. And then once you get it, you're dispatching that information and converting with the numbers in some other spot that you find an advantage. So it's been good thus far. Toronto trying to change things up. You've got Joe Deceives trying to play with some stuns and some nades right down the staircase, and he catches 2 Ravens with nades out. So that'll work for a first round for Ultra.
Yeah, that's a massive first round there for Ultra to eventually stop the bleeding. It's been slow and steady approach every single round from Carolina. It's looked like they're playing S&D back in like 2013. Slasher's been a guy who's been around the S&D scene for God knows how long. So you best believe he's most likely the guy giving the in-game comms of how they want to play this search and destroy. The slow and steady approach has been working out, at least for now. But that time, Ultra changed the pacing up, catch them with a nade in hand for Joe to open up with the opening double. And then CleanX instantly there to pounce for the final 2. So Ultra able to put 1 on the board, but need a couple more if they want to get themselves back in it.
Okay, that works. Joe Deceives. Deep nade hits onto Slasher. But Toronto, quick shot challenge this.
God.
And oh god, yep. Even with the car bomb coming through, Ultra are still able to get the bomb planted. And so now TJ trying to hunt down CleanX. It's a race of the ages. And TJ will win that race. So now pressure on both sides. Rex trying to he's got to come into the, he's got to get into play. Like, you have to show some force. You can't just let TJ play on this long flank. Although, or can you? That's an absolute laser beam out of TJ. Insight for the trade, and now it's the 1v1. Rex trying to take the gunfight. Win! And oh, what a set of shots that is. Rex put to the dirt, and Toronto find 2 in a row.
Yeah, Dylan's got to play it out a lot quicker there, Alan. Like, once TJ is able to locate CleanX, make it a 2v2, you know that the last 2 players have to be around second. TJ already puts himself in a great position on the pinch. They haven't pushed through the backside of dealership, so they have to be trapped on towards site. But when TJ wins that first one-on-one, you just have to be in a situation, or at least in the right position, to instantly play that trade and not allow the final player to get on out. But Dylan just gets caught slipping. And again, the aggression from Ultra leads to another successful round win.
That's unbelievable. Well, opening nades don't really provide too much from either squad. It's one of those things, though, where no information could be good information. You know no one's on that A corner. Means decent look. At least on a couple of members that are threatening this B site, but can't do too much to deter this, so Carolina looked like they're going to get a plan.
Oh, you're definitely going to get a plan put. They're instantly going to have to potentially back up because you have no min-map pressure. You can have Rex in a position to watch the deep pinch. So you have the man-up advantage if you are also just send it right to courtyard.
The shots over the corner for Slasher, just to kind of hold off on the initial challenge, but Joe will still slide through regardless. And Beans just dives on in towards the tree. Rex for 2. Slasher provides. But it's on to, do they know where Beans is? No way. If Rex doesn't check this, just join whatever team is on the pit station 1. Okay, good. Finds the kill. Carolina secure the round.
Oh, that's a big shout out to Dylan Rex. Playing his timing on the pinch to perfection. He understands that no one is working their way all the way through the A site. If I could just put myself in a spot for them to bar their way through the front side of courtyard, I could be the difference maker and times that flank to find a double. give them the man-up advantage, and then in the 2v1, just check the bomb at the right time. He's able to secure 3 on the round, and that leads to now Carolina at game point.
Yeah. This is you have to win this map.
Man!
Are we what? Dog. Hello? Okay.
All right.
Make up for it. You make up for it there. Let it go. Oof.
Ah!
Yeah,
Quinn tries to
overheat.
commit too much on that gunfight right there. He thought that was the same player that he had one shot, but CleanX watching over his teammate gives Ultra now the man-up advantage, but TJ in a crucial position to set up this pinch.
Problem about this is, what timing do you try to pull? You're the first one that could test. That works. Whoa, bold to sit there for a second, but nearly pulls it off. Leaves Slasher now for the 1v2. This would really make up for the opening knife. With 30 seconds and CleanX and Beans just throwing shoulders opposite of one another, you're just not going to let him get through without there being some sort of a double chow out. Yeah, Slash, you just got to go, brother.
Yeah, got to try to isolate onto one of these gunfights. And now he only has 8 left in the clip. Just going to forfeit on the round. And it's a big shout out to Slasher for basically gifting that one on a silver platter there for Ultra. It's like, Dylan Rex, you got 3? Nah, I don't like that, bro. You're not going to help us this next round.
Yep.
Ultra stay alive, 4th round, number 9.
Okay. Remember that round if this ends up going against Carolina.
That'd be so demoralizing if it
That would be absolute checkout. But I think just based on how this map has gone to this point, I still think you're feeling good if you're Carolina. Like, you've done well on both sides of the bomb, so.
And now they're going back on their attack. Slow and steady approach, the same thing they did in round number 1. The 3-for-1 split. Quinn just making sure no one is getting aggressive through that B street, but Jodeci takes a lot of space up through A, and he gets caught.
I guess you can't believe that there was no trade there onto TJ. These nades could still land, though. Ah, they don't quite touch. Slasher's going to watch the corner. Make sure that TJ stays safe. Insight will see Slasher still hanging around hedges. They going to double chow this? Nope. Well, maybe now they do. Yeah, nicely done. TJ's going to come away with 2.
And now in the 2v4, Beans and CleanX left to try to clutch on up. Carolina know that they have the numbers. We just got to get this objective down.
Yep. Still, though, 2v4. CleanX, if his timing is good, say maybe he can catch one while they're trying to plant the bomb, but instead his timing is miserable, and he finds himself trapped in the vent. Beans, well, you know, it's one of those, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice. Well, that's why you don't get stuck in vent. Carolina walk away, though, with a, again, pretty comfortable search and destroy. It's just Slasher slashing his own teammates, and, no way he's sabotaging his teammates by breaking their controllers as well.
That's not good.
That's not
Slasher,
good.
He turned around, and he knew that he just accidentally pulled his controller wire, and that thing hit the main stage. That's the biggest thing for a pro player. We cannot have any controller issues, so we're just going to make sure that that's all safe before we leave it for the bathroom break. But Carolina able to tie up the series 1-1 with some great strategies in the search and destroy, Allen. Like Ultra earlier on versus Optic, they took that slow and steady approach. They found themselves finding a lot of successful kills in that first blood column. But even with 4 tallied to their name, Carolina with the slow and steady approach catches them off guard in multiple rounds, setting up late pitches out of their SMG players. And it was just too much for Ultra to try to climb back into the map. They now go down on dealership again. That now puts them at 1-7. And if you're Ultra, I'm probably never playing that map for the rest of the season.
Yeah, it's not been good. I'll tell you that much. It's not been good. Yeah, a couple of round 11, round 10 losses, but there's also been some really embarrassing ones. So. Not good news for Ultra on the map as much as they try to improve it. It just doesn't really feel comfortable for them. And I think, again, like the thing that really makes me say that here is, like, after watching a lot of teams play in a different way, they play with, like, a certain type of way, whether it's playing with aggression or playing for, you know, nade retakes, whatever it happens to be. This just kind of feels like Ultra and Carolina are just like, let's just kind of, we don't really have like a set default setup for defense or offense. It's just kind of like, we're just going to play for info. Like, it feels like one of those, like, we're in spawn, like, hey, do you want to, like, throw nades at me at mid? Yeah, sure, I guess. Like, that's kind of what the playbook kind of feels like right now. It doesn't really feel like there's much of a design to try to open up with first blood in any particular space outside of just hopefully finding, like, a 3-man flood or a couple of nades, and that often is a product of just blind counters, which did not happen because Carolina were also playing back to info most of the often.
Yeah, that's good stuff there from Carolina. Just be prepared for everything that they're going to throw at them. For a squad that people are counting out with the way that they have been looking recently, at least you make this somewhat of a series now. Tied up at 1, going into a protocol control where it's a 50-50 chance basically on both ends. It's just the way that Ultra played versus Optic. They're a lot more prepared for this map. Joe Deceives and Kleenex, they can tend to get lost, and if you can't account for them or you allow them to be nuisances behind enemy lines, you're not going to have a good time.
No, you will not. Easy to say that. Speaking of not having a good time, LAG 3-0'd Cloud9 New York. Study's crashing out. We're going to go to break. We'll be back with map 3 after this. Welcome back there. We are 1-1, tied through the first 2. That's what 1-1 means. We've played 2 maps. We've got map 3, Control, coming up next. And honestly, it's just one of those situations that you kind of look at the track record of both these 2 squads. Toronto is coming in as, like, just by record, the 3rd best Control team in the league. Carolina, at one point in time, way back in like Major 1, Major 2, was one of the best teams in Control. But since that point, these guys have stunk it up, dog. Yeah. I'm talking 2 wins in the last 12 attempts, and that goes back to when Major 3 quals head start. That's not good. You know, believe it or not, 2-10 in the mode, not good.
No, definitely not good. And now you're going up against the Toronto Ultra squad, who already have success so far throughout this weekend on a map like Protocol. This was their shining light in that series versus Optic Texas. The SMGs just continuously got lost, and Beans was frying with the AR, but Carolina are no slouches on protocol. I know in their last 5 attempts, they only won it once, and it was versus Minnesota, who are not really the best control team that we have in the game. They don't really struggle when you talk about the slaying on either side. It just comes down to like certain situations on the map that they realistically cannot lose track of, and that's all about the SMGs. You lose focus on where Joe Deceives is or where Kleenex is, they are going to make you pay for it because they're usually running an SMG, but if you give them an AR, they're also going to hold you down in those long distance gunfights as well. So Carolina, bring the slaying like you usually do, but the game plan needs to be a lot more team-oriented for some segments.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just have to work together. I feel like when we often watch Carolina on this map, they just get a little too split, a little bit too isolated, and teams just go from one kill to a second to a third. Usually they can snowball form. So just need to see a little bit more communication, a little bit more patience for things to develop. And that's not a bad start whatsoever. Rex was trying to hold down the lane over towards A. Does get shut down, but it creates opportunity for Carolina to get onto the B point for what very well may be an early first pick.
Yeah, Gwyn was the only player to make this individual play on this side of the map, finding 3 kills successfully initially off of his respawn and securing at least 1 second there at B, drawing the attention from the Ultra players to split on their defensive approach. And now you put all the focus on the A point. First segment already going to be locked. Toronto trying to respond with all the mid-map pressure. Joe almost lines up 3, but leaves the last man standing in Slasher top trips window. That segment does not get complete, and now everybody off the respawn.
Yeah, Deez is going to make sure that that gets depleted a touch as well. Kleenex working with Insight to clear out mid-guns. Allows Joe to stay pretty comfortable on the A zone as the sole defender, but now Kleenex, after that stun lands, is looking to see if they can isolate a little bit further. Rex in trouble, but Slasher there to help. And honestly, I mean, even though there hasn't been a lot of ticks of progress that have come through, Carolina are doing a nice job finding winning kill feeds. They just can't turn it into objective pressure yet.
Yeah, they just need segments, man, because there's only 29 seconds left on the round. You're showing presence on both points. You're forced to back down off of your power spots at this B segment. But now you continuously are trying to find trades around that mid-map area. The only thing is Kleenex and Joe combined for 3. Last man standing is Dylan Rex on the A point. Gonna be knocked down to 1 shot, but finds the kill and the segment. And his teammates off the respawn also find every single kill. So this is a massive moment for Carolina.
Yeah, TJ scaled the ladder and now made his play not only to B, but around it. Problem is he touched the zone, and Insight will try to keep him at bay while the rest of Ultra try to play forward to clear off this contest at A, but they will not get there. So extra 60 seconds comes up, and now that life lead that we were talking about becomes a major factor for this opening offensive round because Carolina are up 5.
Up 5. All the map control in their favor as well, with Dylan Rex showing a lot of presence through the top mid area. Now you're just banking on your teammates to find openings through the spawn. TJ and Slash are already combined for 2. Now you're all around this tower side. Only 6 lives remaining for Ultra. You need to stabilize. You need to get a clean 4 dead in the feed.
Well, not happening as of yet. TJ's on with a little bit of help from Gwyn. A little bit of clearance coming out of Kleenex. He's traded. Diving on into the side is Insight, but can't do much there. So second tick done, 10v2. Should be a round win here for Carolina. It just comes down to which method do they win it by, and it will be by elimination. So 5 ticks of progress as Carolina start us off with an opening dub.
Yeah, that's so well played right there from Carolina, because I thought that they were going to be trapped into their spawn when Toronto were able to clear out every single player over here at B. But Dylan Rex is playing his life at A, keeping the game clock paused, and then his teammates off the respawn, finding every single kill. They don't really pay attention to the main map there, but if you're Ultra, that cannot happen. You need to basically creddy up in the corner when you stabilize on the map, force them to run into you. But when you gift them those kills, Carolina with the life lead take full advantage of it, extend the time with the A point, and then have the lives remaining to close out the round by kills. They secure 5 segments on the opening round, and now Ultra have a lot to make up for.
Yes, they do. Heck of a start for Slasher and Gwyn in this map. And it looks like this is going to be a development of a B hit here for Ultra. Really nice patience there for Joe Deceives. Knows he's got help at field side. So do your damage, come back to it, set up Kleenex for a couple. And it's just down to Rex, last one left. They haven't seen him yet, but now know where he's at as the kill to Beans comes through. Kleenex will find some really tricky shots at range with the SMG and then find some a little bit closer to home. Maybe one more at the window, but no, TJ has the shutdown, but Ultra a bit of a stack here over at A.
First segment going to be locked in. TJ's going to commit on the gunfight, knowing that his teammates are near on by. Can I get them a little bit weak to set up Slasher for the double? And he does just that. Now that leads to a clean 4 dead when Gwyn works down that pinch. So now 55 seconds left to go. All tied up in lives remaining, but Ultra going to waste a lot of time working on their
Yes,
spawn.
they are. Yes, they are. Yeah, good patience here from Carolina. Wow, that stun doesn't hit onto Gwyn. It looked like it was going to land in his left pocket, but doesn't affect him. And the kills will still continue to keep Carolina forward on this defensive setup. Down to 33 seconds. Ultra are clearing out the A zone. Still, you have the SMGs running a little bit rampant around the backside of this play, and then Rex clearing off the high ground. So it's really on to Insight. Has to get a kill, you would think, at least, but Gwyn finds him, shuts down the opportunity for that. And Rex going 1 for 1. That might be the round-winning play there.
Oh, yeah, there's only 10 seconds left, and you are not finding any kills to leave your spawn. You only have 1 segment to your name if you're Ultra. The final push is going to be over towards the B point, but with only 5 seconds left, I don't think they're going to have an opportunity to touch the objective. And Carolina,
wow,
where has this roster been for the last couple events, man? Because they are firing on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, we could avoid talking about the hard point, but yeah, the search looked solid. This control looks very complete. I think the thing, again, just reflecting on how they've played on the qualifier online to what we're getting now, it's just like, hey, we're actually helping each other. Like, whoa, go figure. And that's just like, again, like we talk about, like, and this will be reflected on as we get through this major and into champs and even after that. Like, you made this move from Vivid Directs as a way to improve the team's stock. It was a team that sounded in the comms like they were clicking pretty decently. They just needed a little bit of help in the slaying department. But since adding Rex, it just kind of feels like everything has fallen apart. And who knows, this could be where the switch is flipped and things can start to come back to what we had once known.
Hey, this is the perfect time for that switch to flip. Going into our last couple of games of the season. Gwyn is still putting himself in final four on 8 in a row. Going to go for the Eagles out for number 9. Still has yet to earn himself the Hellstorm, but let's just get a little bit of objective presence. Or at least find one more kill, and that Hellstorm is going to be yours, but Joe gets the better of him, shuts down that Hellstorm from being earned, but still, his teammates find every kill around the map. They're on A.
Yeah, and that's the 2024 Rookie of the Year right there. Gwyn is popping off. Little double stack on towards A. Momentary triple stack gets us the first tick, and a second one that's near completion. EJ can't finish off the kill onto Kleenex. Gwyn shut down before he can find the kill onto Joe. And that exchange leads to Ultra regaining some defensive presence through the map and stopping the A progress at 2 ticks.
And now with 45 seconds to go, Carolina not really sweating. No need to be nervous in this situation. We still have a lot of time to work with this 1 segment here at A. And it all starts by clearing out their spawn slasher. You're not expecting them to work that pinch, especially with an SMG in hand. But now that puts a lot more focus for the rest of the players on the side of Ultra as they were trapped. The third segment is about to be locked on in, and Ultra now down by 4 lives, have to hold down B.
Yeah, and this is just good patience for Carolina. Again, like we kind of talked about it in the first round, where it's like you're winning out on the kill feed exchange in these gunfights. You know, 3 for 2, so it's like you're left with like a 2v1 situation. And like they're not doing a lot of progress on the objective, but their ability to put pressure on Ultra and the life count has allowed opportunities to eventually come through. Like very patient has this Carolina offense been, but patience may not be rewarded here as Ultra have found a way to get up to the front doors of the Carolina spawn, and now that kill tally is starting to look, well, a little nasty.
Yeah, now they're getting beat up. This is what Ultra are looking for, something to stand on this map at number 3. And finally, they put them in somewhat of a spawn trap. SMG starting to fire. Kleenex on 5 in a row. Currently up by 6 lives. You cannot lose a one-on-one gunfight to save your life. 40 seconds left. You're still up by 7.
Yeah, Kleenex is just running around, going from left to right, up to down. He's just finding these 1v1s, going with their gun up. Eventually put down, but 13v5, less than 30 seconds to play. And the only effort that the Ravens can make is by playing through the previously captured A zone to try to make their way through the middle of the map to B. And Kleenex is in their way. Not anymore. He's not. Slasher finds the kill, and that should be floodgates open. Especially knowing that Beans is playing this corner. Like, we just got to get on to B here. And Carolina are, well, just kind of taking their time, maybe trying to reduce this life deficit a touch. But that will, well, maybe not happen. But if, yeah, Rex can find one. You could stack this for another tick. It's not even done yet. Rex is going to find more up top. Oh, my goodness. 7v2. Don't get me wrong, it would still be a miracle. But it might still happen as Gwyn tries to slide out for kill number 5. Slash for the last one left for the 1v5. And he will not be able to do too much. But another tick over towards B gets tallied up.
Oh, yeah. And now Ultra have to do it on back-to-back offensive wins if they want to try to take this map. You're going to be down by 8 seconds. Mathematically impossible for you to make up in that column. And at least your SMGs and even your ARs at some time started to show some life here in this round. Keep them trapped in their spawn for a very long time. You dominate in the kill feed. And now hopefully they're able to build off that momentum, taking it into this attack.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be a very, very nasty couple of rounds here for Toronto. Again, it's just, what's happened to their control here? This was our, again, third best team in control. It looked pretty solid to start this qualifier and then got ran by Vancouver. They were able to obviously take it versus Optic. You talked about the SMGs really lighting things up on this map in particular, but hasn't really been a factor yet, as Kleenex will get up towards mid, and Toronto will look pretty clean for at least the first tick of progress.
Yeah, that was a beautiful break off to just have the slow and steady approach, allow Carolina to run into us. You go 3 for none in the kill column, and now that has at least guaranteed you 2 segments at this 8 point. We just haven't accounted for Gwyn, who consistently always works that spiral staircase to work that pinch. All he needed was 1 kill, even though that second segment does get locked. All of Ultra off the respawn.
Yeah, and you've got both ARs kind of watching the extremities here. Slasher, a little bit of damage, but pushed back by a stun. Doesn't make a difference. Rex is there to pick him up where he left off, and TJ fills the gap just a little bit closer towards the sidewalk. So 25 plus 23. Major advantage here for Carolina. And if you're the Ravens, you just use the clock as your ally here. You don't need to get anything too crazy going, especially after losing a couple of members on the spawn trap.
100%. Just keep on finessing with your life. There's only 30 seconds left on the round, and Ultra need at least this final segment at A to extend the time. Just don't get them any freebies on in the gunfights. And Gwyn almost caught the better of Beans, but the snap good enough to win that one-on-one. Now Rex has to give him his positioning over towards Heli, but that time is going to be extended, and he's also accounted for. So this is a beautiful opportunity for Ultra to hit the transition, but Slasher finds a double and slows him down.
Yeah, it's a big slowdown there by Slasher, but the problem is Insight comes off spawn and wins a key gunfight at the middle of the map. So Deceives can stay on the zone. Kleenex can keep floating with him, and the stack is now on for a first tick of progress. Second on the way quickly. Pinch starting to develop, though. Forces Insight out into the open. Gwyn takes advantage of that, but the second tick is still being worked on, at least until Slasher mantles through the backside of the ladder, leaving Beans essentially just fight for whatever ground he can find on the backside of tower.
Yeah, Beans, just stay alive as long as you can. Just banking on your teammates to at least find kills off of the respawn, or at least hop that objective and force Carolina to be split on their approach. Still a minute left to work with. Time again falls, and Beans is still slaying. Finds another kill from a different angle.
Wow.
Second segment is already locked, and Ultra find 3 dead at the right time. Just need 1 more kill, and we're going to around 5.
Looks that way. Slasher on the backside of the barrel. Shut down by Kleenex. Follow-up challenge from TJ is decent, but Beans can step right back up, and Beans finishes off the round 4 offense. And we're going to go to 5 like you assumed, with Ultra still on the offense, but that's one that's going to sit in your mind a little bit if you're Carolina, saying, whoa, we just got our world rocked.
Yeah, like the break-off was phenomenal on the side of Ultra to find 3 kills uncontested to guarantee themselves 2 segments at that 8 point early on. But then Beans with such a beautiful, valuable life there. And that closing round there, just finessing around tower. When his teammates go 3 dead, he wins a one-on-one. Repositions, finds a second kill, and then ends that round on 5 in a row. So Mr. Benjamin giving life to the Ultra boys, so at least forces round 5.
Yeah, they really needed that too, because Ben in the first 3 rounds was, I won't say a non-factor, but he wasn't the same Benjamin Beans that we've come to know and for some of us love. What a break-off this has been, though, for Ultra.
God.
Different look in terms of how they wanted to come out of spawn. Different, another ARs in the mix. Joe's able to pull out a 3rd AR, and they keep Carolina at arm's reach. Now you got the double stack in. You can just fight from the windows, but Slasher able to keep his life, leaving Joe by himself, and he can only do so much from the backside of the stairs. Only 1 tick given, and Carolina will deplete the second, trying to get their defense forward.
Yeah, and I love how Carolina whip out an extra AR for these engagements, because last time it was Ultra taking the slow and steady approach, so this time TJ whips out the extra aim miss, finds an opening double. Now all map control in favor of Carolina. They are lighting it up in the kill feed. Toronto consistently having to waste time working out of their spawn. They do have 1 segment already done at the 8 point, but they were looking for an opening and they find it.
Also they get a look at Rex playing up top near ledge. They can avoid that by dropping through Spiral, which is exactly what Ultra are trying to do. And Rex, he may get a little bit caught out here. Has to kind of dive to safety in front of the A zone while Toronto are making their way underground and back up the top grandma. Honestly, if you win a gunfight here up the middle of the map, you're going to have a wide open B point. Even better, you take down TJ over towards Helicopter, and you can get some progress done on both zones. Inside on 4 in a row, steps into Castle, and now you got a huge stack on A. Second tick is all but gone, and honestly, you just have to chalk and rotate this if you're Carolina.
Yeah, Carolina just got to work the OE. You're already down by 2 lives. Don't want to allow that to be even bigger. We can test it one more time, but now Ultra extended time. Have a minute and 20 seconds to work with. Currently still up by 1 life. And if you're inside on 4 in a row, just continue to finesse around grandmas, catches the timing onto Dylan Rex, make it 5, and I love this play from Insight. Let's just back on out, continuously force them to look for me, and let's stack this damn point.
Exactly the case. But Joe, the first one towards B will drop. That's a kill from Gwyn at Top Gun. Rex, the only one on the low ground for the Carolina defense. Everyone else is going to be playing around the back. And wait, Joe off spawn has kept this play safe. Beans able to follow up with another. The Chow outside towards back tower has Gwyn in trouble, but Gwyn and Rex able to win their gunfights. Second tick not looking all that likely. And Insight says, yep, I agree. Let me get out of here. Keep my life. We have a 15v14. Advantage Toronto.
Yeah, now it's on Insight, who's still lost in the sauce. You have not been able to locate where he is if you're Carolina, but you know, at least 3 players from Ultra coming off of the respawn. Let's just not allow Insight to do the same exact thing that Beans did in the previous round and make a big-time play. And this time, Dylan Rex shuts that down. He's on 4 in a row, all tied up in lives.
And he can start depleting the second tick of progress, which has been sitting in front of him for what feels like an eternity, I'm sure. He's going to get caught. Gwyn still has the trophy to keep him safe. Has to have the timing to deal with this hit, though, from Toronto, and he finds the first. TJ able to assist over the middle of the map. And that damage from Gwyn may just be enough to put this round out of reach. Ultra coming off the respawn. They're in trouble here. 14 seconds. You got to make the mad dash across the map.
Yeah, this is the last push. Can you get something done on this OE? You're going to have Insight cut his way right through the middle of the map. Finds an opening kill onto Dylan Rex, and all of Carolina are playing towards low boat side. This is good for Ultra.
Why are we not playing middle of the map at all if you're Carolina? Why are we just waiting for them to get under the zone? There's no way. What a colossal breakdown. Rex may have just saved it, though. Insight, last one left. Wins the opening pistol. 4v5, but 3 seconds remaining. You're not going to get there in time, but oh my goodness. What a near colossal breakdown that would have been for Carolina, as Toronto were fully stacked, and it wasn't until a double for Rex comes through that it barely saves that 3rd tick.
Woo. So many saving graces in this final round for Carolina. Dylan Rex had so many massive kills over towards tower, and Gwyn on the opposite side being a nuisance with the SMG, always getting behind enemy lines. Every time it got a little bit scary. Both of those players are able to come out with a multi-kill to stabilize on the moment, or just basically shut down that push there from Ultra. It got so scary towards the very end, because like you said, we want to dominate mid-map. We don't want to be in a position on the bottom side of boat, because if they have mid-map and they're already on the point, and they know they already found a bunch of kills around that mid-map area, then it's going to be a very difficult approach for Carolina to retake their way back on in. But thankfully, the young gun in Dylan Rex goes on 4 or 5 in a row, shuts down that push, and Gwyn consistently, like I said, just being annoying with the SMG, allows them to close out this control and not throw this one away. You go up 2-1 in the series versus Ultra, and now Ultra are feeling the pressure.
Yeah, big time. I mean, what would this do to this tournament? If Ultra bow out with Vancouver top 12, that's 2 of our top, we'll just be a little bit more general and say 2 of our top 5 teams gone. We still have Vegas and LAG alive. And, I mean, it's just, what? This has been a bizarre series of events to this point. Now, this series is far from over, to be sure, but the fact of the matter remains, like, you come off of a confident search and destroy for Carolina. You save a breakdown moment here on the control. You find yourself up 2-1, and honestly speaking, you look at the rest of the series, you don't hate it if you're Carolina, like, especially with how we just saw them play the search. Like, map 5 doesn't look nearly as bad as it may have thought, and if you just step up and continue to slay like this, if you're Gwyn and Rex, the respawn, any hard point feels winnable, I'll put it that way.
Oh yeah, definitely. Any hard point with wheels winnable, and this next one might be the most winnable that you have versus Ultra because they're going into a rewind where neither squad has yet to get a rep on it. So we're walking into this map completely blind, but the little things that we can take from what we saw in map number 1 was Ultra dominating on the fundamental aspect. If they do that again on a map like Rewind, we're talking about being the team initially on the backside of P2. It's basically a full 60, but also dominating that mid-street presence for P3, P4. If they do that, they without question will be able to force this map number 5. But just the way that Carolina are shooting, Quién is on point. Dylan Rex came alive in that control, and Slasher's always been a consistent factor for this lineup. You just can't afford to lose this series if you're Ultra, because then that now puts it to the conversation to like, did we make the right decision on letting Merc go? That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. I think that conversation is already swarming like buzzards in the desert, smelling out a kill. The Green Wall fans, who are relentless in the first place, are already like idiots. But we'll see we'll see how things kind of unfold. Because again, the rewind hardpoint, like you mentioned, neither team has showed themselves. And I think the thing about it for both these two teams, looking at them on paper, pulling 3 ARs would be no stranger to either of these two squads. I think they have the roster that's very capable of doing that at a high level. The protocol search and destroy, though, is an interesting one just because at one moment in time, Carolina looked nasty at it. And they still kind of do, but they just haven't played it in a while. Whereas for Toronto, it's been fun. They were, again, like they played it a lot in the first qualifier and a little bit in Major 2, but not much since then. So there's a level of, like, again, that being a little bit unfamiliar in terms of recent competitive history for both these two teams.
Yeah, I'm excited if we get to that map number 5 because, like you said, both teams used to really love Protocol Search and Destroy, at least in the beginning of the season. Ultra was so good at it that teams just had to auto-veto it, and that forces now Ultra to try to figure out a different Search and Destroy map, and then when they try to put Protocol back into the mix, they weren't really having the same exact strategies that led to a lot of success like they did in the beginning of the season. But we got to get through this map number 4 first. Carolina, up 2-1 in the series. Looking to turn around this story for this lineup ever since Dylan Rex has entered the building. And going into a map where neither squad has yet to get a rep on it in the season, you best believe they're still practicing on the back end, so let me see some.
I want to know what the lore behind that giant stuffed elephant is. Is he, like, part of a movie? And if so, what movie is it? Has anyone looked at the DVDs on the shelves? Because if so, I need to know what movie that is.
Dumbo.
That's not Dumbo, dog. Dumbo had big old ears. He, like, flew and stuff with them. What? Hello?
It was an elephant. An elephant. Who knows? The guy's just sitting there. He's a stuffed animal. He might be able to fly.
Dumbo was a blue, dog.
Yeah, you're right. My bad, bro. My bad. You're older than me, so you know. Yeah.
You're the one with the 2-year-old. What are we talking about? Ultra up big to start off P1. Joe Deceives 3-0 start as Ultra off to the races and have Carolina just kind of looking for ground to work with right now.
Oh, yeah, this is tough because Carolina's gone on the preferred side that they want for this P1 initially to start, but instantly off of the kill feed, Ultra are able to flip them and soak up a lot of time here. And they're currently dominating the kill feed as well, so now it's a battle for the spawns. You give them all this time here if you're Carolina at the P1. You're looking for a response here, and the opening kill was massive there from Dylan Rex to really secure the spawns for now.
Yeah, this is big, and I love this trophy system placement as well, knowing that this hit is likely going to be developing through street side. Clasher gives a little bit of a workout to Kleenex. Both players able to get off the regen. Ooh, almost with the little snapper, but Rex is able to pick up on the damage had been dealt. Do they know that Insight is here, though? Are they counting their numbers? How good are the comps for Carolina? Well, they know he's there now. Doesn't matter because the kills from the front will have this Carolina set up a little bit pinched.
Yeah, it's scattered right now, all over the map. They're just trying to win a one-on-one gunfight, and Ultra making this mixy. If you were Carolina, you were making basically a full 60 hold here, but they are making you work hella hard for this time. Finally, they're able to stabilize. Dominating the kill feed. The final 20 seconds should go their way, but now a tall task ahead of you. We need to flip these spawns for P3, P4.
Sure do. But again, kind of picking up on the early deficit, that's exactly what you want if you're a Carolina fan. So back to square. Long route has to develop. Joe Deceives able to shut down at least one part of that as PJ drops. And, ooh, good gunfight win from Kleenex, able to take down Slasher and then turn his attention for another on to Gwyn. So things are good here for Toronto. Over towards P3. Split setup here, though, with these spawns for Carolina. Could lead to a natural pitch if they can find the kills, but Kleenex will not allow that. And now all guns can move forward.
Yeah, I love the focus right there from Ultra to secure the spawn before anything else. They knew that potentially Burger, there was going to be a split spawn opportunity there for Carolina, but they read it to perfection, especially in the hands of Kleenex, who's now on 5 in a row. He He knows that they're going to be in towards Burger, consistently finessing around the objective, allows him to get kill number 6, and with only 20 seconds left, you now have to cut your long position to potentially contest it. Is going to be Slasher working his way through board.
Oh, and Clean X on 7 off the reset. No. So it's on to what Joe can find on the old time. And well, as I say, Carolina have numbers moving over towards Beepers. They just have to deal with Beans, and they provide that kill pretty darn quickly. About a 15-point game, give or take. 18 if you're being technical. But Carolina will be able to step on into Beepers to start working on that.
No.
But this may have been a little bit too late to jump into the setup because the car bomb onto Gwyn opens the front door, and Toronto says, knock, knock, who's home? Never mind, no one's there. It's ours now.
What is going on with the car bombs and hardpoint for Carolina? They had 2 car bombs blow them up in map number 1 and already a crucial one here in the map number 4 to lose them to spawns. And now Ultra technically won the rotation and instantly got broken into, but find their first attempt and make the most of it. They continuously run up the score, put themselves up by 50, and now if you're the Ravens, we just cannot continuously try to hit. We got to set up for new.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. Wow, not a good one there. It's another one of those moments that kind of reflects back to the vault hard point too, where it's like Carolina has a perfect setup, and then Toronto just walk on in. It just cannot happen. So 50-point or so gap as we head back over to Gents. Good kills on the exit though for Carolina. Has them looking frisky towards the opening time, but Kleenex comes up a bit unsurprisingly, I would say, for Carolina, but they don't deal with it with too much difference, and that's enough for Carolina to get themselves in position to get some good early time.
Yeah, and so far this setup has been picture perfect for Carolina. You're making sure that you're accounting for the players who consistently spawn out, blocking those spawns to consistently now spawn them over towards HG Will.
Oof.
And also have yet to find an avenue to approach this hard point. Finally, they find an opening. They have the advantage knowing that players are going to be weak, but still Gwyn and TJ with the guns in hand are able to find multi-kill after multi-kill and still hold.
Yeah, that's a nice little tactical retreat right there for Carolina. You lose your first member on the hard point and everyone else gets tagged, so you back out of the hill, and then you surround it when everyone's at full health, and that's the byproduct of good patience. It is a virtue after all, friends. How about the streaks that Carolina are going to carry through that as well? Not only are you going to take this back to about a 20-point game, a little less than that, but you've got Slasher and TJ on 5 and 4 sprees, respectively, looking for early streaks.
Yeah, and the only difference so far in this game is the fact that Carolina lost the P4 the way that they did. They would have themselves a 50 to 60-point lead if they got all that time, but Ultra still making the game scrappy. Now we hit the reset. Back over to the P1. Ultra currently soaking up the time. They also have the spawns that they want through elevated side of the kill feed is lit up in purple. They shut down that first push and continuously are now running up the score.
Yeah, really good response for Toronto after that Jen's hard point. Just could not really do too much for them. So what was a 10-point game, now back to 30. Carolina working on another pinch setup, very similar to the route that they had hit in the opening break-off of this map. Problem was, it didn't really provide much for them over the top of P1. And even worse than that, they're actually getting tested as we start to make the fight happen over towards Laundry. So, difficult moment here for Carolina, especially with Joe spawning behind this play.
Not allow Ultra to get this time. As much time as they did off of P1 and have the rotation over towards P2. And thankfully, Carolina with the aggression find every single kill to secure those back spawns. They were able to get at least 45 seconds last go around when they were at the P2, and they might be in a position to do it again.
Yeah, have to win this first flood, though, if you're Carolina. TJ, a little slide out. Maybe got a little bit baited by that little touch. Is Carolina going to still spawn backside dumpster? No, they will not.
Big two.
They've got TJ spawning out, but Gwyn, like you mentioned, gets a huge double. Toronto trying to show some force from the front, but largely speaking, Carolina should be feeling very confident in this setup, especially with TJ rapping on the pitch.
Yeah, TJ's already won it. He knows that everybody else is accounting for it. All the press is going to come through the front side, but once TJ finds one kill, you're just banking on your teammates now to be set up properly. But Ultra, they just are making this a contest fest. This is not what you were looking for now if you're Carolina, because there's only 15 seconds left. You're still trapped in towards the back, and Ultra can have a free roam off the rotation to do.
Yeah, that's moment number 2 here in this map that Carolina, you just cannot allow that to happen. A little bit of a battle through the scrap time, and at least you get an exit from that potential spawn trap. But over to Noob. Joe Deceives in position. Toronto working their way over towards mid-courtyard. They don't really find the first blood, so now Joe's in a heap of trouble. Bean's able to give him some sanctuary with a kill through mid. Insight trying to follow up, but Carolina have neutralized the time and gotten in their own right.
Yeah, Slasher again testing through mid-courtyard to try to find the timing on this pinch to flip them all the way across the map. No need to sweat though. Your team is just going to show up contested time. Eventually, he's going to be able to strike. He finds the first kill. Insight's still going to be blessed with the back spawn. And Kleenex on the opposite side is still making it havoc over here at the P3. Teammates still have the spawns that they want in an Ultra. No need to be worried now.
Ooh, a little pistol whip from Joe Deceives. And another walk into the hard point for Toronto. 24-16 for Joe with 1:17 counting in hill time. He is getting it done. And the lead goes back to 40 points. Kind of a do or die moment here for Carolina. You have to get over to Beepers. You have to break this setup. But a 2-for-2 exchange with the kills happening to where Toronto can still spawn up favorably is not good news for Carolina.
Yeah, 4v2. Everybody else is going to now spawn in the back. If you are Ultra, if you get a full 60 hold here, you're basically forcing the game number 5 guaranteed. So Carolina need to rally together. Need to find some pressure through the middle of the map. It's a 60-point difference. Slash and TJ, though. Find 2. Now you have the numbers.
There we go. Full 4-man down. So you're going to flip the hard point and the spawn simultaneously with 30 seconds still remaining at Beepers. Rex, the first one to try to watch this outside angle. Already pushed off of it. Giving the responsibility over to TJ, and both will find good kills. So there we go. An opportunity for Carolina to try to put this series maybe away if they can find a way to get over to Gens and have similar success like they did last time that we were there.
Yep. Whip out an extra SMG. You saw Dylan Rex do that in that scenario, knowing that the engagements were going to be right in front of you, but to always be into the play. A 30 difference. A massive break opportunity. Slasher on 6 in a row. The Hellstorm really isn't going to be felt if he's able to earn it, and it does not matter. Toronto still holding.
You might argue it's actually better that he drops so he can pick up an extra sub because everyone's got an AR right now after Carolina. But that might be okay if you're Rex. Crack movement doesn't really work out. Slasher did swap over, but gets absolutely demolished by beams. 220, 175, Ultra, all 4 members up and in the hard point.
Just continue to fight. Find the opening kill. If you're Joe, an extra AR whipped out to win the gunfights on the OE. Now you're consistently shutting down these pushes on the side of both. On the side of Carolina. Only need 15 seconds. You can still win it out here. Just got to keep on trading.
Yeah, do or die time here for Carolina in map 4. He's on 3 in a row. Make it 4. Late Semtex for Slasher. Trades himself out, but Rex will drop. And it's going to have to be a convoy line. Just a mad dash. Trying to get back into the hard point. Stuns, nades for Toronto. Littering the front doors. One contest is in. It's just up to Quién. And he will eventually drop Toronto. Send us the distance to map 5.
Oh, and Joe Deceives is out the chair. He's letting Carolina know, you guys are awful. That guy was basically doing it all on that map number 4. Basically led the team in slaying, also led the team in the objective time. Joe was just so hard to keep track of. And just talk a little bit more about Joe. His career has been insane. We're talking about a guy who 2 years ago walked into an LAG lineup. Really couldn't find any success. Then you go into the next season with an LAT squad who were just putting a roster together. They lost their super team, and they needed to make something out of nothing. And Joe consistently, year after year, just keeps on improving his individual gameplay. And without question, in my mind, he's one of the best players that we have in this game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely the case. It was just one of those things, and I think you're right. And, you know, again, like when we get to the end of the season and we start to recap over the year, depending on where this Toronto team finishes, you have to keep in mind that, like, they were put in a weird spot by losing key components of a roster that was looking like they were built to win championships and had win championships at that point, to be honest. So when you get into the mix and you have to throw, you know, Beans with Joe Deceives in the mix here, you have to fill in for Scrap and an Envoy, you just start to worry a little bit about what participation you're going to get. Because, yeah, there's been moments where both players have really taken over in their series, but there's also been moments where they have been very quiet. But you're absolutely right talking about Joe Deceives and his consistency throughout the year. You know, we talk about, like, MVP candidates. He's probably, like, 5th, 6th on the list right now. Like, in the mix with, like, Hydra just outside the picture of, like, the top 2. But that's impressive considering that, you know, he's the only one not on a top 2 team that has been at least mentioned in the conversation if Toronto were to step up and obviously have a strong end of the year.
Yeah, that guy's just been unreal. Alongside Kleenex, who's obviously been doing it for a very, very long time. Alongside previously Scrap, now alongside Joe. Doesn't matter what his lineup looks like. Kleenex is always going to be able to figure it out. But Joe Deceives, man, he just continues to shine when realistically he's not really supposed to. The guy makes something out of nothing every single time. So it's just good to see the young man continue to progress in his career. You're able to get to that map number 4. Now you're forcing a map number 5 with your tournament lives on the line. And I can't wait to get into that protocol because it's an absolute square up.
It's going to be magic. I hope. I wish I had confetti. I would have done like a little confetti toss right there. But let's take a look back over at the bracket. Currently ongoing in the main broadcast, Minnesota playing up against Vegas. And again, talking about like, if there were to be some sort of a hero storyline for Minnesota, you come out of a reverse sweep off of Boston, and you're probably looking at the bracket like, okay, we got to beat this Boston team, then we're going to play Vancouver. Psych! You got Vegas instead, and they're off there to a 1-0 start. Not sure what the map 2 score is. That's 2-2 on a red card search. So if you're looking at like the epic storyline, if you're just a fan of drama and just disgusting little Cinderella stories, Minnesota's got a lifeline here.
Yeah.
To where they beat Vegas. I believe they would get the loser of Atlanta and Optic. So there's a real world here where Minnesota can get the square up that they would want to try to control their own destiny. Whereas the winner of this matchup, of course, goes and plays the Los Angeles Gorillas, mate. I don't think that's really a British accent. I can't do a French accent.
It's all good. So. You got it, bro. The fact that LAG were able to beat Cloud9 the way that they did in a clean 3-0 fashion definitely catches me off guard. That's 2 series that catch me off guard. We had the 2 worst teams in the league taking down 2 teams that we weren't really expecting to lose in their scenarios. Vancouver, without question, was not expecting them to lose a Game 5, but Cloud9, I don't know what the hell happened. Their champ stream is officially shut down. They are no longer in contention for that position, and now they only focus for them is EWC. But the only lifeline now is Rocker, man. The fact that Rocker, if they can get through Falcons, and then FaZe play Optic. Optic haven't been able to beat FaZe basically the entire season.
Nope.
And Kenny's got to square up against his old lineup.
Whoa.
Oh, I'm there. I'm there for the movie. I'm there.
But I think the thing is, like, they would have to obviously win the series they're in now, beat Optic, and then they would have to win the next series too. I think get the points that they would need, and that's where things get difficult because then you have to beat a top 3 team in the league, which Minnesota have not been very good at doing. So that's what we gotta have afoot here. Is that the last matchup on main as well? It's happening right now.
Yeah.
Do they have?
Yes,
that's the last one they have tonight. Okay,
Yep.
so from there on out, you're just going to be dealing with, if you're in the venue, enjoy DreamHack. Like, as much as the esports side of it is a joy, go to the vendor booths and like play Dance Dance Revolution or do the things that are out there. I'm telling you, it's so much fun. Like the amount of games and stuff and the amount of community things they've got built out there. So have some fun out there for us because we are trapped within 4 walls of this asylum we call online COD with protocol search and destroy trying to get us out of jail here.
Oh, man, I cannot wait until we get into this protocol search and destroy, man. Obviously, the pressure is on both sides. If you're Ultra, a team who looked really good going into this tournament, you're expecting them to be able to close out on the map that they used to really like. But just this form of Carolina, the way that they played search and destroy on that map number 2 with the slow and steady approach, looking like some old school S&D. Big shout out to my guy Slasher because he's definitely the IGL in that situation. Going into a map like Protocol, if you can slow down some of these rounds, because it's usually chaos in towards the bottom side of A or instant pushes over towards that B site, the first floods are going to play a major factor in this Game 5.
And if you really want to go back, if you're like a super stats nerd and you love to get down and dirty in the spreadsheets, last time Toronto played against Carolina on this map, it was around 11, and it went the way of the Carolina Roller Ravens. So could be something to be told about that. That was a long time ago. That was back in Major 1. That was months ago. That was a different game ago. So don't hold that, up for an argument. But it did happen. Stats are stats.
Definitely happened, Alan. And realistically, who are the guys that you're looking at in this map number 5? I think for me, it's going to be TJ on one end and Jodeci's on the other. Because we always know if TJ is frying in search and destroy, you're simply going to stand no chance. And if Jodeci is able to dictate the way that he likes to play search and destroy by being the aggressor and finding that first blood, those are going to be the 2 difference makers in this map 5.
Yeah, I like that. I think the other side, though, I am kind of looking a little bit at Rex, who has not been great in the search and destroy. He's holding just like a 0.83 overall KD in search, which is marginally better than what that Vivid was pulling. But I think there's a level of like, he was a rock star in challenges in search and destroy. I mean, we're talking double-digit kills almost every single map he loaded into. So I love that call, just kind of looking at how that head-to-head would play, but putting some pressure on the new guy up. I want to see Rex have a good map 5 and really assert that this move was one that was worthwhile to secure a win versus Toronto.
Oh, yeah, this would be massive, man, for a team that has struggled tremendously ever since you entered the lineup. If you can get this kind of W, it could do wonders for not only your team morale, but your momentum going forward in the rest of the tournament. Is initially all ready to start, though, in this round number 1. The aggression through the bottom side of this A site. Toronto able to walk away with the numbers and have full site control. Now I'm going to work the objective with Insight working the pinch.
Yeah, and I love this out of Insight. Should be good for a freebie, and is. So now it's just down to Slasher from outside the site looking in. And with no nades to play with, yeah, you don't love his odds. He's going to have to World Star Beans. First shoulder. Nope, not going to happen. Crossfire setup too strong.
Yeah, that's a big first blood on the side of Ultra. I know we didn't technically get a chance to see it, but they obviously had that bottom A site control with the numbers advantage. SG is able to strike early. Benjamin Means able to put the finishing touches on the round. Come out swinging. Secure the opening offense. And that's massive, too, because Carolina on the other side, whenever they play protocol, defenses are their go-to. They had a 24-9 overall record on that side of the map. But already, that stat doesn't matter. Ultra up 1-0.
I love when stats like that don't matter.
Yeah.
I do, but I don't. It's like, I do because it makes the game feel like it's anyone's game. I don't love that because I'm sure Easy Mac's like, what am I here for? He's there for everything. I'll tell you what, those spreadsheets are thick. No first blood yet, but TJ, quick route. Insight has not seen him, and that's another first blood here this time for Carolina. Slasher following up with another.
Oh, and they find that kill onto Kleenex. Trying to flank his way through Grandma's. So now in a 4v2, Joe and Beans. Let's try to clutch one up, but Stun is able to connect. Joe has to commit on the one-on-one. Is able to get the better of TJ and reads the pressure. How long can he finesse now?
Well, maybe a little bit longer. Tosses a little frag just to bounce over. Bean steps up for one. Not going to get the second, but the trade is in. And how about that from Toronto? Carolina's like, what do you mean? Like, we had everything going our way. We had a 4v2. We get trapped. The four of us all get trapped inside of lower PCs? Surely not.
Yeah, that should not happen. Realistically, it definitely should not happen. You found the opening kill. You also found the second and put yourself in the early man advantage. And the only thing you had to do after that was find a trade onto this young man in Joe Deceives. Set up before the map started. TJ and Joe are the two players that I want to keep an eye out for. TJ made a massive play to find an opening first kill on the pinch, but Joe on the opposite side makes up for it with two of his own. Ultra up 2-0 and not stopping the pressure now.
Nope. A little bit of a quick hit, though, for Carolina's defense this time. Through field down into A. They haven't seen anything. And the question when something like this happens is, how do you rotate out of that? And the answer is, apparently, you don't. They are completely stuck. Rex on an island. He has to provide. He tries to get to a power position, gets tagged on the way. But does keep his life, gets out of dodge. His teammates now out of that field position can come rotate to help.
And now you know that potentially the play's going to be over towards this B side, but Insights is staying alive over towards Heli. Keep them at bay while the bomb has already hit the rotation back in towards bottom comm. So it's going to be a retake situation for Carolina, but they're trying to isolate onto Insight first.
This first contact means everything for Carolina. I mean, especially with Toronto kind of planted a little bit into very secure position. Yeah, and then Insight gets the win outside, and there's just no way to come back in through Spiral. So, starting to fall apart a little bit at the seams here for the Ravens as Toronto pull off a 2v4 and then a very comfortable offense to follow up.
Yeah, it's just easy for Beans able to find that opening first blood onto Slash through the top windows. Because they gained info once they dropped down through Zip that there's a lot of pressure on the bottom side of A. So we can potentially gain some more info and then use that to our best capability. Then it works out in our favor. You find the first kill, you take space over at B, you force the rotation out of Carolina, and then you hit him with the roto on the way back on towards A and instantly get the bomb down. Post plan has been flawless. 3-0 for Ultra.
Quick action down towards A. AR set up for Ultra with Joe Deceives pulling out an extra one. That works out for first blood. Doesn't really stop Gwyn, though, who's still playing at Elevator, and he's getting to work clearing out the site. And honestly, if Carolina could just commit and get this bomb planted, this is not the worst 3v4 I've ever seen.
Absolutely not, because there's 3 entrances in towards the site, but TJ is going to get caught. I was thinking that everyone was on the bottom side of comms, but we were still showing some pressure through top mid. Now Slasher going to be isolated, and Gwen left in a 1v4.
Yeah. Well, that's how quick it happens. Although, this first blood's a clean one. Full follow-up shots weren't terrible on the insight, but help was quickly there for the crossfire shots, and Ultra are 4-0 up, and you can just, like a vent opening up for steam, you can just feel the air just being absolutely exhausted in the Carolina lungs.
Yeah, this is tough, man, because Ultra so far, up 4-0, have found 3 out of the 4 first bloods in this game. And whenever they are finding that first blood, they are just allowing their numbers to play a big part of how they're going to execute their play after that. You get that early kill. You isolate onto the players through top mid. You were basically giving up the bomb plant for free. Then once you catch TJ roaming around mid gun, also alongside Slasher. Just an easy round there for Ultra to retake their way back in towards the A site. And currently doing all wrong, up 4-0. And this is completely opposite of what we saw on that map number 2.
Yeah, this is a must-win round right here for Carolina. They get first blood from Slasher, who is essentially just playing a window position, so it doesn't really feel too much out in terms of what Toronto are attempting to do. But at the same rate, it also doesn't really show what this Carolina defense is to the remaining Ultra members. So there's a lot of figuring each other out that still has to happen, as CleanX will open up towards Heli, and that gets Beans in a position to possibly dive into the B site here. And, ooh, Rex is playing it off angle. The timing is going to be everything.
And he's going to go unaccounted for, so he should be able to pop up and catch the 3D off of the exit.
Oh, no.
At least push down shots to gain some information. The nade might be good enough to take care of the kill, and no, it does not, so Ultra, they don't got a chance here.
Brother.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, no, this can't happen. I'm sure Slasher's sitting here like, are we kidding? Because now you've got CleanX on the helicopter. He can just throw shoulders and be annoying. You've got no idea where Beans is. The longer that this takes to develop through mid, Beans is going to start to feel like it might be a long flank play, and Slasher takes shots. They're going to lose this round. How do you get CleanX out of this position? You have to kind of chill him out, and wow, Glenn comes out of nowhere and does just that. I was about to say CleanX looked like he was in a great spot, but he lost track of Gwen completely, and the round gets iced up for Carolina.
Oh, my God. I can't believe they almost let that one get away. Like, if you're Dylan Rex there, and you go back and watch that VOD session, potentially once this match is over with, your teammates are looking at you like, bro, you got to get one there. Thankfully,
Actually, yeah.
teammates are still able to clutch on up at the right time, find that kill onto CleanX, and secure their very first round of the map. And that was off of the back of the first blood, so let's find a couple more of there if you're for Carolina.
Oh, yeah, please. Because it feels like you need them. Things have not been comfortable in any form for Carolina. Really uncomfortable for Rex, who's 0-5. He was my guy to watch here, Jay. Your guy to watch is 1-5. So between the two of us, our two guys to watch are 1-10.
Already into this round, though, Alan. Carolina got to read that there was a lot of pressure through top mid, so they're just going to instantly work this objective in towards A and not really have the setup that they currently want in towards the site. Slasher is in no man's land.
Yeah, you got TJ and Rex both playing contact positions on either extremity. They need to get kills here. TJ showing some force, stunning, nading, killing time. RC going to push him out. CleanX does find the first kill, though. Rex follows up, finds his. And Slasher shuts down the play at field. Good second round here for Carolina.
Yeah, that's just a perfect usage of the information that was gained early on. You read that they were aggressive as hell through top mid and instantly make that audible adjustment to rotate your way back over towards A, instantly get the bomb planted, and then just hold strong on your post-plant setup. Another first blood there in favor of Carolina. Allows them now to potentially stop the bleeding, but now we go into the swing round.
Yep. Is there enough there to start to turn the tides on how this search has been played? Because, again, the key in the first 4 rounds is that Carolina had 2 different first bloods that led to 4v2s or 4v3s, obviously, and it just has not been secured. Wow, that stun may not have even hit the trophy system. Kind of had a weird bounce on it, and Ultra will just kind of back away. And that means they haven't given away much information, and Carolina will be still kind of eager to hunt things out with Rex playing a position deep beyond the field, and Gwyn just kind of holding the middle of the map with Slasher at a window.
Yeah, they switched it up. They said, Dylan, no, we're not going to put you at that.
Well, yeah, you're
side.
good, dog.
We'll put Gwyn on that side of the map because we know he's most likely going to get one. But Carolina, with their defensive strategy, is perfect because the only round that Ultra have really been able to find success on in their attacks is when they find early success in towards this A site. TJ doesn't give up on his setup, finds that opening kill, and now there's only 35 seconds and Ultra committing towards B.
Yeah, and Gwyn's just playing a cruddy position here, looking for contact. If there is some sort of a desperate play over towards B, he should be good for one at least. There's just no way you check this. And that's why. Oh! Saucy out of Gwyn. Gets the 6 slide over to the bomb site, uses that as a natural heady, and destroys 2 members. And now Carolina are right back into this map.
Oh, yeah, man. They have came out and changed their defensive looks or their strategies in general so far on this map. Using the information gain, playing spread on their setups the same way they did on dealership. And so far that has worked out at least 2 times on the defensive end. 3 rounds in a row now for the Ravens. Starting to show some late game heroics here to rally their way back into this game. Everyone is currently streaking. They are on an 11-team streak.
Yeah.
Now they're just going to continue that fight, but the gunfights through the bottom side. Joe DeCease and Kleenex whip out an AR for the engagement, and now Ultra have the man-up advantage.
That's legitimately one of those rounds where, like, Toronto's like, we've got nothing going for us. Let's just pull out an extra AR and just spam from bottom spiral over to elevator. Just hope we get a connection, and boy, did they ever. So now it's down to TJ and Slasher, 2v4. Again, TJ's going to get a read that no one's here. So as soon as you confirm that, you would love to see them get a plant out, but instead TJ's going to take a rewrap all the way around through ropes, and no, that won't work. So Slasher, no bomb, 1v4. Good luck. Have fun.
Yep. 35 seconds as well to work with. Does find the first onto Beans. Just doesn't really have time on his side. So he's continuously just trying to find one-on-one gunfight after one-on-one gunfight. Is going to be able to gain info into a player top window, but Ultra secure the defensive round with the adjustments to not really match the aggression, but to be prepared for the aggression by whipping out an extra AR. They find the initial 2 kills to the bottom site, and now they put themselves at game point.
Yeah. All right. What do you call here for your Carolina? You've got a couple of RC cards, I believe, earned. So maybe you use something just to get some guaranteed ground to work with, and then you set up your play from there. Let's see. All 4 members going to try to go aggressive into A? Yeah, it's the same sort of hit where you've got Rex watching over the top, the flood through field side, with one member kind of lurking in case things go awry. But Joe DeCease is the only one to really show any effort for Toronto down low. And now it's just down to the question of, can Toronto punish Carolina as they try to exit?
Just right now, Ultra haven't really moved on their approach. Already 30 seconds wiped off the game clock, and now this is playing mind games with Carolina because it's been very, very quiet at this A site. The defensive setup now is going to start to hit their rotation out towards B. But 45 seconds to go. Ultra just waiting for the right time to strike together in towards bottom A.
And you can kind of see, like, Rex is feeling anxious because he's the only one responsible for B, but he also wants to make sure no one hits his teammates down into A through field. Slasher will rotate over to try to cover that from top window. But look at the space that Toronto have to work with here on the B side of the map. Slasher hasn't seen this. Rex finds one into Kleenex, but that doesn't give you the intention that Toronto are playing for a B hit. With the time ticking, though, Carolina starting to predict it, rotate the defense over. Rex trying to stop the plant from happening, and he finds a key kill. Insight with the trade, but now it's just down to Insight, and he is not going to have the time to play for the plant. We're going to go to 10.
I love it, man. Again, Carolina, just like, you're not going to take this A bomb site from us. That's the only way you have been able to beat us on your offensive approaches, is when you got that objective down in towards A or had early control of that A site. So that's been their consistent. We take this away, we force you to go B. And usually that has worked out in our favor. Carolina able to force round number 10. And I'm not going to lie, Alan. I know the previous round, they went for the aggression through bottom A and got cut down by the ARs. I'm going right back to that same exact strategy.
Yeah?
Yeah, because
right.
I don't expect Joe and Kleenex to have. I mean, Joe and Kleenex to both have ARs again in that scenario.
Well, they're going to feel it out. It's Gwyn throwing shoulders. Toronto did make the same play again. It just comes down to how much did Gwyn actually see on that shoulder check, because it looked like TJ was feeling like he wanted to do like a Nero play where you just dive through gun, get up close and personal to Tin, but that's not the case. And honestly, it's just Carolina just waiting just like Toronto did in the last round.
55 seconds left on the clock. Carolina rallying over towards tower side. Just playing the mind games, forcing Ultra to consistently be moving because they have no information to play off of. But now 40 seconds, we're going to work our way through top mid. You got to get the objective down eventually.
Yeah.
TJ.
Oh, this route. If he can find one kill, that would change the dynamic of this entire round. But he hasn't found anybody. So now he's going to try to rewrap back on the backside of the defense. That opens up one. Stun to the backside of the site. Kleenex now in major trouble. Trying to fight back through the concussive effect, and he's able to find the win. Pistol out. Damage onto Gwyn. 14 seconds. Gwyn is going to try to stick for the plant. And Toronto's going to trust their nades. Good help from Rex. Beans to the 1v2 after finding Rex. Gwyn over the top finds the kill. And we're going 11. Both teams fighting for their lives.
Last time that they played this map, they went all the way to around 11, and it was Carolina able to edge them out. Now we are in the same situation. The slow and steady approach works so good for them, at least on that map number 2, and it works even better there in that round when TJ just slips on through. I love the fact that he doesn't commit for a gunfight on the backside of B. He knows if I can get to Spiral and open up with a kill in towards the A site, we have the numbers to bombard our way on in. But around 11, between Ultra and Ravens, let's do it.
Same setup for Carolina. Rex watching over the top. Both players of the SMGs diving in through field. RCXD to make the play over towards elevator. But Toronto are not being patient this time. They may have gotten a good feel for what Carolina's defense has tried to do. So now you're going to go for the early plant. Nade over the top from Rex. Going to get there too late. Good shots towards Helly. Nade also landing, but it's going to stay 4v4. Keep your eye on the flank with Gwyn trying to play her out over towards backside tower.
He's just trying to time it. He's just trying to time it on this pinch, knowing that at least one player from Ultra are going to be playing in safety net, but time keeps on ticking. Kleenex finds the first.
What a win, and what an escape. Gwyn reveals his position just to get the trade. Keep your eye on Rex. He's back over towards the bomb site. Can't quite get on for a defuse. You still got Beans holding. He's waiting for this play to happen from the front. Gwyn, Slasher, trying to get the kills. They find him. It's just going to be down to Insight for the 1v2. Oh, clean shots to Gwyn. Does he get a look at Slasher, who has to try to hold it? And he does. Toronto ice up and avoid embarrassment, and will continue at DreamHack Dallas in the elimination round 2.
Finally, Ultra gets some success on the attacking side, and it said the slow and steady approach hasn't worked for us a single round that we have tried it. So this time, we're just going to send it immediately through B, get the objective down, force them to play the 4v4 retake. And right there, Carolina just wastes so much time, man. They waste so much time. Gwyn is so patient on the pinch, doesn't even clear out the pinch because Insight was the guy playing in towards Grandma's. He stalls out the game clock, puts himself in the clutch position, and yet best believe Insight, who has been one of the most clutch players that we had in the CDL history in Search and Destroy, he's able to put the finishing touches here for Ultra to walk away with the Game 5 victory versus Carolina and move on in the tournament here at DreamHack. That's got to be so tough, though, if you're Carolina. Because you did everything right. You read the early play. You consistently were shutting down their A push. But once they caught you off guard with the aggression over towards B, you just weren't in the proper positions to contest them. And unfortunately, you fall short again to Ultra, and you're going home.
Yeah, man, that's just one of those things like Insight's first pick, or that first pick that happens in the middle of the map, to get that kill, to get out and show that Gwyn's on the pinch, massive. That's so much crucial information for Toronto. But beyond that, you're dealing with the 1v2 situation, and Slasher's comment that he's going to hop for a defuse. Why is Gwyn jumping out a helicopter like that? Like,
I don't know.
We should be throwing shoulders, unless they just didn't know where he was. But I don't know, man. That was a very bizarre choice, and one that, again, in critical moments, we just have seen this version of Carolina not show the same composure that we had seen when Vivid was in the lineup. And there's been plenty of people tweeting about when you drop Vivid, the team falters. And, well, I won't say that's a guarantee yet, but Carolina exit top 12, so, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's not good. Not good, but let's talk about Gwynn's play in that final round. The only reason why he jumps out of Helen like that is because he was the player who works that pinch. He has already cleared out that area, so there's no way in hell you're expecting Insight to still be playing around top mid. So you were just trying to keep your teammates safe in the back end.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Insight, like I said, was unaccounted for, and time was heavily on his side. He only needed one kill to secure the round. Carolina didn't give themselves enough time to even think about that retake. But what a massive game number 5 between both of these squads. What a massive day of Call of Duty, Alan. I thought it was going to be 2 of our top 5 squads getting sent home on day 1, but Ultra, they said, not today, Junior. We're going to move on to Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't come without some major hurdles and some limping, to be sure, if you're Toronto. Now, to be fair, like, the series versus Optic was a tight one. Like, it wasn't like a huge blowout. Like, it was a pretty tight series kind of throughout that, but it's still one of those things that you kind of come off that loss and you go, whoa, hold on a second, especially when you jump into this Carolina team who are able to really show you what's what on the map 2. They have a little bit of a save in map 3, almost had me losing my mind, pulling out hair. But it's just one of those things that, you know, for Carolina, it's just, what a fall from grace. From where they started the season as being like a, whoa, like, Slasher is him. Like, you remember like the opening Skyline hardpoints that this Carolina team had played? And we're like, dude, Slasher is gunning. And honestly, outside of like, we got through Major 1, we get into Major 2, then we start to raise some eyebrows like, Vivid isn't giving us as much as I think you need if you're looking at a team to want to be top 2 in the league, because it was LA and Atlanta, and there was like this battle for who wanted to be the 3rd best team between like Minnesota, Toronto, and Carolina. None of them wanted to be the 3rd best team in the league. All of them make changes, you know, for the most part. And then all of a sudden you have Carolina kind of falling from grace a touch here. So not great news, but there's a look at our bracket. It would be Miami, LA, Atlanta, and Texas, where Optic are looking to do better than just finding one map win versus Atlanta on the year. That's surprising to say. Minnesota and Vegas are still locked in, though, for the first elimination round 2 matchup. That's on the main broadcast right now. They are currently in a vault control, and it's been a battle, man. I mean, I won't lie. There's going to be a world here where, like, depending on how Exnid plays this major, like, woof, he might be up there for Rookie of the Year.
Dude, well, I don't know about Rookie of the Year. The guy only got like 2-3 wins on the season. I think you need to get a couple more W's if you want.
I mean, he's been good, though.
He has been fantastic. That's why ever since the beginning of the season where Vegas Falcons came in with a full Saudi squad, he was the shining light. And that's why he's continuously still on that lineup. You're tied up in that series. You're 1-1. You're currently 1-1 even in the control. And they might be able to sneak out this next round, but Falcons are making some stuff shake. Carolina, unfortunately, they fall short. Minnesota trying to keep their hopes and dreams alive to make it into champs. But what a phenomenal day of Call of Duty, at least on the Bravo side, man, because it was some barn burner of some games today.
I want to leave the stream with one hot take question for you, Jay.
Let me hear it.
With Vancouver out, Neptune is out of the picture for Rookie of the Year in my mind. So you've got Rancor. Well, Neptune's already been in the league. He can't be a Rookie of the Year. You've got Rancor, you've got Super, you've got Exdid. How much are you throwing if Mercules and Optic finish to, let's say they get to do a grand finals, is Mercules Rookie of the Year?
No. Just because, like, he walked into the building late. Like, Rancor's been doing it since the beginning of the season. I know it's him and Super basically going for that battle, but since Rancor's been here since day 1, and he's been their standout performer since the beginning of the Miami Heretics lineup, there's no question in my mind Rancor is the Rookie of the Year.
What if Optic wins the event?
Doesn't change anything. Does
Woo!
not change anything.
That's hot! Jay's like, man, Shift, you're dumb. We're clowning out here. That's going to do it for the Bravo stream, though. On the weekend, it's fun to be with you guys holding hands virtually and being at this remote location. But we'll continue on this broadcast. We'll be live for Challengers for Saturday and Sunday. Should be fun to see how those guys go. Again, winner of that event instantly qualifies for EWC. So a lot to the line there for the Challengers camp. LCQ still to come after that for Challengers to try to get Challengers finals. And of course, you're still going to be tuning into the CDL all weekend long. So for here at the Bravo stream, us two and Enigma, who had a very solid debut, give him a round of applause. We'll be back for challengers. So long. Bye-bye. Have a good night.